At the time of writing, there are 2,738 inmates on death row in the United States. This number can change quite frequently, given that some prisoners, of course, might be executed, but others might have their sentence commuted. They might have their sentence overturned, or someone else might join them on death row. Right now, only 2% of people on death row are women. 42% of people are classified as white, 41% black, 13% Latino, 1.9% Asian, 1% Native American, and the rest is stated as unknown. You can be on death row for a long time. And believe it or not, the average time spent there from sentencing to the day in the execution chamber is 20 years. Let's now see what happens on that final day, 8 p.m. The inmate is taken from death row to another cell. This involves a drive from the prison to what one former official in a documentary called the death house. That official said prior to leaving death row and getting in the van to come to the death house, the inmate will be searched really well. He said this wasn't only because a weapon might harm a guard, but mainly because they don't want the prisoner committing suicide. Another guard interviewed said he once took a route to the death house where they couldn't be ambushed. Tensions are high during these events. He also said the atmosphere in the van was solemn. We all knew where we were going and why. Nobody said a whole lot. Once the prisoner goes into the death house, he won't ever see the light of day again, unless some kind of appeal works for him. 9 p.m. After booking in, he can sleep until he's awakened, if indeed he can sleep. We managed to find the diary of one prisoner who described his move to his new cell. They stripped me out with a female officer present, he wrote. Now, personally, I'm not the shy type, but having a female officer on death watch is just one more humiliation. We're told that during this time, the prisoner is on something called death watch. He's watched all the time in case he tries to take his own life. The cell is close to the execution chamber and it is very private, a space where the inmate can reflect on life as the hours count down. This might happen just one day before, but we found cases where it was a couple of days. Prisoners will also be given special clothes in most cases, much smarter than prison attire. The man who kept the diary wrote he was happy to have at last a pair of trousers with a button and zip. We don't know how well he slept, but in his diary he comments about watching the guards sleep. This is what he wrote. Good for them. I'm sure this has to be stressful for them. So a moment's relaxation is well earned. I also enjoy the irony. Who exactly is watching whom? One other thing he says is that the death house is much cleaner than his death row cell. He remarks that there's not a bug in sight, whereas in his last cell it was like going on safari. 4:30 a.m. The inmate is woken up bright and early in his cell. We should add here times might change from place to place. Petitions might still be pending, and there's a phone right outside the cell. In the cell, there's a shower, a toilet, a bed, and a desk. During this last day, the prisoner is allowed to see family and can be visited by a chaplain. As for calling people, the inmate can write down a list of phone numbers he intends to call and give that to the guards. One guard interviewed said we would dial the number for him and then allow him to make his call. But after the prisoner has called the last person on his list, the only person he'll have to talk to is the chaplain. We're told that after this last call, it can be a very traumatic time. One chaplain interviewed said I was to do everything and anything to help him face that last day, whatever it was, writing letters, making phone calls, singing songs, listening, and listening. 8 a.m. We said they can have visitors, but 8 a.m. is the cutoff time. After that, the prisoner is on his own, besides having prison staff around and, of course, anyone involved in his case should something change. The chaplain can still visit too. At around this time, in the actual death chamber, it's very likely that the equipment will be tested. This might mean checking that the straps on the gurney work, or even checking the phone to the governor's office is working. Yep, imagine it wasn't and there was a last-minute reprieve. If the form of execution is the chair, then its electrical components have to be tested. In one case we found, the actual governor was the person who they strapped in to test if he could get out or move out of the straps. I didn't want my staff to get kicked in the face, he remarked. 10:30 a.m. Now it's lunchtime. Yes, this is an early lunch, but let's not forget the inmate has been up a long time already. Lunch is not special, it's not the last meal. From what we can see, it's the same old prison food. The only difference is that the prisoner gets to eat it in a private setting. The inmate we talked about before said what he got for lunch was orange juice and what he called a prison-issue donut. For quite a few hours now, the prisoner has a lot of time to think, and as you know, they have a desk and can write any number of letters, goodbyes, or just reflect on life. 3 p.m. If the inmate is to get the electric chair, he'll have his head shaved around this time. But this might also happen later in the day. he might still talk to a spiritual advisor, but food might also be on his mind right now. Around this time, maybe an hour or so later, the inmate will also be asked to dress in one of those smart clothes he's been given. He'll be asked to take a shower before he does this, a shower at least in total privacy. He'll have already written down what he wants to eat, so in the kitchen, the death house chef will be doing all the preparations. 4 p.m. The inmate will receive his last meal. Contrary to popular belief, inmates can't just order what they want. It makes sense because it's highly unlikely that authorities would splash out on the finest Wagyu beef. In Florida, for instance, the maximum this last meal can cost is $40, but this will change from state to state. Those poor convicts over in Oklahoma only get a limit of $15, or at least when one documentary we watched was made. That is hardly enough to go crazy on your last meal. It's still good though. As one death house chef pointed out, this meal is the only choice of food they might have had in 2 decades. In some states though, prisoners no longer get a bespoke last meal and only get the usual prison food. To give you an idea of what inmates might choose, we will list some last meals. Serial killer John Wayne Gacy had 12 fried shrimp, an entire bucket of KFC, some French fries, and a whole load of strawberries. The man behind the Oklahoma bombing, Timothy McVeigh, just opted for 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. A killer from Florida called Angel Nieves Diaz chose absolutely nothing. The terrible Ted Bundy did pretty much the opposite, ordering a steak cooked medium rare, eggs on the side, over easy, some hash browns, slices of toast, and some milk and juice. The infamous female serial killer Eileen Wuornos was good with just a cup of coffee, while a murderer called Stephen Woods must have been famished. We should add that many thought he was innocent and his last words were, "You're not about to witness an execution, you're about to witness a murder." Before that, he asked to eat, according to the website Ranker, 2 pounds of bacon, a large 4-meat pizza, 4 fried chicken breasts, 2 drinks each of Mountain Dew, Pepsi, root beer, and sweet tea, 2 pints of ice cream, 5 chicken fried steaks, 2 hamburgers with bacon, fries, and a dozen garlic breadsticks with marinara on the side. That state must have had a big budget. 5 p.m. The witnesses will likely arrive at the prison. This might be family of the victims, journalists, family of the condemned, friends of the condemned, or whoever the condemned has asked to be witnesses. They will be told to try and stay quiet when they reach the witness room. Before that, they'll wait somewhere else. In most states, civilians who didn't know anyone involved will be asked to witness the execution. 6 to 8 p.m. The time of execution can vary from state to state, but it's just about always in the early evening. At this point, the prisoner will be taken to the execution room. The witnesses will soon be in the witness room. Prisoners, for the most part, will just walk right there and not give the guards any problems. In some states, this will be a 5-man team, just in case there is a struggle. But that doesn't happen often. One warden interviewed who had done 89 executions said he'd only had 1 prisoner that was hard to deal with. The walk to the chamber in most places is only about 10 feet, just over 3 meters. The guys would usually walk right up to the electric chair. They weren't forced by the staff. By that point, they've already accepted what will happen. A former Death Watch guard told Business Insider. Another guard in a separate interview said the same. Inmates usually act very dignified. It's a very clean procedure, there's no hustling and bustling. It's not always this way, especially if the prisoner is protesting his innocence. In 2018, the BBC reported that one man in Florida was screaming and thrashing before he was executed, screaming to everyone that they were murdering an innocent man. One warden said the first thing that catches his eye is that gurney, which is the place he's going to die. If it is lethal injection, which it often is, the prisoner is told to sit on the gurney and then lay down. There will be a tie-down team, each responsible for a part of the prisoner's body. Doctors will usually not be at the execution because it's not in line with their code of ethics, so there will be a special team to administer the drugs. This is not always easy as the veins tend to hide during this stressful time. Some of them had burnt veins from drugs, which would make the process longer and more painful, said one former warden. When the catheters are in place, the inmate will be secured again. There's about 15 minutes before the execution. Believe it or not, some inmates have got a stay, which means a call to stop the execution during these last minutes. If that doesn't happen, the witnesses are brought into the main room and the curtains are undrawn. Some inmates might make a final statement. It depends on the state, but some prisoners might be given a few minutes, and others just allowed to make a brief statement. Kentucky gives 2 minutes, but in Pennsylvania you can't talk at all, and the statement can only be written. Here are some fairly recent examples of last words. I'm ready to roll, time to get this party started. My last words will be, "Hoka hey, it's a good day to die. Somebody needs to kill my trial attorney. I think that governor's phone is broke, he hasn't called yet. These are, of course, unusual ones, and most people will just say their goodbyes to loved ones or give an apology for what they did. At this point, the chaplain might lay a hand on the prisoner, sometimes where there's a pulse. The warden will give the signal to the executioner, and then it's time. The end of the day, the end of a life. Believe it or not, there's a fairly long list of people who have survived their executions. We might look at the case of William Duell, a 17-year-old English boy who was hanged in 1740 in London and then came back to life as he was about to be dissected. He was later exiled to North America. Then you had John Babacombe Lee, another Englishman nicknamed the man they couldn't hang, after surviving 3 executions. More recently, you have the case of Rommel Broom, an American man sentenced to death by lethal injection. He survived that, ended up writing a book called Survivor on Death Row, but it seems he spoke too early, as he's scheduled for another execution in 2020. But today we'll talk about one of the best-known survivor stories in this episode of the Infographic Show, Death Row Inmate Who Survived His Own Execution. As we've said, a handful of people have survived their executions. You can read quite recent cases too, such as American inmate Doyle Lee Ham, who was said to have experienced torturous and traumatic hours in the execution chamber before staff admitted that they had failed. The US media reported in 2017 that a man called Alva Campbell became the 3rd man to survive an execution in the country in recent decades, and that was just a matter of the execution team not being able to find a vein in which to inject the lethal drugs. But perhaps the tale we're about to tell you now is the most moving, as the person that survived was only 17 years old. It's also the first case of someone surviving the electric chair in the USA. If you've seen our show on Old Sparky, you'll know that executions in the early days could certainly be horrific to watch, but eventually the inmates succumbed to the shock. That was not the case for 17-year-old Willie Francis. Let's have a look at what events led to him ending up in the chair. Francis was a young, poor African-American in 1946, and at the time of his lucky escape, many people believed that the hand of God had interrupted this macabre spectacle of official murder. For one thing, he was just so young, and a lot of people decreed the execution of a boy not yet a man. And another thing was the fact that the American justice system at the time could have been said to be harsh for certain people of certain races and certain social standing. He lived in a place called St. Martinville, located in southwestern Louisiana. You can read articles about this place in the 40s, with one saying that the town had 2 sections, one for the white people and the other for the colored. The white tended to their own business and the colored tended to theirs. Yes, this was a time when racism was pervasive in some parts of the US, and despite the backwards attitudes of some people, there was a lot of support for young Willie when he was condemned to death. After the botched execution attempt, Francis wrote from his prison cell, "A lot of people write me to ask me to tell them something about what I did when I was young. I'm only 18 now, so I guess they mean when I was very young. But what had he done?" One of 13 children, Francis said life was hard as a kid, but he wrote he had fond memories of the hard-knock life, playing baseball with a broomstick handle, and going out with friends causing mischief. When he got older, he was given a job by a man called Andrew Thomas. Thomas owned the local drugstore, hiring Francis to do errands and keep the store tidy. They apparently got along, and Francis was called a nice boy and cooperative by folks who visited the store. He was, however, called illiterate by some, or at least close to that. Others said he was slow, but later when Francis was writing from his prison cell, it was proven that he could not just write, but express himself in a deep and meaningful way. We're telling you this because this case was very controversial, and at the time and for years after, people tried to understand why this seemingly nice kid committed a murder. That murder was of the drugstore owner, Thomas. When her son was convicted of slaying his boss, the mother told the press, "There wasn't no bad in him, I just don't understand." Quite a few people thought that this young boy, perhaps somewhat mentally challenged, had admitted guilt to something he didn't do, the murder of Andrew Thomas. Described as a handsome, educated bachelor with his own successful business, he was killed at his home during that night of November 7th, 1944. His body was discovered the next day, splayed on the floor near the house steps. 2 witnesses, Alvin and Ida Van Brocklin, had said that they heard gunshots in the night. They didn't see who did the firing though. It was later said that Thomas had been dining with friends and upon returning home had been met by a gunman who unloaded 5 bullets in him. 2 hit him in the back, 2 in his left side, and 1 went right through his eye. It said his pockets had been emptied, prompting police to say the reason for the murder was robbery. Rumors spread around town. It said he was quite the ladies' man, and many speculated he had been killed by one of those ladies' husbands or lovers. For months, people believed this to be the case. Sometime later, police were looking for a drug dealer, and it said that Willie Francis just happened to see the police. He wasn't dealing drugs, but it said that when he saw the two white police officers running his way, he just took off out of fright. That was a mistake, as running made the police think that he was guilty of something. Later, Francis was interviewed by cops at the police station. They said he seemed frightened and he stuttered a lot, but it turned out that Francis had stuttered his whole life. The cops didn't think that they had captured a drug dealer that they had been looking for, but guess what they found on Francis? They found Andrew Thomas's wallet and identification card. That's what they said anyway. It said that within 3 to 5 minutes, the police got a full confession for the murder of Thomas. They also managed to get a confession for an unrelated assault and robbery in another town. The facts cops did this in a few minutes, and the fact that the boy was said to be somewhat slow would compel people to ask if the interrogation and subsequent confessions were perhaps a part of a setup. Francis was questioned without a lawyer, without any advice, without any family member or friend being present. The confession read, "I, Willie Francis, now 16 years old, I stole the gun from Mr. Ogassie at St. Martinville, Louisiana, and kill Andrew Thomas November 9th, 1944, or about that time at St. Martinville, Louisiana. It was a secret about me and him. I took a black purse with card 1280182 in it, $4 in it." He wrote a second confession the next day. This one contained more details about how many shots had been fired and where the body was found. As for the trial, it said Francis's lawyers were inept. One writer says they never questioned for indictment, nor did they make a motion for a change of venue, despite the widespread publicity about the murder of a beloved white member of a small community by a black youth. The 12 white jurors found him guilty, and he was to be executed. Francis' lawyers never challenged the verdict. By the way, Francis has pleaded not guilty. The jury never heard any argument pertaining to the possibility of a forced confession or that evidence could have been planted. The confession itself was good enough for him to be convicted. Many people in the town thought that something smelled funny, as did many others across the U.S. The local press wrote, quote, "Throughout the trial, the Negro was uninterested and showed very little emotion," unquote. Francis wrote that he was concerned that he might act like a crybaby on the day of his execution, but was relieved to hear that the actual execution would only tickle. On May 3, 1946, he had his head shaved and prepared to have 2,500 volts of electricity flow through him. On his cell wall, it was discovered that he had written the words, "Of course I am not a killer." Police never did have a motive for the murder, nor any substantial evidence other than the confession of a slow 16-year-old boy. He was taken to Louisiana State Penitentiary in Angola to be put in the chair nicknamed Gruesome Gertie. The lever was pulled, and this is how Francis later described the feeling. "I couldn't stop the jumping. If that was tickling, it sure was a funny kind. I thought for a minute I was going to knock the chair over. Then I was all right. I thought I was dead." Other reports state that he shouted, take it off," as the executioners tried to give him a second round of shocks. It's said that after the failed attempt, he wasn't even injured, but he said he felt kind of dizzy. Some people said this was a miracle and a righteous one, as they didn't believe that he was guilty nor had a fair trial. Louisiana's Governor James Davis then said in 6 days they would send him to the chair again. That didn't happen, and much of America got behind the young man. He once wrote, "I felt just like a movie star. I didn't have any idea I had so many friends." He also later described how his execution felt and something he called the chair. He wrote, "You feel like you got a mouthful of cold peanut butter, and you see little blue and pink and green speckles, the kind that shines on a rooster's tail." What ensued were many months of legal arguments. Not only did some people believe he wasn't even, but lawyers now argued that to subject a person to a second execution was cruel and unusual punishment. Prosecution lawyers argued against that, stating the first attempt had not worked at all and he had not been hurt. But the evidence supporting this in hindsight seems pretty weak. The court also heard that the botch was just an accident, and such accidents happen for which no man is to blame. That meant no one was at fault, and there should be another execution. We might also note that later the state was petitioned, with lawyers stating this about the botched execution. The scene was a disgraceful and inhuman exhibition, that as soon as the switch controlling the current was taken off, the drunken executioner cursed Francis and told him he would be back to finish electrocuting him, and if the electricity did not kill him, he would kill him with a rock. The drunken men in charge that night were accused of being sadistic, not giving Francis the full shock because they wanted to torture him. He was then returned to the chair on May 9th, 1947, and this time he didn't survive. He was just 18 years old. If anything positive came out of all of this, it's the fact that the justice system was exposed for not supporting Francis in the first place. This poor black boy may or may not have killed his boss, but he certainly wasn't protected as he should have been by the American justice system. Many Americans of all colors saw and criticized what had happened. Imagine sitting in a prison cell and contemplating life, and how it will be all over quite soon. You're going to be executed by way of hanging, and no doubt you're wondering how that will go. You hope it'll be quick. It's not so much oblivion that scares you, but the fact that hanging might not go exactly as it should, and you'll spend some seconds or even minutes in agonizing pain. It wouldn't be the first time a man has been left dangling with life still in him. One thing you're not considering at all is the possibility of surviving your execution, never mind surviving 3 attempts to execute you. Welcome to the life of John Lee, the criminal they just couldn't kill. Before we get to the momentous moment in history that tainted the image of the British authorities, and before we investigate the theories as to why the job at hand failed, you need to know a bit about hanging in the first place. That way you might better understand how John Lee escaped with his life intact. Prior to the British getting a bit more humane about this method of execution, it was quite brutal, albeit likely a better way to go than past forms of execution such as being burned or boiled or torn apart at the limbs. Hanging in the old days might have involved climbing onto something and then having your neck put inside a noose. Then the object is taken from under the person and they die from strangulation. In the 19th century, scientists aired their views and said dislocating the neck was a more humane way to kill someone than strangulation on a rope. In 1866, the idea was proposed to drop the person from a certain height to ensure this quick snap and ensuing death. This method was called a standard drop. At the time, a scientist named Samuel Houghton said the height of the drop to secure a fast death should be between 4 and 6 feet. That way, there would be no dangling and terrible discomfort. The standard drop was soon seen as backwards due to the fact that it didn't take into account a person's height and weight. In 1872, a new method was introduced that was called the long drop. The person was connected to a noose and stood on a scaffold which had a trap door. When the door was opened, down fell the body. The authorities had to calculate the proportions of the person's body so that the neck would snap and kill the person quickly, but not drop the person so much that he or she would be decapitated. This can and has happened, and while death is death, losing the head was not something anyone wanted to see. So that's where we were around the time of Mr. John Lee is going to go to the scaffold. On November 15, 1884, he murdered a woman named Emma Ann Whitehead Keyes. This happened in a small village called Babbacombe, which is in Devon in the south of England. Lee was arrested but always protested that he was innocent of the crime. But there was some evidence to the contrary, including a knife wound that he had incurred during the murder. The woman had been killed with a knife. Prior to her downfall, Keyes had lived alone with her servants and cooks, and Lee had once worked there too. He left that job, joined the Navy, returned to Devon, and was arrested for stealing. After his release from prison, he returned to the manor and worked for Keyes again. It was perhaps a bad move on her part to take him back in. When she was found dead, there had only been one person in the house at the time, and that was Lee. Then there was the cut on his arm, which pointed at his guilt. Besides that, there wasn't really anything else the police had on him, and in 1884, there was no CSI Devon. Maybe it wasn't him who had committed the murder, and he certainly thought he'd been falsely convicted. He once said, "The reason I'm so calm is that I trust in the Lord, and he knows I'm innocent." He was sentenced to be hanged at Exeter Prison on the 23rd of February, 1884. On the day of the event, the executioner, named James Barry, went through the checks. Scaffold, all good. Noose, correctly tied. Trap door, working fine. What could possibly go wrong? All we know is that Lee was taken to the scaffold and his head was fastened to the noose. A white hood was put over his head, and when the signal was given, the trap door didn't open. They tried again, and then again. And you can only imagine what was going through Lee's mind after each time he gritted his teeth and prepared for the great unknown. This was a total embarrassment for anyone involved, and the medical officer said enough is enough. He said he can't hang around any longer after those failures. Lee was unfastened from the noose the last time and was taken back to prison. But what actually went wrong, since the entire apparatus had been tested? Well, the executioner wrote about the experience as well as some other 130-plus executions in a book called My Experiences as an Executioner. He admitted in that book that the science didn't always work, and some men died too slowly or lost their heads. But Lee's case was extraordinary. These are 2 excerpts from that book. 1. On the Saturday, I examined this drop and reported it was much too frail for its purpose, but I worked the lever and found that the doors dropped all right. 2. The noise of the bolt sliding could be plainly heard, but the doors did not fall. I stamped on the drop to shake it loose, and so did some of the warders, but none of our efforts could stir it. Lee stood like a statue, making no sound or sign. Between each attempt, they actually took Lee away. He had the hood removed from his head and was taken to a room. The authorities then tried the trapdoor mechanism again, and it worked fine. Lee was brought back out, fastened in the noose, hood put over his head, and they tried it again. It didn't work, 3 times in all.
By golly, thought the authorities, the entire experience was frighteningly perturbing and just a little bit disturbing. Executioner Barry wrote that some people believe there was a possibility of the trapdoor being swollen by the rain, but he added that they even cut the door with an axe and a plane, and it still didn't work when it needed to. In the end, he concluded that it was the iron catches that had somehow stuck when Lee's weight was on the trapdoor. It was one of the low points of his career. The British Home Secretary, Sir William Harcourt, commuted Lee's sentence, saying it would shock the feeling of anyone if a man had twice to pay the pangs of imminent death. Lee ended up serving 22 years behind bars. The thing is, investigations years later show that Lee might not have been the only person in the house that night, and he might have been wrongly convicted. Maybe there really was some divine intervention on his part. What's also a mystery is what happened to Lee after he was released. No one really knows, since he just kind of disappeared. Some rumors suggest he kept his head down and he moved to London, while others say he moved abroad. More recent research suggests that he went over the pond and that his grave is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That research asserts that he had abandoned his wife and 2 kids in England and started a new life in the States. It's possible he was buried there in 1945. Imagine a prisoner sitting in solitary confinement, waiting to die. He has no idea when it'll happen, but he knows it's inevitable. Think of the fear, the anxiety, the stress this prisoner must feel. He wakes up every day not knowing if it's his last. He falls asleep at night not knowing if he'll be pulled from his bed to die. The prisoner awakes for the day. He sits alone with only his thoughts. Water trickles down the sides of the windowless concrete walls that make up his cell. He's pacing back and forth when there's a clunk. The door to his cell unlatches. It swings open. When the prisoner looks out through the open doorway, all he sees is a long, empty hall. He cautiously exits the room. The door at the far end of the hallway slides open with a hiss. The prisoner walks slowly, unsure of what's to come. When he's halfway down the hall, the door to his cell slams shut and locks automatically. The only way to go is forward. He enters the doorway at the end of the hall. The glaring light from within the room blinds him. Standing in the room is a hooded figure. In his hand is a noose. The time has finally come. The wait is over. The prisoner walks calmly over and allows the noose to be placed around his neck. He's relieved that the wait and the not knowing is finally over. The hooded figure leaves the room. It's silent again. Time goes by, then suddenly, the floor beneath the prisoner drops. The rope tightens. The execution is carried out. This may seem like a cruel punishment from earlier times, but it's not. It's happening right now. This scenario is part of being a prisoner on death row in Japan. Let's compare the death row process of Japan and the United States. You'll find some of the practices in these 2 developed nations to be surprising and not as developed as you might think. There are only 2 first-world democracies on the entire planet that still execute their own citizens. These 2 nations are Japan and the United States of America. On average, Japan incarcerates far fewer people than the United States. In Japan, out of every 100,000 people, 39 are sent to prison at least once in their life. In the United States, about 655 people per 100,000 are sent to jail. This disparity between incarceration rates may make you think that Japan has a better prison system and therefore a more humane form of death row. You might be shocked at what we uncover as we explore the death row practices of Japan and compare them to the US. Death row is the term given to the time from when someone is convicted and sentenced to death until the execution date. Let's start by looking at how Japan and the United States differ in the sentencing of prisoners who end up on death row. In the United States, a person who is arrested has the right to remain silent and an attorney present during questioning. This may seem normal to a lot of us, but that's not the case in Japan. When questioned in Japan, the accused is not allowed representation. They may remain silent, but as we'll see, this tends not to work out. In Japan, police can keep suspects in custody for up to 23 days without evidence. There have been reports of Japanese police torturing suspects both mentally and physically to get a confession. It wasn't until 2016 that Japan instituted a mandatory video recording of interrogations. Unfortunately for the suspect, this only applies to 3% of Japan's criminal cases. The only interrogations that are recorded are for serious charges such as murder. All other interrogations are done in secret. In contrast, the United States justice system requires that there be a third party present during questioning of a suspect. The prisoner can waive their right to counsel, but this is rare. Even in these uncommon cases without a lawyer present, the interrogations are still monitored. One main reason for this is to keep police from forcing a confession using unreliable methods. The United Nations and other human rights advocates have concluded through numerous studies that confessions through torture and inhumane practices are almost never reliable. Unfortunately, the Japanese criminal justice system does not see it that way. Iwao Hakamata was arrested and later convicted for the murders of several people in Japan. He claimed he was subjected to more than 240
40 hours of questions over 20 days. There were no video recordings of the interrogation process, so we'll never know what actually happened during that time. However, the amount of time Hakamada spent in custody is undeniable. Iwao was one of the few who appealed his death sentence and was granted a hearing, but the hearing never came. For 5 decades, Iwao sat in solitary confinement on death row, making him the longest-serving death row inmate ever. Recently, his sister, with the support of various legal organizations, convinced the district court to order a retrial. The district court decided to free Iwao to await his retrial at home. He was released from prison due to his fragile mental state after spending almost 50 years on death row. Unfortunately, Iwao is still waiting for his retrial, and if found guilty a second time, he could go back to prison. Until then, Iwao sits at home, waiting to see if he'll become a free man or return to death row. In the United States, as in most democracies, confessions obtained after more than 200 hours of interrogation are ruled as involuntary, unreliable, and cannot be used as evidence in court. This is not the case in Japan, which may be why the country has a 99% conviction rate. When there is someone arrested for a crime and a confession is secured by police, regardless of the means, that person is guilty. The evidence against them may be shoddy and they may have been tortured, but that does not stop the state from convicting them. Prosecutors tend to only pursue cases they think will lead to a guilty verdict. This is practically everyone who is brought to court. Since crime rates are so low in Japan, someone who is brought to court is already assumed to be guilty. Jurors automatically assume they've committed the crime even before hearing the evidence. This leads to an easy conviction and a high conviction rate. The United States also has a high conviction rate. In the US, conviction rates have risen over the decades and are currently around 90%. However, only Japan can boast a conviction rate of 99%. With higher conviction rates, are there higher execution rates in Japan than the US? The most recent data from Japan reports that 24 people were executed between 2012 and 2016. However, since 1977, the annual number of executed inmates has never been more than 9 people in a year. In 1998, the Japanese Justice Ministry released a report that stated 7 people were executed in 1 week, which was the largest number of executions in that amount of time. Regardless of how you feel about the death penalty, the United States execution rates are startling. In 2018 alone, 25 death row inmates were executed. That's more than Japan executes in 3 years. In 2019, 22 prisoners were executed in the US. This is just 2 less than all of the executions in Japan between 2012 and 2016. Japan may have a higher conviction rate than the US, but the US executes many more prisoners than Japan does. This may be shocking, but there is of course also a massive population difference between the two nations, meaning more criminals in one than the other, and thus more capital punishment. Once convicted and sent to death row, do inmates have any rights? In the US, there are human rights organizations that monitor the conditions for inmates on death row. Almost all of these human rights organizations agree that the death penalty and the preceding trial violate the prisoner's rights. And it's not just inmates on death row that have it hard. These conditions for regular prisoners in the US can be harsh. If you don't believe us, watch any of the other infographic show videos on prisons. I think you'll be surprised at what you find. In Japan, things are a little more tricky when it comes to basic rights. Like in the United States, death row inmates can appeal to the Supreme Court for another hearing. Unfortunately for the inmates in Japan, just because you appeal does not guarantee you won't be executed before your case can be heard. There are multiple accounts of prisoners who requested retrials and were executed while waiting to hear back about pending court dates. The law in Japan says that the execution must take place within 6 months of the court's decision. In reality, the executions take years, but just because you have a pending retrial does not mean you're protected from being executed in Japan. One problem that plagues both countries' death row inmates is that many suffer from mental illness. This factor is often overlooked, and when these prisoners are put in isolation, their conditions can deteriorate rapidly. Both Japan and the US keep death row prisoners in solitary confinement until it's time for their execution. These harsh conditions of isolation weigh heavily on older inmates. For this population, solitary confinement can lead to an increase in physical disabilities, causing excruciating pain for older inmates. 2 of the most profound differences between death row in Japan and in the US are the date and the way prisoners are executed. In the United States, execution dates are set in advance. This is considered to be better for the inmate's mental stability. Japan, on the other hand, does not give predetermined execution dates. Instead, inmates on death row in Japan could be executed at any point after being sentenced. Many don't find out they're to be executed until the morning of their capital punishment. This often leaves inmates with only about an hour or 2 to prepare themselves for what's to come. The UN Committee Against Torture has criticized Japan for this practice. The psychological strain of not knowing when the execution will occur is literal torture, not only to the inmate, but to their families as well. It is true that the United States prisoners do get a request a last meal. Some prison systems honor everything an inmate asks for, but others do not. Either way, death row prisoners do get a final meal. Since there's no set date of execution in Japan, inmates do not get a final meal on the day they're to be executed. If you had to guess right now, which country do you think would have a more humane execution? Would it be Japan with their surprise executions, or the United States with its high number of executions? Is one way better than the other? We'll let you be the judge. In Japan, executions are carried out by hanging. The inmate is blindfolded and a black hood is placed over their head before they're executed. To release the executioners of their burden, 3 prison officers simultaneously press the button for the trapdoor to open. This way, they'll never know which button pusher was ultimately responsible for taking the prisoner's life. In the United States, things work a little differently. Most often, the prisoner is executed by lethal injection. The deadly cocktail varies by state, but normally it consists of some form of paralytic before a final poison is administered. This is often done by people without any medical training. It makes sense when you think about it, as administering the chemicals to kill someone would be in breach of a medical professional's Hippocratic oath. But unlike in Japan, the person who is carrying out the execution knows without a doubt they are the ones who delivered death to the inmate. Also, unlike Japan, the United States allows execution methods to be determined at the state level rather than having one standard federal policy. Some states even allow the executee to choose their method of execution. States like Alabama and Tennessee in the United States allow their prisoners to choose which method they'd like to die from. This led to some inmates asking for execution by electric chair. The electric chair was discontinued after it became considered more humane to use chemicals to kill a prisoner. This could be because the outward appearance of someone being cooked alive by electricity is less desirable than a prisoner that quietly drifts off to sleep and then dies. But in states that allow prisoners to choose their form of execution, several have opted to go by electric chair. Another form of execution that prisoners in the US have chosen to die by is firing squad. In 2010, Ronnie Lee Gardner was killed by firing squad in Utah. Is it more humane to let someone decide how they'll be executed? Maybe, but if you take into consideration the mental health of prisoners, it's probably not. One of the most surprising differences between the death row in Japan and in the United States has to do with the general population. Japan has a much higher support rate for the death penalty than the US. 80% of Japanese citizens support the death penalty, whereas in 2018, only 54% of United States citizens support the death penalty. Even if you disagree with the way Japan carries out executions, the majority of Japanese citizens do not. The differences between death row in Japan and death row in the US are clear. What is less clear is if one is better than the other, or if there should be a death row at all. In 2019, Japan approved a decision to stop using the death penalty by 2020. Huge amounts of pressure were put on them by human rights organizations, including the United Nations, to abolish the death penalty before Japan hosted the Olympic Games. The resolution was submitted to the heads of the government in Japan. The death penalty has still not been abolished, but to be fair, the United States has hosted the Olympics several times in the past, most recently in 2002, yet the United States still uses the death penalty. Apparently, not getting rid of death row to host the Olympics is something Japan and the US have in common. You would think that when strapped to a gurney, knowing the life force in you is about to expire, you'd want to say something nice to someone, or profound, or perhaps apologize to the family of the victim that's watching your demise. Then again, if you were an innocent person about to have his veins filled with a lethal cocktail, you might not be in the mood to deliver a tender speech. You might also be a ruthless and heartless psychopath that wants to fill the air one last time with your monstrous voice. As you'll now find out, that has happened, and it might send shivers down your spine hearing what they said. First up, Richard Aaron Cobb. Cobb was executed by lethal injection in 2013 in Texas. His crime was walking into a convenience store with an accomplice and robbing it. It didn't stop there. They took 2 female employees and 1 male customer and forced them into a car. They took them to a secluded place and shot them execution style, and then drove away thinking they were all dead. Only the man actually died. His last words were very strange, starting out nihilistic. He then finished with something very surprising. I hope that someday this absurdity that humanity has come to will come to an end. and then seconds later after he started to pass away. Wow, this is great. Thank you, Warden. This next one is slightly more gruesome. John Wayne Gacy. You all know the story of this man, and we won't go into detail about what he did. He murdered 33 people in the 70s and hid many of the bodies under his house. He is one of the USA's worst serial killers. His last words show that he had no remorse whatsoever. They were, "Kiss my..." We can't say that last word, otherwise the video will get demonetized. But we are sure you can guess what it is. There's no cursing in this next one, but we think you'll agree it's pretty darn dark. Peter Kürten. You've never heard of this guy, we bet. He was a German serial killer at a time where there were few of them about in Germany. That was the early 20th century. He killed at least 9 people and did terrible things with the bodies. One other thing was that he drank the blood of his victims, and that's why he was sometimes named the Vampire of Dusseldorf. In 1931, he was beheaded by guillotine, and just before that happened, he looked at his psychiatrist and said, "Tell me, after my head has been chopped off, will I still be able to hear, at least for a moment, the sound of my own blood gushing from the stump of my neck? That would be the pleasure to end all pleasures." Before the blade came down, the psychiatrist replied, "No." Eileen Wuornos. This woman you might have seen portrayed in a Hollywood movie called Monster. She worked selling her body on the streets and killed 6 of her male customers. She claims she was defending herself, but that didn't hold up in court. She's now known as one of America's worst female serial killers. She was executed in 2002, and just before that, she promised she'd come back to life again. She said, "I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." Sticking with serial murderers, this next monster fits the bill. Carl Panzram. This guy was a serial killer in the US at the start of the 20th century. He committed murders among many other despicable things. He said he had killed 22 people in all. He was sentenced to be hanged in 1930, and just before the executioner put the cover on his head, he spat in his face. He was asked if he had any last words. This is how he replied. "Yes, hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could kill a dozen men while you're screwing around." In case you're wondering, a Hoosier is someone from the state of Indiana. Up next is arguably the funniest on this list, James French. French killed 2 people in the late 50s and mid-60s in the USA. One of those people was his cellmate. The two didn't get along very well. His actual last words when sitting in the electric chair were, "There's nothing else to say." But the last thing he said to a reporter was this: "If I were covering my execution, do you know what I'd say in the newspaper headline tomorrow?" The reporter said, "What?" He answered, "French fries." Yep, that was amusing. We think this next guy was also attempting to make a joke. Jeffrey Matthews. Matthews shot and killed his uncle during a robbery, and he was executed in 2011 in Oklahoma because of that. His last words aren't exactly frightening, but his dark sense of humor at the end is perhaps a little bit shocking. He said a few things, but his very last words were, "I think that governor's phone is broke. He hasn't called yet." Robert Charles Comer. You can say the same about this man. At the end, he either had a twisted sense of humor or was on another planet, mentally speaking. In 1987, he killed a man, but he'd also committed some other serious crimes throughout his life. When he asked if he wanted to say something at the end, he said, "Go Raiders." That's in reference to an American football team. Such a statement, you might assume, encapsulates how little he thought about himself and life and his victims. Robert Alton Harris. Alton was executed in California in 1992 for multiple murders. He'd been a career criminal with a long rap sheet, although his killing of 2 boys is why he got the gas chamber. He was incredibly heartless if you read his story, but we won't go into it today. At the end, he became poetic, his last words being, "You can be a king or a street sweeper, but everybody dances with the Grim Reaper." He's not wrong about that. He's not as amusing as the next person, though. Vincent Gutierrez. This guy was executed in Texas in 2007 after being found guilty of killing a man. Gutierrez had been trying to steal the man's car and then shot him in the back. He was under the age of 18 when it happened. He said a few things for his last words and apologized for what he had done. But then he finished it off by saying, "Where's my stunt double when you need one?" John William Rook. Rook believed his difficult childhood was the reason he committed a murder in 1980 in the US. He had 12 hot dogs for his last meal. And then, just before they took his life away, he thanked them and said, "Freedom, freedom at last." James W. Rogers. Rogers was sentenced to death after killing a fellow worker at a uranium mine in 1957. The two had fallen out over quite a big issue, and that was how a scoop shovel should be properly greased. They didn't see eye to eye regarding the grease, and Rogers shot the other man. He was sentenced to death by firing squad. When Rogers was ready to have the firing squad finish his life,
He was asked if he had any final words. His reply was, "I done told you my last request, a bulletproof vest." Charlie Livingston. In 1983, this man shot and killed a woman in Houston during a robbery. He didn't seem to see the point of final words when the time came, and he made that point, saying, "You all brought me here to be executed, not to make a speech. That's it." That was simple enough, quite different from what's coming up. Douglas Roberts. This man from Texas was quite the opposite, and he had quite a lot to say on the day of his execution by lethal injection in 2005. He'd been found guilty of kidnapping, robbery, and murder. When the time came for his last words, he said, "I've been hanging around this popsicle stand way too long. Before I leave, I want to tell you all, when I die, bury me deep, lay 2 speakers at my feet, put some headphones on my head, and rock and roll me when I'm dead." The media later reported that he was upbeat and animated before his execution. Frederick Wood. Wood was another joker, albeit with a dark sense of humor. He was put to the electric chair in 1963 for the crime of murder. When asked what his final words would be, he replied, "Gents, this is an educational project. You're about to witness the damaging effect electricity has on wood." The next couple of people you could say are unique on this list. Mary Blandy. Now we're going really back in time, and this is the story of an English woman whose father didn't approve of her relationship. She looked to poison to deal with this problem. She was hanged in 1752, and at the time she was wearing a dress. She was worried people might look up the dress, even though it wouldn't matter much after she was dead. Still, she told the executioner, "For the sake of decency, gentlemen, don't hang me high." Sarah Good. Now we go even farther back to the Salem trials in Massachusetts in 1692. Good was in her 30s when she was accused of being a witch and then sentenced to death. All 12 jurors agreed that she had to be a witch. She was accused of lacking in self-discipline and being a servant of the devil. She had only challenged locals regarding their very strict Puritan values, but they had said that made her in league with Satan. The Reverend Nicholas Noyes was there at the end and still tried to get her to confess, and she of course refused. Her last words were, "I'm no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." 25 years later, Noyes had an aneurysm, and as the story goes, he coughed up blood and choked on it. We should say this is what's called popular legend. But as the witch trials were so terrible, we imagine many people might hope it happened. While these witch trials were madness to the highest degree, Mary's husband at least sued the courts for what's happened to her, and he won. Now we go back to the present day and a couple of guys that look death straight in the eye. Clarence Ray Allen. This man was executed in California for killing 3 people. He was executed in 2006 when he was the ripe old age of 76. He was very sick at the time, and a lot of people wondered why the death sentence, since it seemed he didn't have much time left anyway. His last words were, "Hoka hey, it's a good day to die." Melvin White. White had committed the terrible crime of murdering a child, and he was executed in Texas in 2005. We won't go into the details, but what he did shocked a lot of people. Not many folks felt sorry for this man as he went to the gurney for his dose of lethal drugs. He did say he was sorry for what he did and then said, "All right, Warden, let's give them what they want." The next couple of people you might say didn't sit too well in their chair of death. Tory Twain McNabb. In 2017, this man was given lethal injection in the state of Alabama. He'd been convicted of killing a police officer. He and his lawyers had tried to stop it going through by saying the punishment was cruel and unusual, but that didn't work. He went to the gurney an angry man, and with both his hands, he pointed 2 middle fingers in the air. He then said, "Mom, sis, look at my eyes. I got no tears. I'm unafraid. To the state of Alabama, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Thomas J. Grasso. We have perhaps saved the strangest last words to last. And this was the execution of a man that had been convicted of 2 murders of elderly women. He was given lethal injection in the state of Oklahoma in 1995. He wrote a short poem before his death, and part of it went like this: "The warden will read my last creed, and the deadly brew will flow, as the poison drips into my veins, and from my body life does drain." But his last words were in the form of a very practical complaint. We guess he was being ironic. Those words were, "I did not get my SpaghettiOs. I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this." Skin splitting open, veins blackening, flames erupting from the eyes. What happens when an execution fails or goes horribly wrong? We'll start with a very recent case, one which involves some failure, but the authorities managed to succeed in the end. We're including it just to give you an idea of what can go wrong. The condemned man was Angel Nieves Diaz. He'd been convicted of a murder, which he
always said he was innocent. His last words were, "The state of Florida is committing a crime because I'm innocent. The death penalty is not only a form of vengeance, but also a cowardly act by humans." Prior to that, he had some turkey and cheese tacos for his final meal. At Florida State Prison, he was strapped to the gurney. The authorities injected the drugs and waited, and then waited some more. Then they watched as Diaz's arm went black from chemical burns. Then after 10 minutes, obviously in pain, he muttered, "What's going on?" Now, you think the state would have stopped the execution then and there, but no. In this case, they just kept going. After 24 minutes, when Diaz should have been long dead, his head jolted. His eyes then opened wide, giving a fright to all the people watching. Diaz was cheating death. Again, if you are that way inclined, you might think some higher power wanted to save him. He choked, and then people said his skin ripped. It was a terrible thing to behold. An expert later talked about his injury, saying, "That's the kind of injury we see when a kid has fallen in a campfire or set his arm on fire. My guess is someone who got this when alive would need skin grafts to heal." That person described the injuries as skin slippage, which is a term you probably never want to hear again in your life. He also said he'd never seen anything like it. Then after 34 minutes, a doctor wearing a COVID mask rushed in to check Diaz's vital signs. He was dead, but you have to ask how they could let him suffer like that. Why didn't they call it off? After all, it was evident that the execution was botched. A reporter who was there said for a long time Diaz's mouth was flexing like a fish out of water. Now let's go back in time for a famously failed execution. An executioner at Exeter Prison in England puts a white hood over a condemned man's head. He then fastens a belt around his ankles. That man, shaking, whispering prayers under his breath, braces himself and gets ready to depart. From a nearby window, the governor is watching, just as the executioner pulls the lever, and then nothing. Believe it or not, the condemned man, John Babacombe Lee, went to the scaffold on 3 occasions, and each time the device failed to work even though the executioner had gone through all the routine checks. There didn't seem to be a problem. Nonetheless, the trapdoor each time failed to open. Lee became known as the man they couldn't hang. His story is even more mind-blowing when you consider the fact that his conviction for murder was based on some very suspect evidence. Right up until the time he was walking to that scaffold, he claimed he was innocent. Again, if you're so inclined, you could say some divine intervention took place, but the likely reality is the machine had a faulty drawbar which prevented the trapdoor from opening. Either way, Lee was probably innocent of that murder, so the right thing happened in the end. In fact, when the judge asked him if he had anything to say about his death sentence, his exact words were, "The reason why I'm so calm is that I trust in the Lord, and He knows I am innocent." Someone surviving 3 separate executions is kind of amusing for us now, but imagine how Lee felt all those 3 times. The experience must have been awful. Still, Lee later wrote that on attempt number 3 he just wanted a quick death, saying the suspense was becoming unbearable. "I wanted them to get it over at any price." You might also ask, how could the authorities do that 3 times? Surely there must be some kind of executioner ethics manual to follow? What about that thing called cruel and unusual punishment? In Lee's case, though, his torment was seen as cruel. After the 3rd attempt, the authorities said he'd been through enough. The British Home Secretary explained why, saying Lee was not reprieved because the merits of the case justified the step, but because of the miserable bungle which was made in attempting to hang him. But that was back in the day. Some botched executions have been worse than that, and most of them have taken place in the US. As you'll see today, some folks in the country have pretty much been fried in the electric chair, their hair ablaze, their bones shuddering, and not yet died as expected. Others have been injected with that killer poison and still came out breathing. Did those guys like Lee receive a get-out-of-death card too? Can you actually sue the authorities for messing up your execution? Surely even prisoners have rights when it comes to causing them incredible pain and emotional anguish. Well, in some cases they do call it off. When that happens, killing someone turns into trying to save someone's life. It's actually believed something like 7% of lethal injection executions are botched in the US, but perhaps the worst one involved a man named Clayton Lockett. His case was exceptional. He was also given a lethal injection of drugs. In case you don't know, the cocktail has 3 potent drugs. One part should knock the person out, the next bit should make him paralytic, and the last part should stop his heart. On a good day, that is. It should work, but judging the correct doses involves a bit of guesswork, and the person doing the guessing sometimes isn't a medical professional. The Atlantic explained, these officials base their confidence that a certain drug will work largely on the fact that it has seemed to work in the past. Lockett, a convicted killer, was given his lethal injection. By all accounts, the prison had had difficulty getting the drugs. This is why things didn't go to plan. They also used a sedative that wasn't usually used, called midazolam. In fact, a paramedic later told the press that lots of things seemed wrong that day. She said the syringes were the wrong size and the tubing on the IV was not the right kind. Nonetheless, Lockett was strapped down in the death chamber while waiting for the drugs to be administered. The paramedic stuck in the needle and blood flowed into the barrel. So far, so good. But then the IV came loose, and she tried to put the needle in again. It didn't work this time. Lockett had been an intravenous drug user, something that had damaged his veins. The paramedic later said she was told if you fail 3 times to get the needle in, you have to give up up and let someone else do it. A doctor stepped in to help, which shouldn't happen, given that docs swear on the Hippocratic Oath never to cause someone harm. He didn't like the look of Lockett's arms, but then he saw the perfect vein in his neck. He turned to the paramedic and said, "Get me a needle for the jugular." As he was trying to stick the needle in Lockett's neck, the paramedic was working on his arms. Failure again, so the doc tried to find a vein in Lockett's groin. It was starting to look very bad. Then they brought out longer needles, and still they failed. And that's when the doctor asked for something called an IO infusion needle, described by the media as a kind of power drill that gets right into the bone instead of a vein. Now, embarrassed, they asked Lockett if he was okay. He replied, "I was going to see if I could get my mouth wiped off." They then finally got a vein. Lockett said he had no last words, after which the warden said, "Let the execution begin." The sedative was pumped into him, but the IV came loose and most of it went right into his tissue, not the vein. So he wasn't knocked out. He was evidently conscious of what was going on. He then seemed to go to sleep, so as usual the lights brightened and it was time to check if the condemned was completely sedated. He wasn't. The doctor even pinched him to try to get a reaction. He then said he's knocked out enough, so they injected the killer part of the cocktail. Then, when Lockett should have been dead, he twitched. He looked as though he wanted to talk. His legs moved. His hands moved. He was evidently in pain. The warden later said he thought, "My good God, he's coming out of this." He was. He lurched forward trying to get off the gurney. At that moment, the witnesses were in utter shock. Lockett's lawyer even started crying. Lockett was now twisting violently and trying to speak. His heart was only beating 20-something times a minute, but he was very much alive. He finally did manage to speak, saying one word, "Man." The doctor then lifted up the sheet and saw a massive ball had formed in Lockett's groin area. It was a ball of the drugs. Blood was also running down his thighs. But they didn't stop. The paramedic told Lockett to take a deep breath as she tried to get the needle back into place. She then told the doctor, "You've hit an artery." As if things couldn't get any stranger, they then talked about giving Lockett CPR and taking him to the hospital. The paramedic later said that the point was to kill him, not save his life. Subsequently, the doctor asked the warden what to do, to which the warden replied, "Is there another vein available? And if so, do you have another set of chemicals back there?" The doctor said no to both questions. It was only then that they decided to stop the execution. That was officially decided, so now the doctor and the paramedic raced to save Lockett's life. They weren't fast enough. He died 10 minutes later after having a heart attack. The Lockett family later sued the prison, the executioners, the drug makers, and even 2 pharmacies. They said the new drugs that were used pretty much constituted human experimentation, something the Nazis might have done back in the day. Human rights activists said the state had disgraced itself before the nation and the world. The execution was called barbaric by many. Even the White House said it fell short of humane standards. So why didn't they just give up and kill him on another day? The reason is that takes time, and a botched execution is a bad look for the authorities. And in this case, they did, after a long time at least, stop the execution. It just took too long. If Lockett had survived, unlike the case of Mr. Lee's bad hanging, he would have been executed at a later date. Probably. We'll explain later why we say probably. Not all cases are alike. Lethal injection became the execution of choice in the USA because it was said to be more humane and dignified than getting shot or fried or hanged. But let's face it, the best way to go would have to be having your head chopped off by that highly reliable machine called the guillotine. The authorities seem to think that is barbaric. But as you'll now see in gory detail, the electric chair is the worst killing device of them all. Way more barbaric than a sharp blade taking off your noggin. The chair that the convicted killer John Lewis Evans sat in was actually made by an inmate at that prison. It was nicknamed Yellow Mama. Evans was first blasted by 1900 volts of electricity, which should have killed him, and it didn't. And what witnesses saw was nothing short of terrifying. The official report later said sparks and flames erupted from the electrode. His body slammed against the straps holding and his fist clenched permanently. A large puff of grayish smoke and sparks poured out from under the hood. An overpowering stench of burnt flesh and clothing began pervading the witness room. The doctors went over to his smoldering body and declared him very much alive. They then hit him with more shocks, after which witnesses said the smell of burning flesh was nauseating. The doctors went over to him again, and he was still alive. One doctor then got on the phone with the state governor and said this guy suffered so much that the execution meets the criteria for cruel and unusual punishment. This should, in any execution case, mean it has to be called off. But the governor wasn't in the mood that day to grant the smoldering man clemency. The final hit actually killed him. A similar thing happened to Jesse Tafaro when he was executed in 1990. Generally, when things go right, the condemned person is hit with around 2,000 volts for a period of about 30 seconds. After that, the doctor waits for the body to cool, then goes to check if the guy is dead. In the case of Tafaro, it took 3 jolts to finish him off. It turned out the authorities had used the wrong kind of sponge to put over his head, which meant poor conduct conductivity. Old Sparky malfunctioned. Witnesses said flames rose out of DeFaro's head before his heart finally stopped. One witness later said, 7 minutes is a long time to watch someone burn. The entire operation actually lasted 13.5 minutes. And you're now starting to understand, the authorities don't easily back out of an execution. Never mind how bad one gets, but it has happened. In 2018, the state of Alabama tried to kill Doyle Ham, a man convicted of killing a motel clerk during a robbery. When the big day arrived, they couldn't find a vein since Ham had developed a bad case of lymphatic cancer while on death row. For 3 hours, they prodded him with needles, which Ham's lawyer said constituted torture. The doctor's report used in court said, during this time, Mr. Ham began to hope that the doctor would succeed in obtaining IV access so that Mr. Ham could get it over with, because he preferred to die rather than continue to experience the ongoing severe pain. He won the case and settled with the state. No way could he be executed again, but he had to spend the rest of his days in prison. It said he was the 3rd person ever to survive a modern execution. Another guy that could put that on his resume was convicted child abductor Romel Broom. In 2009, the state of Ohio stuck 18 different needles into the man as he howled in pain. He even tried to help them find a vein, while at the same time, the people administering the drugs could be seen patting him on the back and saying something along the lines of, "There, there." They couldn't get the job done, so they decided to call it a day. But in that case, the condemned man was just given another execution date, even though his lawyers said he'd already been subjected to cruel and unusual punishment, and he should at least serve a life sentence. That didn't happen. Broom was handed another execution date, but COVID got him before the drugs could. The other person to survive lethal injection was named Alva Campbell. This convicted killer had been quite fond of his cigarettes during life, which resulted in him suffering from lung and prostate cancer and COPD. The diseases made it hard to get the drugs in him. He cried in pain as they stuck needles into him, and after 25 minutes, the execution was called off once they'd had approval from the governor. In just about every case, this approval is necessary to stop the execution. A date was set for another attempt, but 3 months later, Campbell died from his various ailments. Okay, but has anyone ever survived the electric chair? In 1947, 17-year-old convicted killer Willie Francis did just that. He beat Old Sparky. It was a sham trial in the first place. The only evidence they had was putting Francis near the scene of the crime. Cops said he had the victim's wallet, but during the trial, they couldn't produce evidence to prove it. Francis's attorney hardly supported him at all, asking for no witnesses while not objecting to anything. They didn't actually defend Francis, who was only 15 years old at the time. When the day came and he was sent to the chair, this one called Gruesome Gertie, the guard who set things up was a drunk on the job. The machine worked, which was evident with Francis shouting, take it off, let me breathe," behind his leather hood. He certainly got a very painful shock, but the chair didn't do the job properly and they had to call the execution off. His punishment was called cruel and unusual, but prosecutors argued that there was no intention to torture the boy. A young lawyer defended Francis, and he said under constitutional law, Francis should not be subjected to that cruel punishment again. The Supreme Court in this case had to make a decision, the same decision that had been considered for other stories we told you today. That is, did what happened cause pain that was not necessary and so violate the prisoner's due process rights, or cause cruel and unusual punishment? The decision was 5-4 to put Francis to death again. The court said, the cruelty against which the Constitution protects a convicted man is cruelty inherent in the method of punishment, not the necessary suffering involved in any method employed to extinguish life humanely. The fact that an unforeseeable accident prevented the prompt consummation of the sentence cannot, it is seen to us, add an element of cruelty to a subsequent execution. The decision was actually used in other cases when people survived a painful execution only to find themselves in the same position months or years later. Francis died in the chair almost exactly 1 year later. When asked if he had any final words, he said nothing at all. He was pronounced dead after 5 minutes. Now you need to educate yourself some more and watch 50 insane execution and death penalty facts that will shock you, or have a look at the horrible history of the death penalty. You enter your death row cell at the young age of 25. The door slams behind you, and for the next few months you hope in vain that somebody will realize what a terrible injustice has happened. Perhaps a new witness will come forward, you think, or video evidence will conclusively prove that you are an innocent man. But that doesn't happen, and slowly but surely over the years you start to lose your mind, locked down in that cell most of the day. Your friends, your family, well, you think they believe you, but you know that some have their doubts. Since you were accused of killing a child, the prison code means you got a kill on sight label attached to you. One day that almost happens, and you have to spend a few weeks in the infirmary. Finally, after 19 years and with the help of some compassionate lawyers, you win an appeal. It turned out the cops were corrupt and you were badly represented in your initial trial. 19 years, the madness, the beating, the loss of a real life. Surely you deserve to be compensated. Well, that's another battle you'll have to fight, just like our subjects in this video. Anthony Ray Hinton. On February 25, 1985, a fast food manager was shot and killed in the state of Alabama. On July 2nd of that year, another fast food manager was shot and killed in a similar armed robbery not far away. In yet another armed robbery, a person was shot but survived the ordeal. Police thought all the robberies had been committed by the same person, and so they asked the survivor to take a look at some mugshots. That person picked out Anthony Ray Hinton, a 29-year-old man that worked at the supermarket warehouse and lived with his mother. The cops dragged him in for questioning, and like any American citizen, he was given free legal counsel if he couldn't provide his own. Except that lawyer was hardly a suitable defense for the young man, once telling him, "All y'all blacks always say you didn't do something." Police found a revolver at Hinton's mother's house, a gun they believed could have been used in the three crimes. Hinton managed to hire a ballistics expert with the little money he could raise, but the problem was that the expert was hardly trained at all. He failed miserably defending Hinton in court. Had he been a real expert, Hinton would have very likely not have done any time. The gun was all the prosecutor needed. There were no fingerprints and no eyewitnesses. Hinton was sentenced to death. In 1988, he appealed, but the conviction was affirmed. A year later, the Supreme Court of Alabama affirmed his conviction again. 3 years passed, with Hinton spending most of his time in his cell. Death row is solitary confinement for most of the day, with just an hour a day that prisoners can spend outside their cells. To pass the time, he read, and he read voraciously. Something he didn't know back then was that this would have a huge impact on his life. Reading and the book club he created helped somewhat, as did his regular visits from his mother and best friend. Unfortunately, his mother died in 2002 while Hinton was still behind bars. He hoped that an organization called the Equal Justice Initiative might help him gain his freedom. The nonprofit worked on his case for many years, but no matter how many forensic experts came forward to say that the gun and the bullets didn't match, the state of Alabama refused to overturn the conviction or at least allow him to go to trial again. Finally, in 2014, when Hinton was now a middle-aged man, the Supreme Court of the United States said that Hinton's original counsel had been constitutionally deficient. It turned out that the ballistics expert his lawyer had hired wasn't even a ballistics expert. He didn't even have both of his eyes. In this new trial, the prosecution admitted that the bullets that had been fired had not come from Hinton's mother's gun. The Jefferson County Circuit Judge overturned his conviction, and the state dropped all charges. Hinton's lawyer said race, poverty, inadequate legal assistance, and prosecutorial indifference to innocence conspired to create a textbook example of injustice. Hinton said, "Everybody that played a part in sending me to death row, you will answer to God." 28 years. What do you get for 28 years of wrongful imprisonment? What do you receive for being woefully represented? Well, the state said that he did not prove his innocence and added that he didn't deserve any compensation. To this day, he has received nothing. To make matters worse, the state of Alabama recently passed legislation making it harder to get adequate counsel. It's called the Fair Justice Act, but don't let that fool you. According to the Equal Justice Initiative, it's more like the Orwellian doublespeak. In fact, Hinton has said if it was enacted while he was incarcerated, he would have been executed. If there can be any good news, it's that Hinton has written a highly praised memoir called The Sun Does Shine: How I Found Life and Freedom on Death Row. He also was awarded a Doctorate of Humane Letters degree. According to the Innocence Project, 17 states refused to compensate the innocent. Why? Well, we have no idea. Alabama isn't one of them, by the way, but the state still refused to compensate Mr. Hinton. Now for our next case, something equally as surprising. Kennedy Brewer. The date was May 3rd, 1992, and in the early hours of the morning, a 3-year-old girl was abducted from her home. What happened to her was brutal, and we won't go into details. She did not survive. The girl, Christine Jackson, was the daughter of Gloria Jackson. Gloria was the partner of 21-year-old Kennedy Brewer. He'd been babysitting the child that night along with 2 other kids that were biological children he'd had with Gloria. Since there was no forced entry to the house, police believed that Brewer was a suspect. This was despite the fact that one of the windows to the house was broken. It wasn't until 3 years after Brewer's initial arrest that the case went to court. There, it was revealed that the bodily fluids taken from the victim's body could not sufficiently be DNA tested, but it was also revealed that there were bite marks on the body. Where did they come from? Well, the defense argued that since the body was found in a creek, they were very likely the bites of some kind of insects. The prosecution disagreed, with a forensic odontologist stating that the marks had definitely come from Brewer. It should be said at the time of the trial that the bite mark expert was suspended from the American Board of Forensic Odontology. It should also be said that bite mark testimony is very controversial and has been proven to be unreliable in a slew of cases. On March 24, 1995, Brewer was sentenced to death. He always maintained his innocence, but the years passed and not much happened. Then in 2001, up-to-date DNA testing showed that the semen taken from the victim's body did not belong to Brewer. So you'd think that was enough for a quick retrial, but as you likely know, the cogs of the American justice system grind at a very slow rate. It wasn't until 2007 that Brewer was released from prison, but we should say that he was only on bail. The prosecution wanted to retry Brewer. And then what happened, you might wonder? The answer is the DNA was tested again and it matched an original suspect in the initial investigation named Justin Albert Johnson. Johnson soon admitted to Christine Jackson's murder, but get this, he also admitted to a very similar murder that had happened in the nearby area. In that case, again, there were bite marks on the victim, and yet again the same forensic odontologist stood up in court and said they matched a man. This time, a guy named Levon Brooks. Even worse, Johnson was the only man out of those three who had a history of violence matching the crimes. In 2008, both Brewer and Brooks were released. The former had spent 18 years in prison and the latter 15 years. Brooks died in 2018. In this case, the state of Mississippi paid Brewer $500,000 in compensation, but the sum was paid at $50,000 a year. The money ran out, so Brewer tried getting factory jobs and he also earned money by mowing lawns and working on a fish farm. Brewer said it's very hard to find meaningful employment after being locked up for something you didn't do. In 2020, Brewer had a stroke not long after his mother died. A fundraising page was set up to help him pay for the medical bills. Okay, now for something a bit different. Richard Phillips. This man spent 45 years behind bars and he was innocent all the time. We are cheating a bit here because he wasn't handed the death sentence, but he was given life without the possibility of parole. The reason we want to tell you this story is because 45 years is the record in the US for the most time spent in prison as an innocent man. In 1972, the 26-year-old Phillips was handed his sentence for a murder in Detroit, a crime he said he didn't commit. For many years, he tried to get the sentence overturned, but on every occasion he failed. Then in 2010, his co-defendant in the case, one Richard Palumbo, told a parole board that Phillips had not committed the crime. He said another man had done it, a man named Fred Mitchell. Palumbo had said nothing at the time out of fear, but as the years passed in prison, he was consumed by guilt. As his health got worse, he feared what he might meet on the other side after having allowed an innocent man to spend so long in prison. We should also say that Fred Mitchell scared Palumbo and said that if he speaks up, his family would die. But when Palumbo heard that Mitchell was dead, he had nothing to fear. The case went back to court and there Palumbo told the truth, but all the prosecution could offer Phillips was this: say you did it and you'll get out because of the time you served. Phillips' response was, "I'd rather die in prison than admit to something I didn't do." Age 71 in 2018, Phillips got out an innocent man, but a man that knew no one on the outside and really didn't know how things worked in modern life. He said he was overjoyed but also very scared when entering this new world. A world with computer technology, with strange cars and weird-looking gadgets. He looks well now and is getting used to his new life. For his 46 years of wrongful imprisonment, he was compensated $1.5 million. Withholding evidence. How much does a person get paid if the authorities have deliberately withheld evidence and they are found out? Let's look at a case that involved a man named Nathson Fields. In 1984, this man was accused of killing two people in what was said to be a gang-related crime. Fields was innocent, and the police knew that, because it was later discovered that detectives had hidden the evidence in a locker that proved Fields didn't do it. A judge was also involved in the corruption and had taken a bribe. That's how Fields got a retrial and how the new evidence came to light. He spent 18 years in prison, with 11 of them being on death row. In 2016, a judge ruled that police had hidden evidence and they had also falsified incriminating evidence. Fields was awarded $22 million. The tragedy is, in the last reports we can find about Fields, he said he had not yet received a dime of the money. The 65-year-old man says he now devotes his life to helping death row survivors. The next man is John Thompson. In 1985 in New Orleans, Thompson was sentenced to 49 years in prison for an armed robbery and also given the death sentence for a murder at a hotel. He was innocent of both crimes. What is criminally frightening about the case is the fact that just 30 days before he was going to be executed, evidence that had been hidden for 15 years by the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office was discovered by a private investigator. That evidence proved without a doubt that Thompson was innocent of the robbery, but the robbery was connected to the murder conviction, so a judge ruled that Thompson should be exonerated. He was 40 years old. He sued for the crime that had been committed against him, and although he was awarded $14 million, a Supreme Court later overturned that decision. This happened even though it was discovered that the district attorney at the time of Thompson's conviction had suppressed exculpatory evidence in 9 out of 36 death penalty convictions. No one has ever been held accountable. Thompson later created a nonprofit called Resurrection After Exoneration, an organization to help reconnect exonerees to their communities. He died in 2017, aged 55. A few years before his death, he wrote, "I don't care about the money. I just want to know why the prosecutors who hid the evidence, sent me to prison for something I didn't do, and nearly had me killed are not in jail themselves." You wake up with a start. You were sleeping soundly, but now all you can think about is the workday ahead. It's not an ordinary workday, you think, as you look at yourself in the mirror. You haven't been sleeping well, and you can see it all over your face. You're a death row executioner, and your moment has come. Today, you go to the prison and play your role in administering capital punishment. Today, you're going to put a convicted murderer to death. When you joined the Prisons Bureau as a corrections officer, this wasn't the first thing on your mind. But as you rose in the ranks and were assigned to the maximum security prisons where they needed your experience, you often found yourself stationed on death row. This is where the inmates awaiting execution are kept under the most secure conditions, only let out for limited exercise time and kept away from other inmates. Most inmates stay on death row for years, often decades, as their lawyers appeal through the courts. The shortest time on death row in Texas in the modern era is 252 days. But some inmates have died in prison after being there for over 30 years. When those appeals run out and the time to an execution ticks down, though, the prison prepares to make sure everything goes off perfectly. Part of that is picking the executioners. The executioners are usually chosen from a pool of the correction officers working at the prison, and they'll ask for volunteers. If there are no volunteers, the prison will typically pick from the staff of officers and make sure that they don't have strong moral objections. The executioner will work closely with the prison's death team, which is responsible for preparing the death chamber, making sure the inmate is secure, and taking care of all the inmates' rights before they face justice. But it wasn't always this way, you think to yourself. When you first volunteered to be one of the prison's executioners, you found yourself looking up the history of the profession. An executioner used to be a very hands-on profession, dating back to ancient times, when the executioner would deliver death personally and brutally. In fact, the executioner used to be known as a headsman for the most common method of execution, beheading. Common in medieval times, the executioner was often a big, brawny man capable of swinging an axe with great force. The goal was to take the condemned's head off with a single clean stroke, often in front of hundreds of onlookers. Most executioners carried out this duty effectively, but there were exceptions, like the notorious John Ketch. An official executioner in England in 1663, he didn't have the sure swing needed for the job and often took as many as 8 swings to take a person's head off. This made for a bloody and horrific show, and the people who watched were disgusted. After the backlash against him, he wrote a letter defending himself and blamed the executed Lord Russell for his own botched execution. But after another similar failure, John Ketch was nearly lynched by the public and had to be ushered away by guards. He was so despised for his brutality that his name became synonymous with Satan in English lore. But time marched on, and so did the death penalty. Soon the axe and the basket were replaced by more technical methods of execution, starting with the gallows and the guillotine. Hanging and beheading were common methods of execution for hundreds of years, but they relied on the strength of the axeman or of the tree branch, and by the 19th century they were replaced by more reliable inventions. The gallows dropped the condemned through a platform while being hung, and the guillotine used a sliding blade to take the head clean off the shoulders. So the task of the execution fell to someone who knew how to operate the machine. The key to the job stopped being strength and started being technical know-how. The trend sped up with the introduction of the electric chair in the late 19th century, finalized by Edwin Davis in 1890. It was adopted by New York, and Davis became the first state executioner of the state. He was responsible for performing maintenance on the chair and ensuring the proper flow of electricity went through it. Davis performed over 240 executions, making him one of the most prolific executioners in American history until his retirement in 1914. He even presided over the execution of Alon Chokos, the assassin of President William McKinley. With the introduction of lethal injection in the 20th century, the job continued to become more technical. What hasn't changed is the need for anonymity in the role of executioner. While executioners could be celebrities in the Middle Ages, it was far more common for them to avoid the notoriety of their role. It was common for executioners to wear masks to disguise their identity. With firing squads, it was often done by having a line of executioners aiming at the condemned, but all but one of them holding guns loaded with blanks. That way, no one would know who fired the fatal shots, including the executioners themselves. Some states use a private citizen as a volunteer, like in Florida, where they're paid $150 per execution and their identity is kept secret. But in most states, working as an executioner is possible job duty for a member of the correction staff. Lethal injection, done by sending a cocktail of drugs into the convict's body, first to render them unconscious and then to stop their heart, is the most common method used today. A team of medical professionals is needed to set up the drug cocktails, but the actual execution is left in the hands of a corrections officer who turns the key to activate the flow. It's common to have 2 to 3 on hand, turning keys with only one activating the drugs. You've done a lot of research on the history of executioners, but nothing's quite prepared you for today. You're snapped out of your thoughts by the sound of your alarm clock going off. It's time to drive to work and head to the prison. Preparation has been going on for weeks, but the day of the execution is the busiest. You'll have a full day of work ahead of you, working with the prison's death team. It's odd to be driving to work as the sun sets, but there's a reason for that. You're beginning the 24-hour death watch as all essential staff prepares for the execution and security goes up to ensure things go off smoothly. Why is security so tight in the 24 hours before an execution? Prisons are worried about potential disruptions, from protests outside the prison by anti-death penalty advocates, conflicts between the family of the condemned and those who have chosen to witness the execution, or even attempts to break out an inmate. For the execution of the notorious hitman Mad Dog Monroe, who is meeting with the executioner today, you'll know the prison won't be taking any chances. You'll start around 9 p.m., 24 hours before the execution is scheduled, and work closely with the death team and a specialized security team making sure the chamber is secure. But the preparations have been going on for far longer than a day. For the last 15 years, ever since Mad Dog Monroe was brought to the facility holding the death chamber, you and your team have been testing the equipment and making sure it runs properly. A botched execution is not only a massive waste of equipment and preparation, but can often result in serious medical complications for the condemned and lead to lawsuits and professional consequences for the team responsible. You've been in the death chamber so often, examining and testing the equipment for lethal injection, that it feels like second nature. But you know this time will be very different. You've had time to get to know the rest of the team, with the security often being known as the tie-down team. These correction officers have one of the most important jobs of the night. They're responsible for escorting the inmate and securing them to the gurney. While some inmates have accepted their fate and are resigned, even remorseful, others are likely to resist and may have to be physically restrained to secure the execution. From the looks you've gotten at Mad Dog Monroe during your time working on death row, you know you're not betting on him going quietly. While you meet with the warden, discuss any special concerns for the day, and do another run-through of the death chamber, you think about what the condemned is doing that day. The final day for the inmate scheduled for execution is as structured as the day for the team handling it. It differs by state, but almost all states give the condemned a few special privileges after they've been moved to the cell for those awaiting execution. This includes meeting with a member of the clergy from their faith, choosing family members they want to have at their execution, preparing their last words, and choosing their last meal. The last meal can be almost anything available, and requests have varied wildly. Some inmates have requested things as simple as a fruit salad or a single olive with the pit in it, requested by an inmate who said he hoped a tree would grow from his body. But most request a big, greasy meal of all their favorites. Fried chicken is a common choice, as is steak, lobster, ribs, and desserts like apple pie or ice cream. 49 of 50 states offer inmates their choice of a last meal. Texas stopped the tradition after one inmate, Lawrence Russell Brewer, requested a massive meal consisting of 2 chicken fried steaks, a pound of barbecue, a fully loaded pizza, and a pint of ice cream, among other things. When it was brought to him, he declined to eat any of it. The public was outraged at the waste of food, and the State Prison Bureau decided to do away with the tradition. Condemned inmates in Texas prisons now only get a standard prison meal on their last day. The execution is slated for 9 p.m. The death team comes to pick up Mad Dog Monroe about an hour before. You're part of the team, but he won't know which of his security team is going to be his executioner. From the look in his eyes, you can tell there isn't going to be any remorse or resignation there. But he doesn't put up a fight. He stares you down as he's put securely in handcuffs and leg irons and marched down the long hall to the death chamber. The team secures him to the gurney, and he's strapped down using a complex system of tight straps that keep him from moving. As the lethal injection drugs have to be injected into central veins, it's critical that he not be able to move even an inch while the on-site medical team administering the syringes are working. But they won't be the ones administering the drugs, you will. While other members of the death team stay in the room, you're taken behind a panel where you're hidden from view. It's common for executioners to watch from behind a two-way mirror, where they can see the execution room but they can't be seen. The more things change, the more they stay the same. This is a higher-tech version of a masked executioner. You look down at the console in front of you, with everything you need to inject the drugs in the correct order. Being an executioner became much more complicated with the use of lethal injection. When the electric chair was the most common method of execution, it was as simple as flipping a switch to start the flow of electricity. electricity. You watch as the medical team secures the needles and checks the connection. The guests are seated, including any family members of the condemned and any people related to his victims who have asked to attend. Mad Dog Monroe is asked if he has any last words, and he speaks for a minute, but you barely hear it. Your mind is focused on the task at hand. You receive the signal from the prison warden who is presiding over the execution, and your hand moves toward the buttons on the console. With practiced ease, you press them in the correct order, and the drugs flow into the tubes in the order to put the condemned under and then to silently end his life. The process takes several minutes, and the medical professional on site checks the vitals of the condemned. He nods. The execution has gone off perfectly, and you played your part as the anonymous executioner. It's over. A 23-year-old man sits in a prison cell with the widest smile painted across his face. Clasped in his right hand is a toy train. He pushes it right up to his eyes, saying hi to the little people he imagines are in the carriages. He winds it up and sets it off down the landing, giggling with excitement as he does so. A few seconds later, another prisoner sends the train back to his cell. It's hard to believe he's about to face the gas chamber. It's even harder to believe he's been convicted of an extremely grisly axe murder. He might be guilty as charged, but he's liked by all the guards and the warden. That warden, in fact, calls him the happiest prisoner on death row. This is the story of a man named Joe Arity. He was born in 1915 in Pueblo, Colorado, to parents Henry and Mary. Both were immigrants from Syria who'd gone to the USA to make a better life for themselves. It was tough at first, but Henry's job at a steel mill afforded the family certain luxuries they hadn't had before. There was a problem, though, with their young son. They knew very well that Joe wasn't like a lot of the other kids, a conviction which was substantiated when his elementary school principal one day approached Henry and Mary and told them that Joe wasn't able to learn with the other kids. He could barely string a sentence together, never mind wrestle with difficult spelling or arithmetic. His parents thought the best thing for Joe was to send him to a school that could better deal with his learning difficulties, so off he was packed to the state home and training school for mental defectives. Only this place was not salubrious in the least for young Joe. Being short and having prominent ears, Joe was the target of bullying from other kids in the home. He suffered beatings at the bullies' hands, just as he did when he returned to his neighborhood. Even the adults were unkind, some of them laughing when slow Joe walked down the street. Such were the times. When he was 21, he just picked up and left, jumping on a freight rail car, not knowing where it would take him. He ended up in the rail yards of Cheyenne in the state of Wyoming, wandering around, trying his best to find food and shelter. That's when the cops picked him up and his life went from bad to worse. Those cops had been looking for someone, a man, presumably, who'd committed horrendous crimes about 200 miles away in Pueblo, Colorado. They found out soon that Joe came from Pueblo, and what's more, a rail car ran from there to Cheyenne. That was enough to put Joe in handcuffs. The crimes had indeed been extreme, and certainly enough for the public to put pressure on the authorities. No one in Pueblo went to bed feeling safe. That was because someone had entered a house owned by the Drain family, and it was nighttime and the parents were at a dance. Their two daughters, Dorothy and Barbara, were sound asleep at home. A madman entered the house and bludgeoned them with an axe, killing Dorothy and severely injuring Barbara. Cheyenne Sheriff George Carroll, looking at Joe, thought he was a misfit. Not only was he disheveled in appearance, but the young tearaway wasn't exactly descriptive when talking about what he'd been doing the past few weeks. With some grilling, Joe confessed to the crime, although the tactic of intense police persuasion was embraced. On August 27, 1936, people picked up the Reading Eagle newspaper, and on the front page, in bold capital letters, they saw the headline, "Youth Confesses Attacking Girls." The second paragraph of the story read, "Joe Arity, 21, arrested here last night as a vagrant, confessed," Sheriff George Carroll said, "to the murder." He said also, according to the sheriff, that he'd killed Barbara Drain, 12. The younger, however, was not killed, but is still unconscious in a Pueblo hospital, her skull crushed. The report went on to say that Joe had confessed to planning the murder, waiting for the parents to leave the house, then going inside and hacking the girls with his axe. This came as quite the shock to a man named Arthur Grady. He was the Pueblo police chief, and he already had a guy in a jail cell for the brutal slaying. That guy was Frank Aguilar, an employee of Mr. Drain. When the cops searched Aguilar's home, guess what they found? An axe that looked like it could have been the weapon used in the crime. Now we'll look at another newspaper headline, this time in the Greeley Daily Tribune. The headline read, "Aguilar says he murdered Drain child." The article explained that Aguilar confessed to the crime by marking an X next to two 5-page confessions. The other confession was also marked with an X, but an X written by Joe Arity. The story goes on to say that Arity had escaped from a home for the mentally defective, and that later the two men had met the night of the murders and plotted to do the awful deed. Another part of the story read, the confessions were made under the questioning of Warden Roy Best. Don't forget that name. The article failed to mention few very important things, matters you could say were of mortal importance. At first, Aguilar had said he had never seen Joe Arity before in his life. Only after some of that infamous persuasive police questioning, he changed that statement to being with Joe when the girls were killed. Another giant omission was the fact that Joe hadn't said a word in the transcript of the confession. All the talk came from Aguilar. In 1937, Aguilar was convicted of the crime and was subsequently executed, but at least some people knew something wasn't quite right with Joe's signing of the confession. Even so, his lawyer tried to argue that he wasn't guilty by reason of insanity, rather than fight the case for his absolute innocence. Think about it, there wasn't an actual transcript of Joe's confession, which is a big deal. Also, there was no evidence that put Joe close to the drain house on the night of the crime. It also came to light that Joe had said he killed the girl with a club, not an axe, as if he'd been led on when he first talked to Sheriff Carroll. Still, the lawyer went for the insanity defense. It didn't work, which is not surprising because it rarely does, then and now. But when 3 state psychiatrists testified in the case, something else came up. That was the fact that they all said that Joe had the mental age of a 6-year-old. His IQ was 46, which back then made him an imbecile. Such a word is just formal medical lexicon in those days, just as retard was. Joe wasn't quite an idiot in the now obsolete classifications, but he also didn't qualify as a moron. Still, the psychiatrist said he was incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong and therefore would be unable to perform any action with a criminal intent. But what about his spoken confession to Sheriff Carroll? Was it right that a man with the brain capacity of a little child should be convicted of murder for something he said under police duress? Of course it wasn't, but the police could get away with more venality back then than they currently get away with. When Barbara Drain recovered from her injuries, she wasn't suffering from amnesia and so could talk about what happened on the night. Things looked good for Joe because she said the guy in her bedroom was the man that worked for her father, Frank Aguilar. She also said she didn't recall Joe being there on the night of the attack. It didn't seem to matter. Joe was convicted of murder and sentenced to die in the gas chamber. He wasn't alone, however, and there were numerous appeals. Attorney Gail L. Ireland got behind him and said the evidence stated that Aguilar had first said he committed the crime alone. Furthermore, Ireland said this other guy you've got locked in is so mentally challenged that he doesn't even know what execution means. Believe me when I say that if he is gassed, it will take a long time for the state of Colorado to live down the disgrace, said Ireland in court. The appeal seemed to work for a while, as did all the other petitions flooding in. Just as the execution was around the corner, a stay was granted. In fact, 9 stays were granted in all, but those are just temporary delays. What Ireland and all of Joe's supporters wanted was an exoneration, and that was looking possible the more support that Joe received. Meanwhile, Joe was in his cell on death row playing with his toy trucks and sending his wind-up train past the doors of all the other prisoners' cells. He actually seemed to be enjoying himself, probably because for the first time in a while he had a place to sleep and was getting warm meals on a regular basis. Warden Roy Best, who was there when Aguilar and Joe wrote those X's, was the one that gave Joe the toys. Why hadn't he said anything about Joe's mental state before if he felt so sorry for him, you might be wondering? That's not an easy question to answer. Best became known as the most notorious warden in Colorado history. He flogged prisoners, he tortured them with other terrible punishments, and when he thought someone was homosexual, he made them wear a dress and push a wheelbarrow full of bricks around all day. Nevertheless, he had a progressive side too. He developed educational programs so the prisoners might get a job once released. He ensured women prisoners were kept safe from dangerous male prisoners, and he even introduced a dental care program in the prison. It seems he also stood by prisoners who were mentally disabled. Still, Joe didn't need more toys or caring words from the warden. What he needed was the state to do something unusual and admit mistakes had happened. This never comes easy. Like many people who criticize the justice system say, it's often winning that counts, not justice. And as time passed, even with all the petitions and support from Best himself, the state was starting to look like a winner. January 5, 1939, the Reading Eagle published another article about Joe. The headline read, "Condemned prisoner to give train to another slayer." The story called Joe weak-witted and said he had the intelligence of a 6-year-old, but it didn't question that injustice might have occurred and instead called him a slayer. The article said that when the warden went to Joe's cell to tell him that his death was impending, the only thing Joe said was, "Give my train to the guy in the other cell." The newspaper described this other guy, Angelo Agnes, as a Denver Negro condemned for slaying his wife. Best told the paper that Joe had told him, "If I go, yes, give my train to Agnes." He actually didn't really know what the gas chamber was, although he did have some understanding of dying. He had said to Best, no, Joe won't die. January 6, 1939, prison chaplain Father Albert Schaller walks into Joe's cell. As soon as he looks at Joe again, he knew a travesty of justice was about to happen. The chaplain watched Joe eat the ice cream, the food he'd asked for when asked what he wanted for his last meal. He couldn't actually comprehend what that meant, of course. When the chaplain read Joe his last rites, he had to do it very slowly and only 2 words at a time so Joe could repeat the words. The chaplain tried to hold back his emotions, but his eyes were filled with tears. When the chaplain explained to Joe what was about to happen, Joe just looked at him with a blank bewilderment. When led out of his cell, the last thing he did was hand over the train as promised. He started to get nervous when being walked toward the execution room with about 50 other people. He might not have known what the gas chamber was, but he could sense something unusual was happening. He started to shake on the way, only to be calmed down when the warden Best held his hand. "Do you understand, Joe?" asked Best. "They're killing me," Joe replied, still looking like a confused child. When he entered the room, he was strapped into the chair. At that point, he was grinning nervously. When a blindfold was put over his eyes, for the first time in a long time, he wasn't smiling at all. He was petrified. The warden and the chaplain said goodbye. Joe muttered bye, trembling as he did so. Then all he heard was the clanging of the steel door closing, the airtight chamber filling with cyanide as Joe waited, wondering what they were doing to him. January 7, 1939, a headline in the St. Petersburg Times read, "Happiest man in death cell dies." The story went on. The 23-year-old youth, described as having mental age of 6, was pronounced dead 6 1/4 minutes after cyanide pellets were dropped into an acid jar beneath the chair to which he was strapped. The warden said after, he probably didn't even know he was about to die. It should have been big news. It should have upset the nation, but then newspaper headlines in bigger print than Joe's had the names Hitler and Mussolini in them. People had other concerns. In the decades to come, though, people still talked about this massive injustice, a crime committed by those supposed to protect us. Finally, in 2011, Colorado Governor Bill Ritter issued a pardon for Joe, saying there had been a tragic conviction based on a false and coerced confession of a mentally disabled man. He added, pardoning Arity cannot undo this tragic event in Colorado history. It is in the interests of justice and simple decency, however, to restore his good name. Late last evening, you were taken from your cell on death row to the death house, the room condemned prisoners stay in before they finally receive that ultimate punishment. Your stay will be short, but at least you have your own bathroom. A guard sits outside your cell at all times because you're on what's called death watch. Nobody wants you to have the chance to take your own life and rob them of the spectacle tomorrow. You wake up on the big day, say your goodbyes to your loved ones, maybe phone some friends. You have a word with the chaplain perhaps, and then it's just you alone with your thoughts. There will be no you in just a few hours. And the last real decision you'll ever make is what you want to eat for your final meal. At this restaurant, the final check is permanent, but at least you don't have to pay. But what are some of the craziest last meals prisoners have requested? Before we get into the wildest last meal requests, there are some things you should know about these very peculiar restaurants. You might be thinking you can order what you want, so what about a $200 piece of Japanese Kobe beef and some caviar on the side, perhaps washed down with a bottle of Dom Perignon? Unfortunately, the American prison system doesn't show that kind of largesse. There is a limit as to how much you can spend, and that varies wildly from state to state. For instance, Florida is apparently quite kind, giving prisoners a $40 budget. But in tight-fisted Oklahoma, you only get $15. Worst still is Texas, which in 2011 got rid of the last meal altogether and told the condemned that regular prison food will have to do. Come on, Texas, where's your heart? Guess which state has the most executions too? Yep, it's Texas. Since 2012, 84 folks have met their maker with only a belly full of standard-issue prison slop. You get the picture. Prisoners have to work with what they've got. Historically speaking, though, the budgets have changed over time, and sometimes there's not even a budget at all. But the request must be reasonable. We'll stay with one of the most well-known convicts to be executed, the killer clown John Wayne Gacy. This serial killer murdered scores of young people after he lured them into his house, where he kept them captive. Gacy is relatively unusual for a serial killer because he was a successful businessman and a pillar of the community. So trusted he often did his Pogo the Clown routine for the neighborhood kids. And before his lethal injection in 1994, he certainly put on a show as well. For his last meal, he had 12 deep-fried shrimp, a whole bucket full of chicken from KFC, fries, a pound of strawberries, and a bottle of Diet Coke. Maybe he was watching his weight. You might not have heard of Marion Albert Pruitt. He went on a robbing rampage in the 80s that left 5 people dead. This man was what you might call a fast food fan, and we wonder if he was even able to finish his last meal. He ordered a whole Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza, 4 Whoppers from Burger King. Yes, we said 4. But he also ordered large fries, some eggplant squash and okra, all washed down with 3 2-liter bottles of Pepsi. That wasn't quite enough, so he had pecan pie for dessert. And he's far from the only one who got greedy with his last meal. Robert Alton Harris, who was found guilty of murdering 2 teenagers in 1978, ordered 21 pieces of KFC chicken in a bucket, 2 large Domino's pizzas with no anchovies, a tub of ice cream, a bag of jelly beans, and a 6-pack of Pepsi. But what about the people who wanted something special rather than a massive mashup of junk food and sugary drinks? Are there no refined condemned killers? Actually, there are, and one example is Robert Dale Conklin. In the 2000s, he stabbed his lover to death with a screwdriver and then chopped up the body. If he could stomach that, he certainly could get a meal down before his death. For his last meal, he asked for a bacon-wrapped filet mignon steak. He wanted sautéed shrimp, deveined of course, in garlic butter with lemon on the side. He wanted a baked potato filled with sour cream, chives, bacon bits, and hollandaise sauce. He also wanted bread, but it had to be a French baguette, buttered and filled with goat cheese. For dessert, he asked for cantaloupe, apple pie, and vanilla bean ice cream. His drink of choice was iced tea. You might be wondering which state would pay for all that, and the answer is Georgia. So if you're gonna get the death sentence and you call yourself a foodie, make sure you do it there. Ronnie Lee Gardner was a death row rarity, as one of the few people in recent times to be executed by firing squad. In 2010, before he had to eat a bullet, he ordered surf and turf, lobster and steak. To drink, he wanted 7-Up, and for dessert, vanilla ice cream. Gardner, who was accused of having shot a man in the face during a robbery, had one more request. He asked if, while eating his last meal, he could watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy, a cunning plan to delay the execution, but we can't find any sources that reveal if he made it through all 3 films. Then we have the carnivores, the ones that just need their meat. One such was Stephen Michael Woods Jr., who was infamously executed in 2011, a controversial case with many believing he was innocent. He's also famous for his last words: "You're not about to witness an execution, you are about to witness a murder." We won't dive into the details of this case in this episode, and whether he may have been innocent or not, but we do know for sure that he loved meat. For his final meal, he requested 2 pounds, yes, pounds of bacon. With that, he wanted 4 fried chicken breasts. He wasn't on a low-carb diet though, because he also got a pizza. What topping? If you guessed more meat, then you're right. 4 kinds to be precise. He wasn't done though. He also ordered 2 hamburgers, french fries, 12 garlic breadsticks with dip, 2 pints of ice cream, and a selection of drinks, including Mountain Dew and Pepsi, root beer, and sweet tea. Then you've got the people who know exactly what they want and don't go for the smorgasbord of treats. The man behind the Oklahoma City bombing, Timothy McVeigh, only wanted a couple of pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Murderer Dobie Gillis Williams, who was executed in 1999, also wanted to go out on a sugar high. All he asked for were 12 chocolate bars with some ice cream and coconut pie. Gerald Lee Mitchell, who was only 17 when the murder he was convicted of took place, also wanted candy for his last meal, ordering only a bag of Jolly Ranchers. The murderer Victor Feger, who was hanged in 1963 and was the last person put to death in Iowa, had one of the smallest orders of all time: 1 olive. Yep, a single olive. But he said he only wanted it on the condition that the pit was left in, and surprisingly, he isn't the only one to make this order. Robert Anthony Buell, who was convicted of kidnapping and killing young girls in the 1980s, asked for the same thing: 1 olive, pit in, of course. But our vote for the most minimalistic order ever came from James Edward Smith, who shot and killed a man during a robbery, a crime for which he was executed in 2000. For his last meal, all he wanted was a pile of dirt. Some have speculated that he wanted the dirt for a voodoo ritual, which he performed in his cell to prevent himself from becoming a ghost. But the ceremony never came to pass, as the prison denied the request, and instead of the dirt, he was given a cup of yogurt. Odell Barnes Jr. wanted a whole lot more, but also a whole lot less at the same time. He was convicted of murder in 2000 and sentenced to death. The evidence surrounding this crime was controversial, and his case became a focal point for the debate over capital punishment. This is another case we won't explore in this episode, but for his last meal, he ordered justice, equality, world peace. Other prisoners have tried to do or say nice things with their final moments. Philip Workman robbed a Wendy's restaurant in 1982 and shot a policeman. He was executed in 2007 and actually declined his last meal, but asked the prison to order a vegetarian pizza and give it to a homeless person. Any homeless person, in fact. The prison refused, but people heard about his request, and all across the USA, thousands of pizzas were donated to homeless shelters. The prison doesn't always get the order right either, as happened with murderer Thomas J. Grasso, who was executed in 1995. His last meal was quite extravagant, and it's clear he was a fan of seafood. He wanted 24 steamed mussels and 24 steamed clams. On top of that, he wanted a double cheeseburger from Burger King and some barbecued spare ribs. He went overboard for dessert, asking for half a pumpkin pie with whipped cream, diced strawberries, and 2 strawberry milkshakes. They got all of that correct but managed to mess up maybe the most important thing. He was given a plate of spaghetti when what he actually asked for was a can of SpaghettiOs. David Leon Woods had one of the strangest requests for a last meal before his execution on May 4, 2007, a birthday cake. His birthday had been a month earlier, so maybe this was a belated gift to himself? He also ordered a pizza and shared his last meal with his family. Death row is quiet, except for the murmured praying from one of my fellow condemned to die. It's not his day, it's mine, but he prays all the same, for himself and for each man ahead of him that makes that last lonely walk to the execution chamber. In 60 minutes, it'll be my turn to make that walk. In a week, it's his. You'd think death row would be a madhouse, condemned men screaming and ranting against the system that condemned them to death. I certainly thought I'd be doing both those things, but that was back when the shock of my sentence was still fresh, back when I had years of appeals and fighting ahead of me, back when there was a sliver of hope that this terrible nightmare could all go away. Now though, well, I've accepted my fate. I'm not fooling myself anymore. I deserve it for what I did. As I sit here waiting to be executed, all I can think about is that night. The night I had my own family slaughtered like animals. I'd set the whole thing up because, well, that's something I'm still struggling to understand today. I lied to my mom, my pop, and my brother, and I told them I just passed my final exams with flying colors, and I said, hey, we should go out and celebrate. And that's what we did. And at the time, my partner in crime was hiding inside our family home, waiting to gun us down on our return. Gun them down, I should say. I was supposed to look like the fortunate survivor of the ordeal, the victim, a young man who'd lost his nearest and dearest. When we got home, that evening, we were met by a man in a ski mask, and the bullets rang out. Brother down, mother down, father down, and me, well, I took a hit to the arm in what was a choreographed struggle. With an hour to go before they inject me with a cocktail of deadly drugs, that's all I can think about. How could I do such a thing? No doubt you think I'm evil, no doubt you think I deserve to die, but please hear me out first. I haven't given up completely just yet. There's still a chance for a last-minute pardon. I have a lot of people fighting for me, including my father, who survived that terrible night. Can you believe that? He said he forgave me. I think he's a braver man than I could ever be. I'm waiting for the governor to call to stay my execution. I'm hoping for the best, which is a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Better than dying young, I guess. I'm currently in what's called the death house. That's a special cell, the last stop before the execution room. It's hard to find anything likable about this place, given that in an hour I'll no longer be in this world, but at least there's a shower in here. At least there's a kind of a view. It's not for my benefit though, it's so I can be observed by the guard. They don't want me trying to hurt myself before they lay me down on that gurney. You're probably wondering what I got for a last meal, but I'm afraid to tell you that I had nothing special at all. I received no steak, no pizza, no cans of Coca-Cola, no double fudge chocolate cake. I guess I got the standard prison fare. And that's because I'm in Texas, and because some dude a while ago had ordered a huge meal and eaten none of it. The state stopped letting prisoners order a bespoke last meal after that guy rubbed pie in their faces. Some people really do just want to watch the world burn. Thanks for nothing, a-hole. I had my last visit with my father earlier in the morning. The next time he'll see me, I'll be lying on the gurney and he'll be on the other side of that thick observation glass. He was there at my birth, watched me come into this world, and now he'll watch me leave it. Poor guy. What have I done to him? It's like I told the chaplain this morning. I don't want anyone to forgive me for what I did, but for my father's sake, I think I should be allowed to live. You see, I wasn't brought up like most kids. I was spoiled, and I mean very spoiled. I don't know. I guess when you grow up in an environment in which you have everything, well, you can end up not appreciating anything. And I had everything I wanted. Amazing toys when I was young. My parents bought me a townhouse when I got older. They gave me an expensive Swiss watch and bought me not one, but a bunch of expensive sports cars. How'd that make you feel? Asked the chaplain just a few hours ago. I told him I was the unhappiest kid in the world at times. I was mentally unwell and I was selfish to the highest degree. I was barely even human. I grew up with the riches and I began to see the riches as the very meaning of life. I didn't value life itself. I didn't value love, friendship, not even the security I'd been granted. As for my parents, well, they were in the way of me acquiring more wealth. They were giving me all that cash and they thought I was doing really well in college. What they didn't know is that I wasn't even attending college. I was plotting their assassination. I wanted everything, the life insurance, the entire family fortune. There's pacing from one of the guards. Sorry, each time he makes his rounds, it breaks my concentration. This isn't like regular lockup. They do regular foot patrols to make sure nobody's hurting themselves. Kind of ironic, considering I'll be dead in Oh, about another 46 minutes now. Where was I? Oh yeah, I wasn't right in the head. That's for sure. I'd been a troubled kid since I was old enough to tie my own shoelaces. In my teens, they said I had a personality disorder after I'd been caught stealing. And there I was, a child born to obscene wealth, the kid with a wide open mouth full of silver spoons, and I still wanted to take what wasn't rightfully mine. To be honest, I think that's why my parents bought me all those gifts. They thought that might stop me from stealing. What they didn't know is that it wasn't the loot I was interested in, it was the crime itself that appealed to me. The kid who had everything needed a hit, and crime was my drug. Well, I was doing a lot of illegal substances too, which didn't help my state of mind. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Another 40 minutes and I'll die, or I will if that phone doesn't ring and the governor puts a stop to all this. Another 5 minutes and the warden comes by my cell. The execution room is all in order. I'm told it'll be painless. My father will be watching from an observation room, and some of my extended family members will be there. My mother and my brother are already on the other side, thanks to me and my unforgivable crime. Will I meet them on the other side? The chaplain would probably say yes, but personally I have my doubts. I don't think we're headed for the same place. I have to tell you, that crime wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. A couple of years before I had them gunned down for real, I'd plotted to have them all executed. They actually got wind of the rumors after it circulated as to what I was planning, but I just told them I joked about it. Come on, I said, do you really think I'd kill my own family? They believed me, of course, because who wants to think a kid would plot to murder his own family? To all outward appearances, I loved all of them, but it was my younger brother that I was closest to. I loved him, I cherished him. But you know what? I also felt like I lived in his shadow. I never felt like I reached the same love as he did from our parents. And maybe that made me jealous, or maybe it made me angry, I don't know. The old memories hurt too much, so I've tried my best over the years to not think about them. What happened to me? How did a sweet boy become a teenager the media would say became a ticking time bomb of rage? What happened to the kid who cycled for hundreds of miles with his adoring father? I can't tell what snapped inside of me. I'm sorry, I just can't. I guess I thought I'd never fit in, and I was greedy. And that night of the murders, I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the black ski mask waiting in our home, waiting for us to walk through that front door so he could gun down every single one of my family members. But as much as I kept thinking about it, I said nothing. I could have stopped it. It would have been as simple as asking that we all go for ice cream or to a movie. If I just delayed them by an hour or more, the gunmen would have left the house, thinking something had gone wrong. Then I could call the whole thing off. But I didn't. I ate my meal and I watched my family eat theirs, their last meal on Earth, well, for most of them. And as we approached the house, you could say I was just on autopilot. I really wasn't aware of what was happening. The crime had been all set up, all I had to do was go along with it. We all got out of the car, but I went back to get a cell phone I'd left in the back seat. My brother, meanwhile, walked into the door first, followed by my mother, and that's when my accomplice opened fire. A second accomplice waited in a getaway car. They fled, and I pretended the whole thing had been a burglary gone wrong. I feigned shock and I wept a river of tears. The neighbors couldn't believe that this thing had happened in their sleepy upper middle-class neighborhood. I cried and I cried big fat crocodile tears, which mixed with my brother's blood on my hands and the face. Both my accomplices were eventually arrested. The cops knew I'd plotted to kill my parents in the past, and they knew I had likely orchestrated the killings to get my hands on over $1 million in life insurance and whatever else was left to me. They were also suspicious about the burglary itself. How come stacks of cash, jewelry, and other valuables hadn't been taken? Investigators knew there was more to the story. I'd already fled to Mexico, though, where I got a job in a furniture store. I made a lot of new friends down there and told them all that the bullet wound I had was from fighting in Afghanistan. I told them the exact opposite of my real-life story, that I grew up poor, my mom sold her body on the streets, and I became an orphan. Just over 2 years later, the authorities finally found me. I was arrested in Mexico and sent back to the US to pay for my atrocity. The shooter I'd hired got life with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and the driver got 15 years. And me, well, as you know, I got the death penalty. Years passed, spending 23 hours a day in that hellhole they call death row. It's hard not to lose your mind there. I have a lot of support, but my biggest supporter has always been my father, the man I tried to have killed, the man whose wife and son I had killed. Why, might you ask? Would this man talk about his love for me on TV and visit me often? Why would this man help with my appeals for clemency? Well, I've changed. My pop has seen me change. I know what I did was unforgivable, but in the end, if they kill me, they're making my father a victim again. 30 minutes to go. I take a shower and change into a fresh prison jumpsuit. The state wants you to look your best as they put you to death. I do it because, well, I don't really have much else to do. I sit on my bed, freshly showered in a clean jumpsuit, and the minutes tick by. 20 minutes to go. I'm still holding out for the governor to call and stop this thing, if only for my father's sake. Killing me would kill him. He doesn't deserve that. Over the years that I've been in here, I've had 2 appeals turned down, so it looks like the authorities really want me gone. It's actually incredibly rare to get clemency once you've been handed the death penalty. Sure, quite a lot of innocent guys have been exonerated from death row, but the state doesn't often have a change of heart, and it takes a lot of evidence to convince them of innocence. I'm asking for mercy, not forgiveness. I'll live my life with a mark of Cain, but my father deserves better. His rationale is, if they kill me, how is justice being served, since he'll be the only victim remaining? 15 minutes now. The chaplain's back again, and he tells me that everything's set up. Is there anything you want to say to me? He asks. Anything you need to clear up before you go? I think for a while. What can I possibly talk about? I said all I had to say to my father this morning, and he told me in return that he had written to the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, and had even managed to talk in person to the chairman of the board. My pop pleaded with this guy to go speak to the governor and explain that he wants his son alive. Instead, I asked the chaplain to update me on sports. Unfortunately, this guy isn't into sports. I think he was expecting to hear some profound final statement, perhaps so he could pass the message on to God. He tells me that my father, some journalists, and some state-selected witnesses are already waiting in the observation room. The curtain, he says, is drawn, so when I get to the execution room, they won't be able to see me right away. I guess that's probably so the witnesses can avoid having to sit through a man fighting with the guards as they try to strap him down. Me? Well, I got no fight left in me. I deserve this. After the priest leaves, I watch the minute hand on the clock hanging off the wall. Tick, tick, tick. It's time. The warden comes to my cell and explains that he'll be walking with me to the room. I don't make a fuss. I've had a lot of time to think about this. Still in handcuffs and shackles, I walk to the room with the warden and 2 other death row guards. When I enter the room, there's some medical personnel, and I'm laid down on the gurney and strapped in. Those curtains, still not open. The first thing they do is hook me up to an electrocardiogram machine. That way they know when my heart stops. Should be over in minutes, but once I read it took almost 2 hours for one guy to die. They insert 2 intravenous cannulas into my arms through which the drugs will flow into my veins. Everything's sterilized, and you might wonder why if I'm gonna die anyway. The reason is because that phone could ring and a stay of execution, meaning a suspension of execution, could happen. That's why they don't want to contaminate a person's blood. It would be the first time an execution's been called off when the IVs are already in the arms, but it's a matter of seconds, and if that phone doesn't ring, I'm gone. The curtains are drawn back, but I can't see anyone because the window is a one-way mirror. I think of my father's face and the sadness that I've caused him. I just hope he can live in peace now. I'm ready to go when something unexpected happens. Those curtains are closed again. The warden looks at me and says, "Your execution's been stayed." I don't think I can explain to you just how that feels. I was prepared to die. I'd made my peace with death. In a way, I already was dead. My father saved me. His letter to the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole has worked. The board unanimously voted to keep me alive, and the governor accepted their recommendation. I was spared at the last minute. I will serve life without a possibility of parole, but at least I'll be able to see my father and not have to stay in that hell they call death row. Nobody ever thought that someone could escape Mecklenburg Correctional Center's death row, a place that housed what the state of Virginia called its worst of the worst. The $20 million prison was said to be escape-proof, a virtual fortress replete with all the latest security equipment. But one day, in 1984, 6 inmates would get out, and how they would do it is beyond belief. These men were vicious killers, maniacs of the highest degree. The leaders of this escape ring were the Briley brothers, men whose crimes traumatized America. Before we tell you how a group of inarguably absolutely terrifying human beings got out of a prison that was thought to be escape-proof, you need to know just how dangerous the ringleaders of that escape were. These were the 3 Briley brothers, Linwood, James, and Anthony. Growing up in their neighborhood in Virginia's capital, Richmond, these young guys seemed to most people like just normal kids. They were far from normal, though. Something insidious ran through the veins of these children. It's alleged that they tortured some of the exotic pets they kept, which included snakes and tarantulas. But that's nothing compared to what the eldest son Linwood did in 1971. One day, he was sitting in his second-floor bedroom and he pointed a rifle at an elderly woman. He shot that rifle and the woman died. Linwood was eventually arrested for the crime, and his bitterly cold response to the wrongdoing was, "I heard she had heart problems. She would have died soon anyway." Now you have an idea of what kind of people we're talking about, but things got much worse as the children grew into their 20s. After Linwood got out of reform school and his brother James was released from juvenile jail for the crime of shooting at a police officer, the 3 brothers were back together again. The year was 1979, and the brothers would begin a crime spree that rocked America. They had one accomplice, a younger man named Duncan Meekins. Their first port of call in this crime spree was a house where a couple lived. The date was March 12th. They robbed the house and took all the valuables they could carry away and then left the couple tied up. Before they exited, they doused the whole place with gasoline, threw a match on that gasoline, and left the victims to burn. Fortunately, the couple managed to untangle themselves before they went up in flames with the house. A couple weeks later, the gang robbed and murdered a 20-year-old food vending serviceman. 10 days after that, they shot and killed a man over a drug dispute. Just a week later, the gang broke into the home of a 76-year-old woman. They sexually assaulted her, robbed her, and left her to die after shooting her in the head. She survived that but died some weeks later after falling into a coma. It's now July, and the gang pick on a local 17-year-old kid. They beat him up and finish him off by dropping a cinder block on his head. In September, they shot and killed a DJ, and in the same month, they rob a 62-year-old nurse. They take her money and then end her life with blows to the skull from a baseball bat. If you think it can't get worse than this, think again. This gang was evil, there's no doubt about it. In October, they break into the house of a 75-year-old, almost blind woman and her 56-year-old boarder. They beat the woman to death with a pipe and kill the man using a selection of tools including scissors, a baseball bat, a knife, and even a fork. A week later, they shot another man to death after a fight breaks out. Just 5 days later, the gang breaks into the house of a young couple. They sexually assault the pregnant woman and then fatally shoot her and her 5-year-old son. The man, a one-time friend of the brothers, is also fatally shot. 3 days later, and the three brothers and their accomplice were all arrested. Meekins was offered a plea agreement if he testified against the brothers, and he accepted that and got a life sentence plus 80 years. A life sentence without chance of parole was given to Anthony, the youngest of the brothers, since Meekins testified that he had the least involvement in the monstrous crimes. It's believed he never actually killed a person, or at least that couldn't be proven. Linwood and James were sentenced to death. The judge at the time said it was the vilest rampage of violence he'd seen in his entire 30-year career. We actually spared you some of the gorier details, but if you search, you shall find. After hearing what those young men did, you can only imagine how the public would have felt if they escaped prison. And that's exactly what they did on May 31st, 1984. And we doubt you could find a crazier prison escape story. The ringleaders of the escape were the two brothers, but 6 men eventually made it outside the prison walls. It would become the largest death row escape in history. The brothers were only separated by one cell on death row, and during their time there, they both went looking for like-minded criminals, i.e., ones that wanted to escape. That's something that's since been criticized, the fact that the prisoners were given quite a lot of time to congregate in the day room. There, the brothers and their 4 accomplices started to hatch their escape plan. Some other prisoners, not under the spell of the brothers' power, actually snitched on them, telling guards that they were planning an escape. They said, take those guys away, because if their escape attempt fails, they might become one of their victims. Such was the fear that those brothers imposed on others. So, how did they actually get out? Well, those brothers observed every small detail of what the guards did. After years of watching them, they knew their weaknesses and strengths. They even worked out whose uniforms would fit them best for when they would escape. The men spent months creating homemade knives, hiding them where officers couldn't find them. Well, it was later said that the contraband should have been found, so maybe the searches weren't all that rigorous. We also found out later that the brothers had been bribing some officers, and that had been going on for years. Okay, so the brothers and co knew about the guards' habits and how they worked, but they also knew that they could get the control room door unlocked if they wanted to pass an item to another prisoner. If you've managed to manipulate an officer and get him to like you, perhaps he'll allow you to pass an item to another prisoner. They made sure to get on the good side of some officers. They knew which ones were lenient, weak, and this took years of planning. They also knew where a man could hide out of sight of the cameras, or how they could create head count confusion by not returning to their cells fast enough after recreation. On May 31st, 1984, the officers should have been suspicious of one thing, and that was the fact that a few men looked clean-shaven and their hair was neatly combed. Why did the men do this? The answer was because they were going to pretend to be officers. They had to look the part. At around 8 p.m., most men were leaving the yard, but the escapees were hatching their plan. One man went into the bathroom next to the control room and locked the door. He knew exactly when to do this, being aware of the officers' routines. A nurse would have found this strange since she used that bathroom every night, although she'd earlier been told by guards that the bathroom was out of order. And that wasn't true. One of the brothers had made that up. To make it worse, the brothers made sure a bit of commotion happened during the return to cells so the guards didn't have a correct head count. What happened next is James Briley said he needed to give something to another prisoner, and could the guard open the door to the control room? When he did that, the man hidden in the bathroom shot out and subdued the guard. He then used the control panel to unlock all the cell doors. The prisoners now had the guards under their control. They stripped them naked and put duct tape over their mouths. They were then locked into cells. When other guards arrived, they were subdued by the inmates now wearing guards' uniforms. It was a hellish scene, with some prisoners making sure one particular officer's life was saved after the brothers wanted to douse him in rubbing alcohol and set him on fire. Some prisoners also protected the nurse. With a knife at his throat, the lieutenant was forced to radio through to the guard tower and say, "We have a situation here." He said a bomb had been found in the pod and they needed to get it out of the prison. The rest of the prison at this time had no idea this was all going down. The 6 men then found a closet where they knew riot gear was kept. They put on helmets and wrapped gas masks around their head. The guys even used the riot shields to make it all look very convincing. But to get out of the main building, there was another guard they needed to get by. The head guard, whose throat had a knife to it, called her and told her she had a call to answer. He told her he would send another guard up to replace her. Before she left her station, she saw a guard approaching, but she was somewhat confused since she'd never seen this man before. Maybe he was new. But as soon as he got close to her, he got her down on the floor and tied her up. What happened next sounds quite unbelievable. Killers dressed as guards walked through their building carrying a stretcher. They seemed hurried, seeing as they were supposedly carrying a bomb. It was actually a TV covered with a blanket. To make the situation seem even more desperate, one of the men was shooting a fire extinguisher at the covered box, which was supposed to look like he was cooling it down. The men then took the stretcher and loaded it into the van. It was nighttime, and with their faces being partly covered with those riot helmets, no one guessed they weren't guards. The guys couldn't just drive out though, because what happened at the prison was any vehicle leaving would have to leave through 2 doors. The vehicle only got through the second door after an inspection. But in this case, those fake guards said, "Come on, this is a bomb situation we have here, we need to get out quickly." In violation of prison rules, the guard opened both the doors at once. Close to 11 p.m., that prison van, along with 6 murderers and a TV set, drove off into the countryside in the direction of North Carolina. The convicts had stolen $758 and had civilian clothes they had stolen. They also had a bunch of rolled ganja joints. What happened next was a bunch of slow communications between those who knew about the escape and those who needed to know. Some police departments didn't get the call until hours after the escape. In the meantime, those criminals were getting very far away from the prison. These weren't ordinary men by any means, because as you've heard today, they had caused unbelievable harm to people. They were vicious, and it was thought that they might begin another killing rampage. The former sheriff of Richmond later said, "I knew their determination to seek revenge. You never forget the smell of death and the smell of blood from what they did." No one had actually been hurt in the escape, although the other inmates were largely responsible for keeping people safe. But would they seek revenge? The authorities thought that they would. So anyone involved with the incarceration of the brothers was given police protection. That included judges, witnesses, the families of those the brothers had killed, and even the families and relatives of the accomplice named Meekins. 2 of the escapees were quickly picked up trying to cross into North Carolina, but that still left 4 men on the run. Hundreds of law enforcement officers around Virginia and North Carolina went out looking for the men, while some of the public armed themselves in case they'd come into contact with the men. People were scared out of their wits, not knowing if their residence would be broken into. One guy at the time told a reporter that he was taking no risks, and armed with a gun, he told that reporter, "I'm gonna blow the man's head off and then ask questions." You get the picture. Those brothers were feared like the devil himself. One of the escapees split from the brothers, and he didn't get very far. 8 days after the escape, he was arrested by a local cop after he tried to rob a store armed with a knife. The cops soon got another man, which only left the brothers at large. Wiretaps were put on the brothers' relatives, and one call led back to a garage located in North Philadelphia. Just hours after that call was made, federal agents were all over the building, and there they found the 2 brothers at the side of the building barbecuing chicken over a fire. Their escape had lasted 19 days. The garage owner, who had hired these 2 guys that were now calling themselves Slim and Lucky, had no idea he hired maniacal killers. Linwood was executed in the electric chair October 12, 1984. James was executed the same way on April 18, 1985. Both had maintained that they were innocent of the crimes they'd been convicted of. When Linwood was asked if he had any last words, he just said that he was innocent. When James was asked, he said, "Are you happy?" Anthony Briley is still in prison to this day. It's coming to the end of the night at a busy bar in Arizona. The pretty woman behind the bar announces it's closing time, much to the annoyance of all the folks who want to keep on drinking. 2 guys are down in beers while enjoying a game of darts. One of them in the near future will be handed a death sentence. The reason is because when that woman locked up for the night, she was murdered. Her body was found the next morning in a restroom cubicle. She'd been stabbed multiple times and there were bite marks on her body. This horrific crime shocked the community. Who could have done such a thing? Well, the cops thought it might well have been one of the guys in the bar that night. Before we get to why this darts lover survived death row, you need to know more about the crime and how investigators and the justice system itself really messed up. On the morning of the 29th of December 1991, the owner of the CBS Lounge in Phoenix, Arizona had the fright of his life. He'd opened up the lounge and was going about his duties when he entered the restrooms. In one of the cubicles, he saw the naked and mutilated body of his bartender, one Kim Arcona. The investigators didn't have much evidence. What they did have was some saliva found on the victim's body, and they also noticed that the bite marks were weird, as if the killer had snaggle teeth. There was no DNA evidence back then, but the cops could match the saliva to a blood type. The problem with that was the saliva came from the most common blood type. The cops then got a break because while conducting interviews, they were told by one person that a guy usually helped Kim clean up after the place was closed. He was a regular customer, and as we said, he was fond of throwing darts. The cops were told that this guy was called Ray Croney. They jumped on this since he could have been the last guy in the lounge that night. The cops interviewed Croney, and Croney said he had nothing to do with the crime. He was disgusted that they could think he was capable of doing such a thing. He said he went right home after the bar closed, and his roommate confirmed it. One of the cops then noticed that Croney had some weird-looking front teeth, and since the bite marks looked strange, they asked Croney to provide a styrofoam impression of his teeth. "Of course I will," Croney said, knowing full well he was an innocent man. The police didn't think so, and on December 31st, 1991, Mr. Croney was arrested and charged with murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault. In 1992, a so-called expert stood up in court and said Croney's teeth matched the bite marks. Seriously, was that enough to get a conviction even though Croney had an alibi as to where he was at the time of the crime? The jury thought it was good enough, and they found him guilty. It was a wrap. The forensic odontologist that the prosecution had hired looked the jury in the eye and said there was absolutely no doubt that only Croney's very unique teeth could have caused those marks. As for the defense, well, they didn't have a forensic odontologist of their own to debunk what the prosecution said. And get this, the reason that experts said there was no doubt that the bite marks came from Croney was because at the time it was thought that every person had an individual bite impression. A paper published in 1984 said there was statistical evidence for the individuality of human dentition. The person who wrote that paper, though, was the expert for the prosecution. The paper was said to be very much flawed by other forensic odontologists, and they said no way should it ever be used in a legal case. Well, it was used by the man who wrote it. Maybe he had something to prove. Croney was convicted of murder and kidnapping and sentenced to death. We should say that he wasn't found guilty of sexual assault. Just for a moment, imagine how you would feel if you got the death sentence and you were innocent. Can you imagine the mental anguish? What about your friends and family and neighbors thinking you were a crazed maniac capable of killing a woman? How would you feel knowing that people called you the snaggletooth killer? And we aren't kidding. It was an expert bite mark testimony that was the main evidence. That and the fact that Croney had been in the bar that night. Not surprisingly, a number of people thought Croney was innocent. In 1996, he was granted a retrial. The weird thing is, the judge actually admitted that there were doubts regarding if Croney had done the deed, but he didn't free him. Nope, he merely reduced Croney's sentence to a life sentence. This is what the judge said. The court is left with a residual or lingering doubt about the clear identity of the killer. This is one of those cases that will haunt me for the rest of my life, wondering whether I've done the right thing. Well, Judge James McDougal, your nightmare would come true because Croney was indeed very much an innocent man. In 2002, we had something called DNA evidence, and that showed us with certainty that Croney was not the killer. He'd been on death row and served 10 years behind bars, and finally he was freed with the help of an attorney named Alan Simpson. The saliva came from a man named Kenneth Phillips. He was a guy who had been convicted of sexual assaults in the past, and we're talking about a long rap sheet. He lived just 600 yards from that lounge, although he was never even investigated. At the time when the DNA evidence pointed to him, he was already behind bars for the sexual assault of a child. He would eventually be convicted of the crime of killing Kim Arcona. In hindsight, the evidence that the cops had from the crime scene to the many interviews with people should have pointed to Phillips. In fact, it's plain crazy that they didn't even talk to Phillips. Police and the prosecution just ignored all the evidence. They had their bite mark, and that seemed it was enough. You should also know that Croney had no criminal record at all and certainly wasn't seen as a violent man. He was well-liked, worked in the post office, and had been honorably discharged from the military. And just down the street from the crime scene, there lived a man whose trademark crimes were all over that assault and murder. This is what Croney said when he got out. "I would not trust the state to execute a person for committing a crime against another person. I know how the system works. He now spends his life campaigning for the abolition of the death penalty and dedicates his time to trying to reform the criminal justice system. In 2005, he was compensated $1.4 million from Maricopa County and a further $3 million from the city of Phoenix. Crony wrote on Reddit in 2015, "Any chance I can, whether I start with 1 or 2 people or a whole auditorium filled with people, I tell them what happened to me. Because if it happened to me, it can happen to anyone." He was asked a lot of questions, with the obvious one being, how do you feel when you're found guilty? Crony answered, the horrors of being thrown into another world, another universe that is no longer understandable. The helplessness overwhelms you with nowhere to turn. The system exerts its full force on you. He said the justice system isn't about justice, it's about winning. He also said there were 5 things he was looking forward to all the time he was in prison and hoping he'd got justice. They were being able to hug my mom and sister, good food, being able to walk barefoot in the grass, riding a motorcycle, driving a car. He said he forgives those who put him away because he doesn't want anger to spoil his freedom. Those who sent him away will have to live with what they did all their life, said Crony. At the time of his release, Crony was the 12th man to be found innocent and exonerated from death row. As of November 2019, there have been 166 death row exonerations in the USA. In the US in total, there have been 365 DNA exonerations for serious crimes, with the average time being spent behind bars being 14 years. 10% of innocent people spent 25 years locked up. Believe it or not, some of those people had confessed and pled guilty even though they didn't commit the crime. There have been many studies, but most of them say that in the US between 2.3 and 5% of all prisoners are innocent. Another study suggests 4.1% of death row inmates are innocent. Researchers have said that 340 men since 1973 were put to death, but probably were innocent. They came up with that after a team of lawyers and statisticians analyzed data of 7,482 defendants who were handed the death sentence between 1973 and 2004. Linwood Briley sits in his dark cell. The sounds of heavy breathing and muffled sobs fill death row. Briley rubs his hands together as he thinks. He's been convicted of killing 6 people and will be executed unless he can find a way to escape. Suddenly, he sits up straight and smiles. That's it. Linwood whispers to himself, they'll never see it coming. Linwood Briley and 5 other murderers are about to escape death row, and nothing can be done to stop them. The inmate population of the Mecklenburg Correctional Center is made up of some of the most dangerous criminals in the country. Everyone in the prison is destined to be executed at the hands of the state for crimes they've committed. When Mecklenburg opened in 1976, it was said to be inescapable. But Bradley and the other inmates are about to put this statement to the test. The next day, as all the inmates gather in the rec room for their hour of free time, Linwood Briley meets with his brother James. James Briley was sent to death row after being convicted for 7 murders. I have an idea that I think you're gonna like, Linwood tells his brother. Linwood explains the plan he came up with the previous night. James silently listens. When his brother finishes, he smiles. Let's do it, James says, but we're gonna need some help. Linwood nods. Leave it to me. Unknown to the guards at the facility, almost every inmate on the cell block has been briefed about the plan by Linwood. But before the escape from death row can begin, the prisoners need to gather more information about the guards and their shortcomings. The inmates watch the officers at the prison, noting any inconsistencies or flaws in security. Several inmates report that the guards have become lax and complacent. It seems as if they're just going through the motions with no real concern for what the prisoners are doing. It's these observations that allow Briley and others to finalize the specifics of their plan. In preparation for the prison break, a number of inmates stash blades and pieces of metal from landscaping equipment into their jumpsuits. Each day and night, they scrape the metal into shivs, so when the time's right, they have weapons to fight the guards with. The officers at Mecklenburg weren't searching inmates or their cells very thoroughly, so at no point did they find any of the weapons that would have tipped them off to the inmates' plan to escape death row. This blatant disregard of the rules and regulations of the facility eventually leads to one of the biggest catastrophes in prison history. On the evening of May 31, 1983, the prisoners find the opening they've been waiting for. The inmates return to their cells from their outdoor activities. Each one steals a glance at the guards to see if they're watching. A man by the name of Earl Clanton notices that the officers aren't paying attention to him and puts the escape plan into action. Clanton has been sentenced to death for the murder of a librarian 3 years prior. He has no plans of waiting around on Mecklenburg death row any longer. When no one's looking, Clanton slips into a bathroom that they left unlocked. The bathroom sits right next to the control center for the cell block. If he can gain access to the controls, he can open all of the cells at once, allowing the inmates to flood out and overwhelm the guards. Clanton lies in wait for the perfect opportunity. The clock ticks by. Clanton has been hiding for almost an hour. It's time. James Briley calls the guard near the control room over to his cell. He asks politely if the guard minds retrieving a book for him that he accidentally left with another inmate on the other side of the prison. The guard seemingly has nothing better to do. He only thinks for a moment before walking away to fetch the book. James Briley smiles and signals to Clanton, who is peering out of the bathroom door. It's go time. Clanton makes a dash for the control room. The door is unlocked, but there is a guard inside. When the guard realizes that it's an inmate bursting into the room through the door, they jump out of their chair to try to subdue the prisoner. But Clanton has the jump on the unsuspecting guard. He throws them to the ground and pushes all the buttons on the control panel. The cell doors swing open. The death row inmates are now free. The men come running out of their cells and quickly overwhelm the vastly outnumbered guards. The officers look on in horror as an army of killers swarms around them. They're not allowed to carry firearms, so all the guards are armed only with nightsticks. They quickly realize that they're not only outnumbered, but outmatched in weapons as well. The inmates hold shivs in their hands from the sharpened lawn equipment they smuggled into their cells. The nightsticks would usually be a deterrent, but the guards have brought sticks to a shiv fight. Some of the officers have beanbag guns and unload them on the encroaching inmates, but there are too many. The guards in the cell block are dragged to the ground and knocked out. Some suffer stab wounds. It's mayhem. Eventually, all of the guards are dealt with, and the prisoners now run this section of the facility. Their calculated escape plan went off without a hitch, and they even managed to subdue the guards before they can radio for help. No one at Mecklenburg Correctional Center except for the officers guarding death row know that anything has gone wrong, and things are about to go from bad to worse for the officers at the prison. The prisoners strip the guards of their uniforms and put them on. They take their badges, wallets, and identification cards. The Briley brothers gather everyone together to decide what their next move should be. They hadn't expected the plan to go so smoothly, but now that it has, they need a way out. There's still a bunch of guards outside the cell block, Linwood says. We need to lure them in here so we can deal with them. I have an idea, one of the inmates says. He grabs a guard's walkie-talkie and radios the other officers in the facility. We could use a little help on death row, he says. Some of the inmates are getting rowdy. The escaped prisoners snicker. Officer Hawkins responds to the call and climbs the stairs leading up to the control room. As he reaches the top of the stairs, Hawkins is greeted by a man in a guard's uniform. At first he recognizes the guard, but he can't quite place how he knows him. Hawkins stops, his eyes open wide as he turns to run back down the stairs. He realizes that the man in front of him is not one of his fellow officers, but an inmate. Hawkins has stumbled right into a trap. He leaps down the steps, fumbling for his radio. At the bottom, James Briley waits for him with the shiv. If you try to call for help, it'll be the last thing you do. Briley hisses as he holds up his shiv to Hawkins' neck. Hawkins raises his hands in surrender and is led to the closet where the guards have been secured. The inmates regroup and radio for more help to be sent to the death row cell block. They know there are more guards outside the facility that need to be dealt with, so if the inmates can lure them in one by one, they'll have a better chance of escaping. Officer Prince Thomas responds to the fake request for help. As he approaches the control room, Thomas immediately knows something is wrong. The first person he spots is Joe Girantano, who is convicted of murder and sexual assault. Thomas knows how dangerous this man is and turns to warn the others that the inmates have gotten free. If he can make it to the exit and let the rest of the guards know that the prisoners are loose, the whole escape plan will fail. Thomas sprints toward the exit, but James Briley and another killer named Lim Tuggle catch him from behind. They pull Thomas to the ground. He reaches his hand out toward the door in desperation, hoping someone will pass by and see him struggling. But no one comes. The rest of the guards in the outside world remain unaware that the officers at Mecklenburg Correctional Center are being picked off one by one. As Thomas is stripped of his uniform and possessions, he watches in horror as the other guards are being led to the shower room. But one person stands out. Officer Coraline Epps is the only female guard captured by the inmates. Many of these men are on death row for crimes against women. Everyone knows that Coraline Epps is in significant danger, but there's nothing the other guards can do. They watch helplessly as Epps is led to another part of the facility by a group of prisoners. Coraline screams as she's dragged to one of the cells by a few of the inmates. "I had just had a baby," she yells. But her pleas fall on deaf ears. Coraline Epps struggles against the grip of the men, but they're too strong and they're too many. She's thrown into a cell. The men stand in the doorway arguing what to do with her. Before the inmates can cause her any harm, Earl Clanton, the man who had broken into the control room and started the prison break, throws the others aside. He stands in front of the cell, a determined look on his face. "No one goes near her," Clanton bellows. He pulls out a shiv and stares down the other prisoners, who slowly back away and rejoin the others. Clanton turns and looks at Coraline Epps. In a soft voice, he says, "I'm a dad. I wouldn't let anything happen to my little girl, and I'm not going to let anyone come in here and hurt you." Coraline watches in astonishment as Earl Clanton turns around, crosses his arms, and stands in the cell doorway to make sure no one else comes in. Earl Clinton had made mistakes in his life, but he was not about to let anyone hurt Corleen Epps. The Bradley brothers gather everyone around in the middle of the cell block. "It's time we make moves," said Linwood. "Eventually someone will get word out to the authorities that we have taken over the prison. If anyone's going to escape, now is the time." "How are we going to get past the rest of the guards?" someone asks. There's silence as everyone thinks. Although the inmates have captured several guards and control most of the prison, this could be the end of their escape if they can't figure out a way to get beyond the walls of Mecklenburg. "Wait," Linwood says with a smile on his face. "I have an idea." He runs to one of the other rooms and grabs a TV from a table. He places it on a gurney. He throws a sheet over the top of the TV and wheels it back to where everyone's standing. "We're going to call it a bomb threat," Linwood says. The rest of the inmates nod in approval. Not everyone can make it out due to the lack of guards' uniforms, but several inmates have already decided to stay behind. Although they didn't stop the prison break, they have no intentions of actively participating in it. It's agreed that 6 men will escape using the fake bomb as their ticket out and as a way to secure transportation. The Bradley brothers, Earl Clinton, Lim Tuggle, Derek Peterson, and Willie Leroy Jones are the inmates who will try to exit death row. Peterson was convicted of robbery-murder. Jones was sentenced to death for arson and murdering an elderly couple. All 6 of these men have done terrible things in the past, and all 6 know their best chance to stay alive is by escaping the walls of Mecklenburg. The 6 men make sure their stolen guard uniforms fit correctly. They place the badges they've confiscated in prominent positions so they can be seen. Then the escapees wheel the cart with a TV on it toward the doorway. The disguised inmates hope that since most procedures were not being practiced or followed at the prison, the bomb threat will cause enough chaos to allow them to sneak out. When they reach the door, they radio the guards outside. "We got a live bomb in death row cell block," one of the men screams frantically into the walkie-talkie. "Open the doors and clear a path so we can get it out of here before it goes off." The 6 inmates wait in silence to see if their plan worked. Their hearts race. Either they successfully trick the guards, or this will be the end of their escape plan. Seconds go by, but it seems more like hours. Nothing happens. It doesn't seem the other guards at the facility have bought it. Then there's a buzz. The door unlocks. The prisoners hold back their excitement in sighs of relief. They begin wheeling the fake bomb through the doorway. A few of them have fire extinguishers that they're spraying at the cart. They're pretending it's keeping the bomb from detonating. Really, the extinguishers are just creating cover to keep their identities hidden from anyone who's watching the bomb threat unfold over the security cameras. The prisoners hustle down the hallway, keeping their heads down and periodically spraying their fire extinguishers. "We need all the gates open and a van ready to take the bomb away from the prison," one of the escapees yells into a walkie-talkie. They find the final 2 gates as they run down the final corridor to the exit. The light above them is red, indicating the gates remain locked. "Don't slow down," someone whispers. The 6 inmates disguised as guards speed up their pace as they wheel the fake bomb down the hallway. They approach the final gates, but the light is still red. They're 20 feet away, then 10. The gates are still locked. Just before they crash into them, the light goes from red to green. The gates unlock. The inmates push them open and proceed outside into the cool Virginia night air. When they look around, they can't believe what's waiting for them. The guards have brought a van around. The sliding doors are open so the bomb can be placed inside and removed from the prison grounds. The inmates can't believe their luck. They race over to the van, load the sheet-covered TV into it, and then pile into the vehicle themselves. Linwood Bradley puts the van in drive and slams on the accelerator. The 6 death row inmates speed away, leaving the maximum security prison behind. As the prison fades into the rearview mirror, the 6 men let out a cheer. They've done it. They broke out of death row and a facility that was supposed to be escape-proof. But they're not out of danger yet. At some point soon, the remaining guards at the facility will realize that they've been tricked. The 6 inmates know they need to put as much distance between themselves and the prison as possible if they're going to get away for good. They'll also need to ditch the police van and change their clothes to something much less conspicuous. Tensions begin to rise in the escape van, and an argument breaks out. The escaped convicts can't decide what to do next. "If you don't like it, you can get out and go back to prison," Linwood Bradley shouts. "But my brother and I are heading to Pennsylvania, where we've got family and can lay low." Clinton and Peterson don't think this is the best course of action. "Pull over," Clinton says. The van rolls to a stop in Warrenton, Virginia, and the escapees have made it about 20 miles from Mecklenburg Correctional Center. Clinton and Peterson get out. "Hope we don't see you again," Clinton says to the other inmates still in the van. "You guys should ditch that ride before word gets out about our escape." Clinton and Peterson walk down the road toward town. The Bradley brothers, Jones and Tuggle, drive a little bit further down the road where they find a schoolyard and abandon the police van. They can't be sure how long the guards at the prison remained confused, but it's almost certain that police are looking for them by this point. The escaped convicts either find new clothes and transportation, or they'll be caught and sent back to death row. The Bradley brothers' crew disappears into the night as they plan their next move for getting out of Virginia and further north. The sun rises in Warrenton early the next morning. Clanton and Peterson make their way to a market and buy some cheese and wine using cash from one of the guards' wallets to celebrate their newfound freedom. They also have ripped badges and insignias off their stolen uniforms to make them less noticeable. The two men walk into a laundromat with their celebratory meal in hopes that they can swipe some new clothes. While they're in the laundromat, a patrol car drives by and spots the two men. Their pictures and descriptions have been sent out to police departments across the state. The officer pulls around the corner and radios for backup. Clanton and Peterson munch on the cheese and take large gulps of the wine, as they haven't had either since they were put on death row. They scout the laundromat for any clothing left behind. Suddenly, a squad of police officers burst through the doors, guns raised. "Down on the ground, hands above your head," an officer yells. Everyone in the laundromat gets down, including Clanton and Peterson. The police officers rush over to the two escaped prisoners. Wine from their bottle pools on the floor as Clanton and Peterson are handcuffed. Their brief taste of freedom has ended. The rest of the inmates have made their way out of Virginia but make a mistake in the process. As the Bradley brothers, Tuggle and Jones, continue on foot, they keep their eyes out for a vehicle to steal. They come across a pickup truck parked in a driveway. The convicts jump in the truck and speed away without giving a second thought. The only problem is the stolen truck has an easy-to-remember vanity plate, PEI 1. The convicts head north and cross the border into Pennsylvania in their stolen truck. They make it to Philadelphia, where the Bradley brothers get dropped off at their uncle's car garage. "Where are you headed now?" Linwood asks. "Not sure exactly," Tuggle responds, "but we're going to try and make it across the border of Canada." Linwood nods his head. "Good luck." The Bradley brothers disappear into the garage. Tuggle and Jones continue their way up to Canada. They drive through the tri-state area to make it to Vermont. They know that the Canadian government will not extradite fugitives that are facing the death penalty. If they're caught in Canada, they'll go to jail, but at least they won't face the electric chair, which would be a terrible way to go. "We're gonna make it," Tuggle says as they drive through the Green Mountain State. He wipes his arm across his forehead to get rid of the sweat that's begun to bead there. Suddenly, the engine starts to sputter. "Damn it," Tuggle shouts, "we're out of gas." He opens the guard's wallet he stole. It's empty. They're in Jay, Vermont, the last town in the state before crossing the Canadian border. "We can still make it," Tuggle says to Jones. "What's one more crime in the scheme of things?" Tuggle gets out of the truck and starts walking toward town. Jones waits in the vehicle. But as time goes by, he starts to get anxious. Jones slumps down in his seat and tries to take a nap, but the thought of being captured when he's so close to the Canadian border keeps him awake. Tuggle enters a gift shop on the edge of town. He pulls out a shiv he's held onto since they escaped death row. The store clerk gives him the $80 in the register, and Tuggle quickly leaves. He knows he only has minutes to get back into the car and refuel before the police are onto him. He sprints down the road, but there's a police officer nearby who recognizes him. The cop puts his lights and siren on and pursues Tuggle down the road. When the police officer catches up, he cuts Tuggle off and gets out of the car with his gun raised. "Freeze!" the cop shouts. Tuggle raises his hands in the air as his head slumps down. He knows he's going back to prison and there's no hope of ever getting out again. As more and more time goes by, Jones starts to assume the worst. Tuggle should have been back by now. They've been on the run for over a week, and although the Canadian border is close, Jones is tired. He's dehydrated, hungry, and the flies have been relentless in the Vermont summer heat. Jones opens the door and walks into town. He finds a phone and calls his mother. After a brief conversation, she convinces him to turn himself in. He doesn't want to run anymore. His escape from death row ends less than 10 miles from the Canadian border. Out of all the men who escaped from the Mecklenburg Correctional Center, only 2 remain. The Bradley brothers have been free for almost 3 weeks. They're working at a garage under false identities given to them by their uncle. The police visit the uncle's shop, but he maintains he has no idea where his nephews are. The police don't believe him, so they tap his phone and wait for the brothers to make contact. 19 days after the Bradley brothers escaped, they made the mistake of calling a former contact in New York City. The FBI manages to trace the call back to the garage they're working at. The police and SWAT team storm the garage. Linwood and James Bradley make a run for it. They hop over engine blocks and slide under cars jacked up on lifts. "Stop or we'll open fire," the cops yell. The brothers continue to run, but all exits have been covered. They're tackled to the ground and handcuffed. Like the rest of the escapees, the Bradley brothers are arrested and brought back to the prison they escaped from several weeks prior. Upon return of the convicts, the Mecklenburg Correctional Center ramps up its security procedures. It's now clear that the prison is not inescapable, but all the prisoners have been returned and are locked in their cells. The mistakes of the past won't happen again. A year and a half passes without incident. Linwood Bradley is in handcuffs and ankle shackles. He's led down the walkway of the cell block that he once escaped from. The other inmates look on as the famous former escapee has marched past them. They know it'll be the last time they ever see this Bradley brother. The procession exits death row and heads toward a room in a different part of the facility. A door opens, and Linwood Bradley enters the chamber. He's strapped into an electric chair. A priest reads his last rites before exiting the room. Several people look on behind shielded glass as a switch is flicked and the man meets his end. Each of the 6 men who escaped Mecklenburg death row eventually died at the hands of the state. The Briley brothers were the first to be executed. Linwood Briley, who is claimed to be the mastermind behind the escape plan, was executed in 1984. His brother was executed the following year. All of the escaped convicts were put to death using the electric chair except for Lem Tuggle, who was executed by lethal injection on December 12, 1996. He was the last of the Mecklenburg 6 to be killed. The rat-a-tat-tat of the drums lures people to follow the prisoner cart, slowly rolling through the streets of Sydney. 2 condemned men are going to be executed this morning: thief James Hardwick and 23-year-old thief and murderer Joseph Samuel. By the time the cart reaches the gallows near Brickfield Hill, a large crowd is gathered. They don't yet know that they're about to witness something unusual and that the events of the day will long be remembered. Reverend Samuel Marsden administers last rites to Hardwick. An elder of the Jewish community, Joseph Marcus, who would later become Australia's first rabbi, performs rites for Samuel. Then the men are asked if they wish to confess. Samuel pleads his case, pointing out a man in the crowd, Isaac Simmons, as the real killer. Some people in the crowd are riled up after Samuel's impassioned speech, but the execution continues. At 10 a.m., Samuel and Hardwick step up onto the cart and have nooses placed around their necks. Here's where accounts differ. Some say that Hardwick received a last-minute pardon and Samuel was left to face his maker alone. Others claim that Hardwick was indeed executed, and due to a bizarre twist of fate, he was the only one executed on this day. Either way, standing on the cart seconds from death, a terrified Samuel begins to quietly pray. The executioner slaps the horse's rump. The horse trots forward, and the cart pulls out from beneath Samuel's feet. In 1795, at age 15, Joseph Samuel was sentenced to 7 years of imprisonment for larceny in England. In 1801, he was transported to Australia to serve out the remainder of his sentence. Samuel was imprisoned in the penal settlement at Sydney Cove in the colony of New South Wales. In addition to the harsh security of the prison camp, it was purposely miles from out of town. The guards figured that if a man was able to escape, the hostile outback would take care of him before he could make his way back to civilization. However, Samuel did escape and survive. Eventually, he made it to Sydney and took up with a gang of thieves. On the night of August 25, 1803, they robbed the home of a wealthy woman, Mrs. Mary Breeze. Among other items, they stole 24 guineas and several silver dollars. A constable on patrol in the area, Joseph Lucker, investigated. The next morning, Constable Lucker was found stabbed to death, becoming the first police officer killed in the line of duty in Australia. The gang of thieves was quickly hunted down and captured. Samuel had some of the stolen coins in his pocket when he was arrested. Also, Mrs. Breeze identified him as one of the culprits. When interrogated, Samuel confessed the robbery, but claimed to have nothing to do with the murder. Still, he was tried and convicted. The other suspects were banished from the colonies or acquitted. Even though they were caught with blood on their clothes, 2 other suspects, Isaac Simmons and William Bladders, were acquitted due to insufficient evidence and their explanations. Simmons claimed that he was prone to nosebleeds, and Bladders said he had recently slaughtered a pig. The morning of the execution, Simmons was escorted by police to watch the hanging, in the hopes that he would be frightened enough to confess. At the time in Australia, death by hanging was brutal. The more merciful drop hanging, where a convict drops through a hole and their neck is quickly snapped, hadn't yet been instituted. Instead, a condemned person stands on a cart. Once the noose is placed around their neck, the horse would pull away with the cart. Thus, the condemned would be left dangling and slowly strangled to death. As Samuels gets up on the cart, he's scared. His accusation of Isaac Simmons has angered some in the crowd, but not stopped the proceedings as he'd hoped. Samuel prays as a noose is slid around his neck. The executioner slaps the horse's rump. The horse trots forward and the cart pulls out from beneath Samuel's feet. He painfully dangles for a moment, and then the rope around Samuel's neck inexplicably breaks, causing him to drop to the ground, spraining his ankle. Another rope is brought, and for a second time Samuel stands on the cart. Again, a noose is placed around his neck. And this time, when the horse pulls the cart away, the noose unravels, extending the rope enough to allow Samuel's boots to touch the ground. By now, the crowd is uneasy. Not only has this man passionately proclaimed his innocence, but mysteriously, twice now, the executioner has failed to kill him. Some people shout for Samuels to be released, claiming that divine intervention is saving him. Nevertheless, a third rope is fetched. This time, the authorities quickly inspect the rope before making a noose. It's a standard rope made of 5 thick cords of hemp. It should be able to hold around 1,000 pounds without breaking. For the third time, Samuel is placed on the cart. a noose around his neck. The horse is slapped and pulls the cart away. Incredibly, the rope breaks again. Samuel falls face first into the ground and is briefly knocked unconscious. By now, the crowd is rowdy. They clamor for Samuel to be released. The provost marshal orders the execution to be delayed and gallops off on horseback to report the unbelievable series of events to Governor King. He comes back with the stay of execution. The governor has granted Samuel a reprieve. You would think that after his crazy brush with death, Samuel might straighten up and become a model citizen. But no, he didn't. Samuel was taken to the doctor for injuries received during the botched execution. He fully recovered. His sentence was converted to life in prison, and he was sent to Kingstown, which later became Newcastle, to work in the coal mines. In 1806, Samuel and 7 other men escaped the settlement, sailing off in a boat during a storm. They were never heard from again. All were presumed lost at sea. Isaac Simmons was convicted and hung for the murder of Constable Lucker. However, today, Constable Lucker's murder is considered to be Australia's oldest cold case with no definitive proof as to the murderer.
What's worse, being a man on death row or being a woman on death row? The horrors that await anyone sentenced to death in the United States are claimed by human rights organizations to be a form of torture. You may never have thought about what death row is like for women, but after this video, you'll never forget these terrible facts. One of the most horrible things to think about, and the biggest difference between males and females on death row, is that a man will never be pregnant while awaiting his execution. This is not always true for women. Let that sink in for a moment. Imagine carrying an innocent life inside you while waiting for your own execution. It's a truly awful thought. So, what would happen in this situation? Practically every country has agreed that a pregnant woman cannot be executed until after the baby is born. This makes sense, but it also means that the situation has occurred before. For example, one death row inmate in India was pregnant when she was arrested and sentenced. She gave birth in prison and her son stayed with her for 6 years. When the sentence was finally slated to be carried out, the boy was taken away by the state and given to a foster family. There have also been cases of children living with their mothers on death row in Pakistan and Uganda, so this wasn't an isolated event. This is a rare but absolutely insane situation to be in. Needless to say, a male death row inmate would never have to deal with being pregnant or raising a child while he awaited his execution. We're now going to focus on death row inmates in the US and how the experience differs between males and females. Death row may be different between states and on a case-by-case basis. However, the experience for females on death row can be vastly different than those of males. This is slightly surprising because on paper, it seems that what both sexes go through are relatively the same. But in reality, this is far from the truth. We don't often think about women who are on death row, and that's for a good reason. On average, around 12% of all murders in the United States are committed by females. And since murder, in conjunction with other offenses, is normally what gets someone the death penalty, there are just not as many females on death row as males. However, there also may be another reason for this, which you may find appalling. Although women account for around 10% of murders in the US, they only make up around 2% of the inmates on death row. On top of that, even fewer than those 2% actually get executed. Most end up in solitary confinement for the duration of their lives or their sentence is modified. This is where one of the big differences between death row for males and death row for females occurs. Even before women are sentenced to death, the process could be skewed slightly in their favor. There are 2 reasons for this, and we'll let you judge if they're fair or not. The first reason why the death penalty is not as common for female murderers as males is because of the nature of the crimes that women commit. The death penalty is normally reserved for killers who also committed other crimes on top of murder, such as large-scale drug trafficking. Normally, in cases where women commit murders, it's their first and only offense. This obviously does not make murder right. However, like with many male murders, if it's the woman's first and only crime, they normally aren't sentenced to death. Capital punishment is typically reserved for serial killers or sociopaths who murder or harm many victims. In the case of most females, the murder is the only crime committed. Again, we're not saying that one murder shouldn't constitute punishment, but for both males and females, it's less likely for someone to receive the death penalty for a single murder. Therefore, the prosecutors who try to convict a female murderer with a single victim don't have a strong case for seeking the death penalty. The other reason why women are sent to death row less often than males has more to do with culture and society than anything else. Whether you believe women and men are equals in every way, or that there are certain inherent differences between the 2 sexes, can be a hotly debated topic. Studies found that juries tend to hold the perception that women are more fragile than men and that they have more redeeming qualities.
We're not saying this is necessarily true, just that the average jury feels this way. Therefore, a jury is less likely to sentence a woman to death than a man. Defense lawyers claim that it's almost always easier to convince a jury that a female defendant suffered emotional distress that led them to commit the crime than it is to convince a jury of the same thing for a male defendant. This can allow defense attorneys to seek more lenient sentences for females and oftentimes be more successful. This is just the reality of the system we have, and one major difference of how males get to death row versus females. So currently, how do the two sexes stack up against one another in terms of numbers on death row? Unsurprisingly, there are many more men on death row than females. As of October 2020, the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund published a report stating there were 51 women on death row in the United States. During that same time, there were approximately 2,500 men on death row. And since 1976, when the death penalty was reinstated in the United States, approximately 1.2% of total executions have been females. Once put on death row, things become extremely difficult for both male and female inmates. They're put into solitary confinement, which human rights organizations have classified as a form of torture. They then have to await their execution date. However, the situation for female death row prisoners can be much worse, especially when things go very wrong. A study conducted by the ACLU found that 1 in 5 women on death row said they were assaulted or harassed while in prison. It probably comes as no surprise that most prison guards are males. This means certain situations can become incredibly uncomfortable for women who need to carry out their daily business. A third of the women surveyed report that the corrections officers watched them while they showered or used the toilet. If this was absolutely necessary, which it was not, there were other ways to make sure a prisoner was observed. Males most likely run into similar problems, but the data collected found that 75% of all reported assaults in U.S. prisons come from females. This suggests that the experience on death row, or just prison in general for females, differs greatly than for males. It's interesting to note that although female death row inmates are in solitary confinement like their male counterparts, they know they're being observed. This is most likely a systemic problem and one that human rights organizations have voiced concerns over. Female inmates also tend to be on death row for longer than males. Although you might think this is a good thing, that's not necessarily the case. For both males and females, isolation takes a toll on the mental state of the individual. This is one of the reasons that solitary confinement is seen as inhumane. Since women stay on death row longer, the strain on their mental health becomes greater and greater, meaning female death row inmates are under torturous conditions longer than males. And since the prison system is made up predominantly of men, the cells for death row tend to be designed for the male sex. Biologically, males and females are different. Along with the capacity to become pregnant, women also have to contend with a monthly menstrual cycle. Facilities who are not prepared can find themselves lacking the supplies that female death row inmates need. You can debate whether certain rights should be taken away from inmates, but it's hard to make a case to withhold necessary resources for the biological process of a prisoner, regardless of if they're male or female. At this point, we'd like to mention that things can get a little tricky. It's only until relatively recently that studies have been published about female death row inmates. Our lack of public knowledge is just another difference between males and females on death row. Many studies of death row prisoners lump both sexes together, and there are most certainly many similarities between the experiences of males and females on death row in the U.S. One notable statistic is that over the last 40 years, the time spent on death row has increased. This has raised the alarm on the long-term effects of solitary confinement. However, female death row inmates have been undergoing longer times in solitary than males for many years. The average time spent on death row right now is about 20 years. That's a long time for anyone to be in solitary confinement, as we're finding out from numerous human rights studies. But we often forget, or didn't even know, that this was always the norm for female death row inmates in the United States. It's claimed that the reason the length of stay on death row has increased over the years is to allow the defense more time to gather evidence and exonerate their client. The worst thing that could possibly happen is that someone who is innocent is put to death. Yet, innocent people have been wrongfully executed by the judicial system before, and we're still finding people locked up on death row who were wrongfully convicted. Whether slowly losing your mind on death row or being executed as an innocent person is worse, the fact remains time spent on death row for everyone is getting longer, but for women it has been and still is longer than men. So, who has it worse on death row? Men or women? It's not pleasant for either of the sexes, but we assume these people are people who have done terrible things. It can be argued that women who are sentenced to death have unique hurdles that they have to deal with while incarcerated. What may be the scariest difference of all between male and female death row is how little we know about the female experience. The studies that lump males and females together tend to only show the male side of things because their numbers make up most of the system. It's a nerve-wracking thought that we really don't know all the differences between male and female death row. What is slowly coming to light is that female inmates may experience even more trauma on death row than males. So we have to ask ourselves, how broken is our capital punishment system? There's only one thing we want to tell you in this introduction, and that's the fact that you really don't want to end up on death row. After hearing these 50 facts, we guarantee you that your mind will be blown. Number 50. Okay, some hard facts first. Some of you might be wondering, what exactly is death row? Well, it's simply the name for the part of the prison where inmates await their execution. For instance, if you get sentenced to death in California, you'll go to death row units at either Corcoran State Prison or San Quentin Prison. You're thinking, tell me something I don't know. Okay, how about the fact that California leads the US in terms of how many people are on death row? The current number is 725 as of January 1st, 2020. Florida is next with 347 death row inmates, and Texas gets the bronze with 218 death row inmates. Number 49. We'll give you some more hard facts soon, but let's now add some insanity to this story. As you might guess, some death row inmates are not of a sound mind. They might not have even been declared insane in the courts, but it's very likely they were very much certifiably mad. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas killed his estranged wife and 2 children. He used a different knife for each killing, later saying he didn't want to contaminate them with demons. He removed some of their organs and subsequently stabbed himself in the chest. He then left a voicemail message for his dead wife's parents. It went like this: "I need y'all's help. Something bad is happening to me, and it keeps happening, and I don't know what's going on. I need some help. I think I'm in hell. I need help." He turned himself in and confessed to what he'd done. While he was in jail, he had removed one of his eyes, and later 3 doctors confirmed that this guy had schizophrenia. The state didn't care, and the man stood trial and was sentenced to death. While serving time on death row, he removed another eye and proceeded to eat it. He's still waiting for his execution. Yeah, that's a crazy story, and they will get even crazier. Number 48. So which states have executed the most death row inmates since 1976? The top 3 states are Oklahoma with 112, Virginia with 1 more at 113, and Texas far away at number 1 with 566 executions. Number 47. A lot of you don't know this, but it can take a really long time to get yourself executed, often between 15 and 20 years. The average time spent on death row before execution or release, yep, a lot of guys have been innocent on death row, is 16 years. Number 46. People literally go mad waiting to be killed by the state, and this madness is actually a phenomenon with a name. It's called death row phenomenon, and we're going to talk more about it later. For now, all you need to know is that it means basically losing your mind. Number 45. Okay, so you can spend a lot of time on death row. As you'll see, more inmates on death row have been innocent than you would believe. In fact, it's mind-blowing and sad just how many folks have gotten off of death row. One man spent 39 years there, and his name was Gary Alvord. He murdered 3 people and was sentenced in 1974, but like the guy we just talked about, he had a long history of severe mental illnesses, including schizophrenia. The state knew very well he was totally insane, and that's why he could never be executed. He waited 39 years and saw 75 other death row inmates in Florida leave and never come back. He died of a brain tumor in 2013. Number 44. Okay, so one more person that spent a long time on death row was a guy named Jack Alderman, and he spent 33 years fighting for his freedom. He was accused of killing his wife, although there was no forensic evidence and the story is just plain weird. He was sentenced only on the testimony of another man, a man who might have actually been the killer. The execution of Alderman has been called a gross miscarriage of justice because it is highly unlikely he killed his wife. He was offered all kinds of deals, and he wouldn't have been executed if he only said he was guilty. He refused to do this every time he was offered a plea deal and said he just couldn't admit to doing something he hadn't done. He was executed in 2008. Number 43. You don't actually have to kill someone to be convicted of murder. You can end up on death row having been convicted of murder, but you might not have been sentenced for actually killing someone. Number 42. If that's confusing to you, here's a story. One night you're hanging out in a park. But this particular night, there are a couple of guys you don't know that well. All you guys get a bit drunk and then decide to go into town. Those two new guys get into a fight. They beat up some dude so bad he dies. You were merely there, and you didn't even throw a punch. Plus, you didn't know these guys very well. But if you're poor, have a crappy lawyer, and maybe a couple of minor crimes to your name, you might be charged with something called felony murder. If you're African American, you're even more screwed. Sadly, racial bias in the American justice system is still prevalent. Okay, the point is, you sometimes just have to be there. If you do your research, you'll find lists of people who were executed for just being there. It was the other guy that pulled the trigger or stuck in the blade, and you'll find names such as G.W. Green, Carlos Santana, Joseph Garcia, and many more. Number 41. One more thing you need to know is that you could get charged for murder if one of your friends dies. Yep, if you've heard of the Elkhart Four, you'll know that 4 kids decided to burglarize a house, and the house owner shot and killed one of those kids. The 3 other kids were charged with felony murder and were looking at 55, 50, and 55 years behind bars for something some guy did while protecting his house. They didn't end up spending any time on death row and eventually got much lower sentences, but it's a warning to you all. Number 40. A guy named Nick Yaris spent 22 years on death row for a crime he didn't commit. He educated himself there, and he was later released after DNA evidence proved that he did not commit the crime. Yaris sued the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, and the settlement was $3 million. You can see his story in the documentary film The Fear of 13. Number 39. What about lethal injection? What's that? It's a 3-shot cocktail. The first part is usually sodium thiopental, a super-strength barbiturate that basically knocks the person out. Then pancuronium bromide, a muscle relaxant, should make the lungs not work so well, and the third part is potassium chloride. Enough of this will affect the heart and should bring on cardiac arrest. We should also say that certain states have their own recipes. Number 38. Actually, lethal injection, while generally viewed as the most humane form of execution in modern times, has a really high botch rate at 7.1%. Yep, that's a lot of botching. And you could ask if the formidable guillotine at least caused less pain for some folks. Firing squads also had a 100% success rate. The botch rate of the electric chair is 1.9%, hanging 3.1%, and the gas chamber 5.4%. Number 37. You might now be thinking, wait a minute. In recent years, there have been bodies piling up all over the USA during what we call the opioid crisis. In 2018, there were 46,802 deaths related to opioids such as heroin and fentanyl, and the new tidal wave of prescription opioids. The numbers were similar in 2017 and 2019. So that's around 150,000 deaths, which if you've ever seen one, pretty much means going to sleep and not waking up. It seems pretty humane. Since 1999, there have been around 800,000 deaths in the USA because of drugs, and mainly the deaths were opiate-related. Although opiates might have been mixed with another drug such as benzodiazepine, there's a lethal threesome: the opioid, the benzo, and the booze. Anyway, some people have said, why not give people a strong drug like fentanyl when you want to execute them? It's obviously a formidable killer on the streets, so why not mainline murderers with it? Well, in 2018, Nebraska became the first state to use fentanyl as part of a lethal injection, and they even threw in a benzodiazepine. They knocked him out with the opioid, slowed him down with the relaxant, and for good measure, they threw in some of the heart-stopping potassium chloride. Number 36. Lethal injection often fails simply because the executioners can't find a vein. But in one occasion, they actually injected the substances into the flesh of a man and not his veins. 35 minutes later, he got another shot. That kind of time frame is what we now call cruel and unusual punishment. Others have just reacted badly to the cocktail, with their bodies going into spasms and moans coming from their mouth. Still, the real horror stories involve the gas chamber and the electric chair, and that you'll learn about later. Number 35. There might also be 2 separate cartridges during a lethal injection. The second one is a backup. Number 34. A guy named Ramel Broom actually survived his execution in 2009. Over the period of 2 hours, the executioners tried to find a vein. Ramel, reportedly sobbing at times, even helped them, but it failed. They took him off the gurney and the state was accused of cruel and unusual punishment. Ramel is still on death row today. Number 33. Okay, so this was before modern death row, but when the British first settled into the colonies, they had a list of 222 crimes that were punishable by death. If you destroyed a fish pond, you could die. Or if you messed with a rabbit warren, you could be strung up. Painting your face black at night? Also a capital crime. Yeah, that's crazy, but we have more crazy down the line. Number 32. Serial killer Philip Carl Jablonski was on San Quentin death row for many years. He was an avid letter writer and had pen pals all over the world. He would sometimes draw cartoons on the letters, but often they were quite disturbing. In fact, his letters could be pleasant in parts and then suddenly he'd talk about really gruesome things he'd done. He actually killed his first wife, but married a female pen pal while doing time for that murder. When he got out, they could finally be together as a real married couple. He soon killed his new wife and also killed her mother. Jablonski would kill again, and he would get caught. Believe it or not, more women proposed to him when he was on death row. He recently died in his cell, so he's no longer an eligible death row bachelor. Number 31. In fact, a few people have gotten married while on death row. One of the worst serial killers of all time got married even though his hobby was brutally killing women. His name was Ted Bundy. Some women have a thing for killers. There's a term for it. It's called hybristophilia. Number 30. The death penalty was actually abolished for a while, but it came back in 1976. In the US, there are only 29 states in which you can be legally killed by the state. Number 29. Since 1976, there have been 1,512 executions in the US. Number 28. Only 15 of those executions were of women, and 22 of the executed people were juveniles. Number 27. Since the death penalty, there have been a total of 294 cases of clemency. This is when someone with power steps in and says this guy should not be killed. The president or the state governor could do this, but they will have to weigh up a lot of facts and also think about the public's reaction. This doesn't mean the person is released, or what we might call exonerated. It just means the person's death sentence has been commuted to another sentence. And yes, it sometimes happens like it does in the movies. That is, it can happen just hours before the execution is due to be carried out. In 2020, a guy named Jimmy Meters was given clemency just a few hours before he was about to get a lethal injection. His sentence was reduced to life without possibility of parole. Meters was accused of killing a store clerk, but he says another guy did it. He's even tried to get DNA evidence to support this, but that hasn't been possible yet. He claims he's innocent. He had no criminal history before the event and has had a spotless prison record, which was all taken into consideration when he was granted clemency. We'll soon tell you shocking facts about innocent people on death row, but we think you need to hear other facts first. Number 26. One Republican governor shocked the world in the early 2000s. His name was George Ryan, and he said in 2003, "Okay, enough's enough. Something stinks here," and he pardoned every death row prisoner. Yep, all 163 men and 4 women who'd already served collectively over 2,000 years were taken off a death row. Why would he do such a thing, you might be wondering? Okay, let's just give you his statement. It's best you hear it from him. The facts I've seen in reviewing each and every one of these cases raised questions not only about the innocence of people on death row, but about the fairness of the death penalty system as a whole. Our capital system is haunted by the demon of error in determining guilt and error in determining who among the guilty deserves to die. A lot of people were upset, and not only diehard fans of legalized killing, some of the families of the victims were annoyed and upset. The thing is, were they gunning for the right man to die? Mr. Ryan made his decision after seeing that his state had executed 12 people but had exonerated 13 innocent men who had been wrongly convicted. Number 25. If you actually look at pardons given all over the US, you'll see that they're not given that often. In fact, Illinois leads the way with 187 pardons, and in second place is Ohio with 21. The majority of states just have 1, 2, or 3 pardons. Number 24. Has a pardon ever happened like in the movies when the minute hand is on the screen and the prisoner gets saved at the very last minute? The answer is yes. It happened in 2018 to a guy named Thomas Bart Whitaker. Bart was only in his early 20s when he decided to kill his whole family and claim the inheritance money. The family was quite wealthy, we should say. The son got his roommate to kill his mother and brother, but his father survived being shot. It was the father years later who would protest to the governor and get his son off a death row. The two had become good friends. The father said his son was the last of his family, so to kill him would be to leave him with no one. It seems the governor couldn't ignore that plea. Number 23. In the past, when a prisoner was being marched to the death chamber, the guards would shout, "Dead man walking." People on death row have said when someone goes, it's always a very depressing day. Number 22. Death row in some prisons has been criticized for its conditions. In some places, so much so that the prison has been forced to close the wing down and build a new one. Death row inmates are usually locked down in solitary for 23 hours a day. They'll sit in that windowless cell for many years, and unlike other prisoners or murderers, they don't generally get to mix in with people in the yard or have prison jobs. This drives them absolutely crazy. The American Civil Liberties Union actually sued the state of Oklahoma and won. It said solitary confinement could only be described as being buried alive. It said the men get 3 showers a week and 5 times a week can leave their cell for an hour, but they never get to see the sun or the sky, since their exercise time is just in another concrete box, a bigger concrete box. But every prison is not the same, and we saw some prisons where death row inmates could work and communicate with other prisoners. We should say that in some cases this had come after lawsuits. Number 21. These conditions can and have led to something called death row syndrome. This might mean men wanting to take their own lives, but even that's not easy in solitary confinement. Some men literally lose their minds. They become mentally ill on death row and might start having visual and auditory hallucinations. Some men just waiver their appeals and plead for the end to come sooner. 16 years on death row in these conditions can be hard. In fact, because of such brutal conditions, other countries such as the UK and Canada have refused to extradite people to the US. They say no human should be kept in those conditions since it breaches standards of human rights. It's not about the death penalty, but what comes before it. You've all lived in self-isolation at home for a while. Now imagine your house was one small cell and 4 cement walls. Imagine no one could talk to you except when someone handed you food or took you to another cement room for an hour a day. Now imagine this went on for years and at the end, you get to die. Do you think you'd get death row syndrome? Number 20. It seems not all death rows are the same though, because we found a recent story that told us at San Quentin one death row inmate killed another death row inmate while the two were out in the yard. This is actually very unusual, and San Quentin officials said it was the first time it had happened since 1996. Death row inmates are separated from the rest of the prison, but they do get to go out in the yard together. Death rows all over the US don't usually see much violence. They are, for the most part, eerily quiet places. Number 19. Scientists in the US and almost anywhere in the world say the death penalty does not deter killers. In fact, there are lower murder rates in the US states that don't have the death penalty. There are some experts that think the death penalty does deter serious crimes, but they're in the minority. The split is around 90% that don't think it works and 10% that think it works. Number 18. The USA lies around 7th place in regard to most executions per year. China leads, although it doesn't report its executions. North Korea could also be a very high number, but again, the country won't report the numbers. Other big fans of executions are Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Somalia, and so the US is in pretty bad company when it comes to human rights records. Number 17. The first prison escape from death row was in 1934, and the man who got away was the gangster Raymond Hamilton. The infamous Bonnie and Clyde helped him get out. The next death row escape wouldn't be until 1984, when the infamous Briley brothers did something even more over the top than a Hollywood movie. They basically took over the death row unit, stole the guards' uniforms, put on riot gear, put a TV on the stretcher, and walked it out of the prison while saying it was a bomb. They then drove off into the night laughing like hyenas while smoking their stash of weed. Number 16. A man named Martin Garul also escaped, and he basically scaled fences and ran for his life while the guards were shooting at him. He didn't get that far though, since his body was found in a river not long after. One of those shots had hit him in the back. The year was 1998. Number 15. Hangings used to be public events, and they were very popular with some people who treated them like a family day out. The father would read the newspaper and look up gleefully. "Wow, honey, grab your jacket. There's a hanging on today." 1936 was the year of the last public hanging in the US, and up to 20,000 people turned up to the event in Kentucky. Did that criminal spend 20 years on death row? Nope, he committed the crime in June and was hanged in August. Things were a bit different back then. Number 14. The records show that death row and the death penalty is way more expensive for the taxpayer. One study in Maryland revealed that the average cost for each case was $3 million. Another study showed Louisiana spent $15.6 million per year on its capital punishment system. Yet another study in 2018 showed that in all states with the death penalty, the additional cost per year was almost $3 billion, compared to if death row criminals had just been given a life sentence without parole. That's why some people argue for the abolition of the death penalty, not because of moral concerns, but because it costs too much. Number 13. A Gallup poll in 2019 revealed that 60% of Americans supported life imprisonment without the possibility of parole over the death penalty. In 1986, it was just 34% of Americans that held the view. Number 12. There was once a woman named Kelly Gissendaner, and in 2015, when she became the last woman in the United States to be executed, for now at least, she was the only woman on death row in Georgia. Her crime was killing her husband, and she didn't deny doing it. On death row, she converted to Christianity and created the group Struggle Sisters as a way to help women get through their time. Gissendaner might have had more freedom than some people on death row. She sang the song Amazing Grace before she was given her cocktail of drugs. Number 11. That cocktail of drugs costs only around $100. The killing part is not the most expensive part. That is the imprisonment part and the mind-boggling legal costs. Number 10. Sometimes prisoners order rather strange meals for the meal they have before they get executed, but in terms of statistics, a cheeseburger and fries is the most popular meal. Number 9. In 2012, when a man named Gary Simmons was asked for his last meal, he might have been trying to die by way of heart attack. That's because his last meal contained 29,000 calories. We're not going to mention all the items because they're just too many. Let's just say it included a lot of junk food, a ton of dips, chips, fries, and cheeses, and a bucket of Coke. Number 8. A man named David Matthews spent 17 years on death row in Oklahoma and tried a few times to prove his innocence. Before he was given the lethal injection, he joked, "I think that the governor's phone's broke. He hasn't called yet." Number 7. Around 90% of people on death row could not afford their own lawyer and so had to be given a free one by the state. Number 6. Legal experts and statisticians who did some investigating believe that from 1976 to 2004, 4.1% of those who were given the death penalty were actually innocent. That is 340 prisoners they believed were innocent or are innocent. The writers of the report said there is little doubt that innocent men have been executed. If you watch true crime shows, you'll know why so many people might have died innocent men. It's usually shoddy police work and lack of evidence. That and the fact some evidence that supports the innocent is sometimes purposely suppressed, or forensic evidence has been tampered with. Number 5. In 2019, two men named Clifford Williams Jr. and Nathan Myers were released from prison after they'd both been given death sentences. They'd served 43 years behind bars. One of the guys went in age 18 and came out aged 61. The other went in 33 and came out 76. These guys were not released because of DNA evidence. It was discovered that there was very little evidence to prove they did the crime, and they actually had witnesses saying they were with the guys when the murder was committed. This is why money matters. This wouldn't have happened if they'd had a good lawyer. Number 4. There have been 167 exonerations of prisoners on death row in the U.S. since 1973. DNA testing helped get some of the men off of death row when that started being used, while some people convicted from hair tests have been given new trials since hair comparisons used back before DNA testing were not reliable. Number 3. In 2019, there were another 2 death row exonerations. One was Paul Browning, and he had served 33 years on death row in Nevada's Ely State Prison. His case went back to court, and that court said there had been disturbing prosecutorial misconduct and woefully inadequate assistance of counsel during that guy's first trial for murder. After 33 years, he walked free, and he told the press, "I just want to find a little bit of peace after coming through all this madness." 33 years of madness is a lot to take in. Charles Ray Finch was also exonerated from death row that year and was pushed out of prison in a wheelchair at the age of 81. He'd spent 43 years on death row as an innocent man. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit said the evidence against him was woeful, and police had apparently pressured people to testify against him. They also created a very sketchy lineup not remotely related to anything you could call justice. Official misconduct and getting people to tell lies in court, or people lying on their own behalf, is a reason for a lot of exonerations. Number 2. Okay, so what about an innocent man who did get executed? This story is nothing short of insane. In 1976, 2 police officers were shot when checking on a parked car. Inside was a driver and a man named Jesse Tefero. His wife and children were sleeping in the back seat. Tefero was sentenced to death, as was his wife. The kids went on to live with the wife's parents, but both were placed into care when those grandparents died in a plane crash. Tefero was executed in the electric chair in 1990. Old Sparky didn't work well though, and it took 7 minutes for the man to die. Prior to that, his head set on fire, and it wasn't a good scene. It later turned out that the driver did the shooting, and he even admitted to it. The evidence pointed to the driver doing it too. Tefero's wife was at least later released, but only after she'd served 16 years as an innocent woman. She actually ended up marrying a guy who'd also been exonerated after being convicted of murder. Number 1. Most states have compensation measures when people are wrongfully convicted and later exonerated, but not all states. 33 states right now have compensation laws for exonerees from normal prison or death row. How much a person gets can vastly differ. In Louisiana, a person can get $250,000, but that must be paid out over a period of 10 years. In California, the maximum is $140 per day for every day wrongfully served.
So for 43 years, you'd get over $2 million. Wisconsin only gives $5,000 per year wrongly imprisoned, and this is about as good as a kick in the face. It also caps the amount at $25,000. Texas is pretty good. It gives $80,000 per wrongfully imprisoned year and also helps with other matters such as child support and legal fees and getting you back on your feet and fitting into society. A civil rights violation lawsuit can also be filed, especially if there was official misconduct by the state, and that might add up to millions if the exoneree wins the case. Then you have states such as Iowa and Oklahoma, where if you pled guilty, you'll get nothing. Yep, some innocent men on death row have pled guilty before. In normal prison, lots of innocent men take plea deals. In Florida, you won't get compensated one dime if you had any other crime on your record. It also can take years to get any compensation. One guy who did 20 years as an innocent man got a check for $25,000, but that was 4.5 years after his release. Some guys in some states end up with nothing but a "goodbye, sorry we messed up." It all depends on the case and the state. A man in California spent 39 years behind bars for a crime he didn't commit, and he sued the authorities. He got $21 million. He also got $1.95 million for the $140 a day the state awards those who have been wrongfully incarcerated.
It's quiet on death row. Everyone knows that in the next 60 minutes, one of their fellow prisoners will no longer be alive. The echoing of a guard's boots is heard coming down the cell block. They stop in front of the unlucky prisoner's cell. He has only 1 hour left before a deadly cocktail is shot into his body. There's a quiet sob as this terrible reality sets in. 60 minutes before execution. The prisoner takes a deep breath and looks out the bars at the two men standing with their backs to him. They've been placed there to ensure that he doesn't do anything to harm himself before his final sentence can be carried out. The prisoner walks up to the bars, grabs them with both hands, and closes his eyes. He will not beg for mercy. He has accepted his fate. 59 minutes before execution. The prisoner walks back to his cot and picks up the freshly washed jumpsuit, which is folded on his bed. After taking a final shower, the guards brought him a new uniform to put on before the execution. It's no different than what he's wearing, but it's clean. The prisoner changes his outfit. He feels a calmness wash over his body. Only a few hours ago, he was eating his last meal. It was nothing fancy, just a pizza and some soda. There's a budget for how much can be spent on a final meal, but this was all he wanted anyway. 58 minutes before execution. He sits on his bed. Although he is calm, the prisoner is also restless. Less than an hour from now, he'll be dead. He thinks about what'll be waiting for him on the other side. He's done some terrible things in his life, and for the last decade, he has been repenting for those sins. He wonders if it'll be enough, or if an unforgiving God waits for him in the afterlife. Either way, he does not have much hope of going to heaven. All he can do is pray that there's a way to change his fate once he leaves the mortal realm. 55 minutes before execution. The prisoner stands up again and goes back over to the cold metal bars that separate him from the guards. "Thank you for treating me like a human and keeping everyone in this facility safe," he says to them. The guards do not respond. They remain silent but give the prisoner a nod. They are not friends, and the guards do not pity the man, but his acknowledgement is appreciated. 50 minutes before execution. A door creaks open at the end of the hallway. Two men approach the cell. They're a warden and the chaplain. One of the guards opens the cell door. Both the warden and the chaplain enter the small room. 3 chairs are brought in, and the prisoner along with his 2 guests sit down for a final conversation. 45 minutes before execution. After prayers are said, the 3 men get down to business. The warden explains exactly what's about to happen so the prisoner can prepare himself. He'll be led to the execution chamber where he'll be allowed to make a last statement. The prisoner already had something in mind, but now he's going over it in his head to make sure his last words come out just right. 40 minutes before execution. The warden leaves to oversee the final preparations for the execution. The chaplain stays to recite prayers and answer questions the prisoner might have. "What do you think it'll be like after I die?" he asks. The chaplain looks at him for a moment. "God works in mysterious ways," he responds. "I do not know what comes after this life, but if you put your faith in God, all will be as He ordains." The prisoner ponders this for a moment. His life is no longer in his hands. He bows his head and continues to pray. 30 minutes before execution. As the chaplain and prisoner talk, the execution chamber is being prepared for his arrival. The executioner takes out a series of vials from cold storage and lines them up on a tray. They check the needles and tubes to make sure the lethal injection goes according to plan. The heart monitor gets turned on to make sure it's working properly. Satisfied that the execution will go smoothly, they leave the room to inform the warden everything is set. Then the executioner goes back into his office to prepare himself mentally and change into their scrubs. 20 minutes before execution. The warden returns to the cell where the chaplain and the prisoner are praying. "It's time," he tells them. The chaplain puts his hand on the prisoner's shoulder and then stands up. He leaves the cell. The guards step to the door and wait for the prisoner. He takes a deep breath and rises from his chair. They place him in handcuffs and escort him out of the cell and down the hall. They stop at a series of doors that buzz as they unlock. Once they're through, the doors automatically swing shut and lock behind them. There's no turning back now. 15 minutes before execution. The curtain is drawn back from the window separating the viewing room from the execution chamber. A door at the far side of the room opens. The warden, along with the prisoner's mother, a lawyer, and a state witness enter the room. They sit in the metal folding chairs in front of the viewing window. The mother of the man being executed holds a wad of crumpled tissue paper in her hand. She does not approve of what her son did, but he is still her own flesh and blood. She will see this through even though it'll be incredibly difficult for her. 10 minutes before execution. The buzzer on the door leading to the execution chamber sounds. The metal slab swings open. The prisoner's led into the room by the guards. He still wears handcuffs as he's brought to the window. He raises his head and looks his mother in the eyes for the last time. He nods to his lawyer and then closes his eyes. He recites his last statement from memory. It's mostly composed of words asking for forgiveness for what he's done. He accepts his fate but wants the people present to know that he feels remorse. If he could do it all over again, he would have never committed his crimes. He does not plead for second chances. 7 minutes before execution. The prisoner is brought over to the metal table in the middle of the room and lays down. The guards remove his handcuffs. The prisoner is secured using leather restraints. They're pulled tight so his arms and legs cannot move from the table. The guards check the restraints one final time before stepping to the side. 5 minutes before execution. The executioner sterilizes the needles and swabs iodine onto the prisoner's arms. These procedures seem unnecessary since preventing infection is a moot point at this stage, but it's done anyway. They insert an IV into each of the prisoner's arms. One will be used as the main delivery method for the drugs that will kill him. The other is a backup in case something goes wrong. After the IVs are secured, the chaplain says a prayer and a few words. He looks at the prisoner on the table and grabs his hand briefly. "God will be waiting for you on the other side," he whispers. The chaplain lets go and moves to the corner of the room. He's employed by the prison system, otherwise he would have been required to be in the observation room with everyone else. 3 minutes before execution. The executioner moves to the side of the table and checks the needles in each arm. The people in the viewing room look on. The first plunger is inserted into the IV, and the drugs are pushed into his veins. The first shot is composed of sodium thiopental or pentobarbital. Both of these drugs are fast-working anesthetics that render the prisoner unconscious in less than 30 seconds. As time goes by, his vision becomes blurry. He drifts in and out of consciousness, and he's in a dreamlike state. It's then that the next part of the procedure can begin. 2 minutes before execution. The executioner inserts another needle into the IV and pushes the plunger. Pancuronium bromide enters the unconscious prisoner's system, causing their muscles to relax and leading to the paralysis of the entire body. This includes the diaphragm and respiratory muscles. After the pancuronium bromide is administered, the prisoner would eventually die from asphyxiation. But there is one more drug added to the cocktail inside their body to ensure death is swift. 90 seconds before execution. The executioner inserts the final drug into the IV. Potassium chloride is injected into the prisoner's body. This increase in potassium salt in his system causes the heart to beat irregularly and eventually leads to cardiac arrest. 1 second before execution. The lethal cocktail circulating through the unconscious prisoner's body does exactly what it's intended to do. His heart has stopped beating, his lungs have stopped taking in oxygen, and his brain is shutting down. The EKG hooked up to his chest does not pulse any longer, but is droning a single long beep. The prisoner is dead. The executioner manually checks his pulse and the body. They confirm that the prisoner has passed away and turn off the machines in the room. After the execution, the chaplain bows his head and says a final prayer. The people in the viewing room stand up and are ushered out of the room by the warden. The executioner drapes a white sheet over the deceased prisoner. The execution has been carried out. His final hour on death row is over. In the coming days, his body will be cremated and returned to his family. Wyoming, 1911. The sun shines down on a baseball diamond as a pitcher throws a fastball that doesn't go in the intended direction. He stamps a foot on the ground, enraged that he's messed up again. What he does over the course of this game is literally a matter of life and death. He's not just playing to win, he's playing to survive. As are his teammates, all convicted felons playing for the Wyoming State Penitentiary All-Stars in the city of Rawlins. Murderers, robbers, men who've committed heinous crimes against the vulnerable, playing like seasoned professionals. This ragtag bunch of thugs and killers can play, there's no doubt about that. But the question is, can they win their way to a new life? Let's go back to the start. When the Wyoming State Penitentiary was opened in 1901, it was one tough place. This was a time when the West was called wild, and the outlaws pervaded the land. Still, not long before the prison was opened, you could say that criminals faced a rougher kind of justice if apprehended. Take, for instance, the story of the killer and robber Big Nose George Parrott. He was arrested in 1881 and was sent to the local jail in Rawlins. Big Nose, who certainly had quite the snout, must have thought his luck was in when he busted out of that jail. But it turned out that his rescuers were a local lynch mob. These townfolk weren't willing to wait for the authorities to deal with him. Around 200 of them strung paired up from a telegraph pole. Physicians managed to get hold of his body, but get this, his skull ended up being someone's ashtray, and parts of his skin were made into a death mask and a pair of shoes. The third governor of the state of Wyoming, Mr. John Eugene Osborne, actually wore them to his inaugural ball. If that sounds grim, you should know that many crazy things went down these days. Opening a penitentiary for housing prisoners there was somewhat more progressive than mob rule. Still, if you found yourself locked up around the time of the beginning of the 20th century, you could be sure that you weren't getting much sympathy from the townspeople you had stolen from, beaten up, or killed. No one blinked an eye when rustlers and murderers were treated inhumanely by a well-respected, eminently wealthy businessman named Otto Graham. You could say that this man made hay while the frontier crime rate was off the scales. He had a contract with the prison in the early days and pretty much ran the place. For every criminal that entered the prison, he received 57 cents per day per prisoner from the state. But he also ran the prison's broom factory and took all the profits from that. Inmates at the time complained that Graham was a man from the Dark Ages, saying that he had made the men work ungodly hours and barely fed them. They drank out of tomato cans and were given just enough food to prevent starvation. Rancid food at that. So in the first decade of the 1900s, Wyoming State Penitentiary was hell on earth. But for Graham, it was a goose laying a lot of golden eggs. Not surprisingly, morale in the prison was low. Prisoners had tried to escape and were killed while doing so. They killed each other, and on occasions, guards were murdered. In 1911, the progressive Senator Joseph Carey campaigned to get rid of Graham, and after he won the governor's race, he made Sheriff Felix Alston the big boss in the prison. This man, who'd been a gold miner, a water and ice man, a farmer, a national park guide, and a justice of the peace before becoming a sheriff, didn't believe that working the prisoners close to death was a way to fix their wicked ways. The broom days were over, and instead of hard labor, prisoners were educated and also entered intense physical fitness programs. When they weren't doing those things, they were sent out in gangs to fix the state's roads. This was a breath of fresh air to the prisoners, some of whom had never even been outside since the prison opened. They were no longer making brooms and pining for a square meal, but were being fed and enjoying activities in the prison yard. What activity did they enjoy most? Baseball, of course, the USA's favorite sport at the time. One day, Warden Alston was watching the men play and he thought, God damn it, some of those men ain't half bad. In fact, he mused while watching the men hit balls over the wall and throw curveballs that some of them would stand a chance of becoming professional. Alston got talking to his old friend, Governor Carey, and asked him if it'd be okay if the prison formed a baseball team. Carey wondered if forming a prison team could be a bit of fun, and he gave Alston the green light. Carey was also partial to gambling. This will tie into the story soon. The men were bought brand new uniforms and practiced as if they were professional players. They called themselves the Wyoming State Penitentiary All-Stars. And while the public thought the whole thing was a farce, the inmates would not only prove them wrong, but would change the public's perception of them. One person that absolutely hated the fact that the team had been made was Graham, who still held the belief that prisoners needed to be treated like animals. Not only that, he had the hopes that one day he might start his ultra-profitable broom operation again. It was arranged that the All-Stars would play their first game against a local team called the Wyoming Supply Company Juniors. No one gave them a chance, of course, because how could prison criminal vermin organize themselves and beat a team filled with real athletes? Imagine hearing the lineup. Leroy Cook at first, bludgeoned to death a barber and stole his money. On second, George Sabin, convicted of second-degree murder. On third, Jack Carter, who shot and killed an old hermit, cut him up and burned his remains in the fireplace. Pitcher William Boyer stabbed his father to death with a letter opener. The date was set. On July 18, 1911, a team consisting of murderers, rapists, a forger, and 5 thieves would go up against the mighty Wyoming Supply Company Juniors. Alston had high hopes, so high that he put down quite a large bet that his team would win. The stakes were also high for the team. If you won this game, they might well get time off their sentence. But if they made a mistake that cost the team the win, well, no time off, and not much chance of them having their sentence commuted. That meant a life or death game for some of the death row prisoners, and by God, they took it seriously. They didn't want to end up having their skin made into a pair of shoes, a story that no doubt haunted them. They didn't just win the game, a game against one of the best teams in the area. They absolutely trounced their opponents and did it playing with style and as gentlemen. The final score was 11-1 to the All-Stars. They were over the moon, not only because they'd achieved something great, but because it was looking like hard time was about to get softer. The outstanding player on the team was Joseph Sang. He hit 2 home runs, with one being a grand slam. If you're not a baseball fan, that means hitting a home run when there are men on bases 1, 2, and 3, thereby scoring 4 runs. It's about as good as it gets. The newspapers the next day were busy publishing stories about a bunch of convicts that had somehow turned into formidable baseball players. Referring to Sang, the Washington Post wrote, "Slayer scores home runs." The first paragraph said, "Joseph Sang, right fielder, is under sentence to be hanged." Sang made 2 home runs hit over the penitentiary wall. One of his hits cleared the bases, bringing in 3 others and scoring himself. Sang was on death row for killing his supervisor in the street. Well, the victim wasn't only his supervisor, he was also the husband of the woman that Sang loved. This is what another newspaper wrote about him. Joseph Sang, who was convicted of murder in the first degree and sentenced to death, played a classy game all the way through. He will petition the governor to commute his sentence to life imprisonment sometime this month. In fact, when people read about Sang's brilliance, a lot of them sympathized with him. Okay, he had killed a man, but some people had said, hey, he isn't exactly public enemy number 1, he killed out of love, and man, he's a great athlete. Surely the state could commute his death penalty. Rumors started to catch fire. Word on the street was that if Sang could keep on playing like a star, he might get what he wants. But there were others on the team that hoped for some mercy for their efforts. One of them was Captain George Sabin. The tale thickens here. You see, Sabin was arrested after he killed 3 sheep herders. He snuck up on them one night and shot them all dead, which really were cold-blooded killings. The thing was, though, those slayings were part of a long dispute between herders and cattle ranchers that had taken other lives. These conflicts were known as the Sheep Wars. There were actually local politicians that thought Sabin was in the right for doing what he'd done. Let's not forget, this was the Wild West. Another thing was the fact that Sabin was actually a friend of the prison warden Alston. It had been Alston that arrested him, and while he didn't want to put a close friend behind bars, he really didn't have much choice. He got 25 years for his crime, but was made the captain of the team and was allowed to leave the prison at times. What did he do when he was on the outside, you might wonder? Well, much of his free time was spent going around to the local saloons and brothels and talking to men who liked to make bets. He then told them all about his crack team of players and just how good Sang was. Sabin would take 20% of their winnings if they bet. He was also in cahoots with Alston, whose money was used to place bets of his own. Well, when Mr. Graham, the broom man, got wind of this, at first he was appalled, and then later he wondered if he couldn't report the matter. He got in touch with Senator Francis Warren, a man who was hoping to oust Kerry as governor. While Graham had no proof that Kerry was in on the betting, he believed it to be true. Meanwhile, the guys on the team were having the time of their lives. They were eating better food than the rest of the prisoners, and they moved more freely around the prison. They played the same team again, and they won easily. Superstar Sang was the man of the hour another time, hitting balls right, left, and center. The score was the same as the first time, 11-1. But as prisons go, even today, one man's good luck is another man's torment. Sang was to be executed soon, even though he still had the public on his side, even though he was winning games. Then one day, an envious prisoner thought that he'd move forward that execution date all by himself. He saw Sang sitting on a landing at the bottom of some stairs, and with an iron ball fastened to his legs, he climbed to the level above Sang and pushed over a heavy box of sand. It would have hit and killed Sang had he not at the right moment moved to the side. They won their next game 11-4, and again Sang was the standout player, hitting home runs with as much ease as a major league player playing against a junior high school team. 3-0, and Sang was the hero every time. Surely they'd not hang him by a rope. As the team were basking in the glory, inmates had been trying to escape. Having a baseball team practicing in the prison and going out for games wasn't making life easy for the guards. It created more chaos. Sang also now needed to be protected, which took up even more of the guards' time. It wasn't really his fault, but it bugged some of the inmates that he was getting special treatment. His execution date arrived, and lo and behold, he wasn't sent to the gallows. Some inmates gossiped that the only reason that happened was because he was due to play and was making a lot of money for someone. They won their fourth game against the same team, but not with as much ease as they'd won the other games, the final score being 15-10. Over the course of 15 months, they won time and again, raking up a total of 39 wins and 6 losses, with each game being played in front of raucous supporters. In total, $136,000 had been bet on them, which is almost $4 million in today's money. It's thought that a lot of the winnings went into the pockets of local politicians and their election campaign funds. The heat was on Governor Carey, a man whose reputation was at risk after Graham had started those rumors about him placing bets. It's likely because of that Carey announced that he was cracking down on gambling. Soon after, the All-Stars were a thing of the past. Alston said that baseball would be replaced with educational programs, which seems to have suited a lot of the other prisoners not on the team. As for Superstar Sang, well, at least he got to live a little longer than he would have if he hadn't hit balls out of the park. It wasn't good enough, though, and he was hanged on May 24, 1912. 350 locals had petitioned the government to commute his sentence, but it didn't work. The man that once hit a ball through a third-story window in the guards' quarters of the prison wasn't going to escape the dreaded noose. Before his death, Sang said, "I never received a square deal until I was brought to the penitentiary." He was grateful for having been able to play the game he loved, at least for a short while. At 2:45 a.m., the moonlight shining on the gallows, he took his final breath. The local newspaper wrote the next day, his steps were steady, and he went to his death in a manner which stamped him as a brave man. Sister Gerard Ferdinand begins to sing "How Great Thou Art" as she entered the hanging chamber on the morning of Friday, November 25, 1988. The hymn was condemned inmate Catherine's favorite, and singing brought a sense of calm. It was also a way to show Catherine a final act of love during her last few moments of life. Sister Gerard turned her head away as the scene began to unfold in front of her. There was nothing to be gained by having this be her last visual of Catherine. She listened as Catherine walked up the spiral staircase to the platform, then a lock clicked as her hands were manacled behind her, a murmur as the executioner said something to Catherine as he placed the rope around her neck, the soft rustle of cloth as a white hood was pulled down over her face. For a long moment there was silence. Then Sister Gerard felt it in her body as the lever was pulled, the trapdoor opened. Catherine was gone. As a teenager, Sister Gerard felt called to help people. On May 19, 1956, at the age of 18, she entered the Good Shepherd Convent, a Roman Catholic order of nuns in Marymount, Singapore. After taking her vows, Sister Gerard taught primary school and worked with troubled teens. Eventually, she, along with 2 priests, founded the Roman Catholic Prison Ministry to work with drug offenders and other prisoners. In 1981, Singapore was shocked by the ritualistic murders of 2 children by self-styled medium Adrian Lim, his wife Catherine Tan, and mistress Ho Ka Hong. After a long, sensationalistic trial, the 3 were condemned to death. As it turns out, Sister Gerard knew one of the young victims. Her older sister worked at the school, and she also knew one of the murderers. Catherine had once been a pupil of hers. Due to connections through her prison ministry work, Sister Gerard was able to get permission to visit Catherine in prison with one caveat: Catherine had to want to see her. Sister Gerard sent Catherine a letter. It was over 6 months later before Catherine actually answered the letter agreeing for her to come. Soon, Sister Gerard was making weekly visits to Changi Prison, a high-security prison complex, to visit Catherine. She wasn't allowed to enter Catherine's cell, so during the half-hour visit, the 2 women would hold hands through the bars and chat or pray and sing hymns together. One day, Catherine asked Sister Gerard to hear her confession, which is when Catholics tell a priest their sins, express remorse, and ask for forgiveness. Catherine's demeanor began to change after that day. Over time, she found peace within her faith, and with Sister Gerard's help, she was able to reconnect with her father, whom she had been estranged from. All 3 prisoners were in solitary confinement, but Ho Ka Hong's cell was next to Catherine's, and she would eavesdrop during Sister Gerard's visits. Soon, she asked to see Sister Gerard too, and began her own spiritual journey. For nearly 7 years, until the women were executed in 1988, Sister Gerard made weekly visits to them. Adrian, too, began to receive counseling from Father Doro, who was involved in the Catholic prison ministry. Sister Gerard and Father Doro provided support to Adrian, Catherine, and Ho until the very end. The night before the execution, Sister Gerard Fernandez stayed up late praying for many things, including Catherine's soul and the grace and courage to support her tomorrow. Just before dawn, for the last time, she headed to Changi Prison to visit Catherine. Catherine had just finished her last meal when she met up with Sister Gerard. She had on a blue dress with a sash and matching shoes. She looked young and sweet. Sister Gerard was reminded of long ago when Catherine was one of her students with a potentially bright future ahead of her. Sister Gerard reached out and took Catherine's hand. It was cold. The two women held hands as they were escorted to the gallows. It was a final chance for a prayer and to say goodbye. Sister Gerard is now in her 80s and has slowed down a bit but still works with people. For 40 years, she volunteered counseling the prisoners in Singapore's prison systems. During that time, she's walked 18 prisoners to their executions. When asked why she spent so much time helping murderers and other prisoners, Sister Gerard says that her calling is helping broken people and that she wants to live up to the words of the foundress of her order, Saint Mary Euphrasia, who said, "One person is more precious than the whole world." Strapped to a gurney, about to be given a lethal injection of drugs, a convicted killer is not a happy man at all. Not because of his impending doom, but because he didn't get what he asked for. In his last words, he made that clear, saying, "I did not get my SpaghettiOs, I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this." And if you think that's bizarre, by the time the show is ended, you'll have scratched your head so much there will be a bald spot. We're not finished with the SpaghettiOs guy just yet. His name was Thomas J. Grasso. On Christmas Eve 1990, he entered an 87-year-old woman's house and strangled her, taking $8 from her purse and picking up coins, which got him another $4. He also took her old TV. After being convicted and sentenced to death, he made quite a big deal about his upcoming date with a cocktail of life-ending drugs, once saying philosophically, "What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from." He wasn't done. Just 3 hours before his execution, he submitted a poem to anyone interested. It was titled "A Visit with Mystery." Here are a few lines from it. "The warden will read my last creed, and the deadly brew will flow, as the poison drips into my veins, and from my body life does drain." Not only did he lay it on heavy regarding his life's end, but he also made a meal out of his last meal. He ordered 24 steamed mussels, 24 steamed clams, and with lemon wedges too, of course. For the main course, he asked for a Burger King double cheeseburger, a stack of barbecue ribs, pumpkin pie with strawberries, all washed down with 2 strawberry milkshakes. He also asked for SpaghettiOs. As you know, Mr. Grasso left his life feeling rather down. The next man got what he wanted, although what a small and strange request it was. His name was Victor Harry Fugger. In 1960, he was sitting in his rundown room in Iowa when he took out the yellow pages and started going down the list of local physicians. The first doctor that answered the phone was Dr. Edward Bartels. He was later found in a cornfield with a bullet hole in his head. It's believed Fugger wanted the doctor's drugs. On March 15, 1963, he had one last request before being hanged. All he wanted was a solitary olive, but importantly, he wanted it with the pip left in. After he was hanged, that olive was inside the pocket of his new suit that had been bought for him. Apparently, Fugger said that he wanted the olive to grow into an olive tree, which was a sign of peace. This next person had a last request that was also symbolic, but rather than ask for peace, he wanted something out of this world. His name was James Edward Smith. On March 7, 1983, he walked into the Union Life Insurance Company in Houston wearing a mask. He demanded money from a clerk, but after she got scared, one of the executives at the company, Larry D. Roas, talked to Smith. He actually handed over the money to Smith, but even though he was pleading for his life, Smith shot and killed him. After being tackled by a number of bystanders, Smith didn't even get as far as the street. His final request was for a piece of dirt, but he wanted a special kind of dirt, what he called Rehikunda dirt. That's because he practiced voodoo, and he believed if he marked his body with this special dirt, he could move on to the next life. He once did an interview. "I don't understand all this clinging to life. Life is a temporary situation. The spirit moves on. Death is like eating a prune in the morning. It's a natural function." He didn't get his dirt in the end, and instead he had to make do with a pot of yogurt. We doubt he smothered his body with it. The next person wasn't interested in the afterlife, but he sure wanted to enjoy his last moments in the life he had. His name was Ronnie Lee Gardner. In 1984, he shot and killed a man during a robbery in Salt Lake City. A year later, he tried to escape while being taken to a court hearing, and during that escape, he shot and killed another guy. He was Michael Burdell, who'd been doing pro bono work for a local church. Gardner was a crazy guy indeed. One time he smashed the glass during visiting hours and then barricaded the door. He made love to his visitor while some other inmates watched and shouted for joy. Another time he stabbed an inmate. During that visit to the courthouse, he somehow managed to get a gun passed to him. Also found later in the courthouse was a pair of socks with a note attached to him. It read, "Here's the gun and wallet taken from the guard at the hospital. I don't want to hurt no one else. I just want to be free." He wanted to be shot himself, saying he preferred to go via firing squad. He explained, "I liked the firing squad. It's so much easier. There are no mistakes." He wasn't wrong. Prior to his death, Gardner had a few requests in line with his crazy life. First, he asked if he could watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy. After that, he asked to be able to fast for 48 hours. He said the fasting was related to his spirituality and beliefs regarding the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. For the final meal, he had steak, lobster, some apple pie with vanilla ice cream, and a can of 7-Up. When asked if he had any final words, he said, "I do not." He was strapped into a metal chair and had a hood placed over his head. Sandbags were placed all around him in case the bullets flew off someplace. 5 police officers had volunteered to do the job. They all aimed their rifles at a white piece of paper placed over Gardner's heart. Standing about 25 feet away, they opened fire. One of those guns was actually loaded with a non-lethal bullet, so the officers wouldn't know who fired the lethal shot. The authorities do this so no man has to live with being the killer of the condemned. After the shots rang out, Gardner's head went limp, although it was hard to see the blood under his dark prison attire. A medical examiner then lifted the hood, checked his vital signs, and he was pronounced dead. This next man ordered the nicest last meal you could possibly ask for. He might also have deserved to live. His name was Philip Workman. In 1981, he was 28, and he had a young child to look after. He also was afflicted with a bad cocaine habit. That led to his big mistake, walking into a Wendy's restaurant with a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. He ordered the staff to get down on the ground, and then one of the staff said she had a cramp in her leg and needed to stand. Workman told her she could get up, but this was all a ruse because that's when she hit an alarm. The cops came, and in the end, one of them was shot and killed in the car park. But was it Workman's gun that fired the fatal shot? One expert testified, "It is my professional opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the gunshot wound to Lieutenant Ronald D. Oliver is not consistent with the type of ammunition used by Mr. Philip R. Workman. I do not believe it was Mr. Workman's gun that fired the shot that fatally wounded Lieutenant Oliver." Looking at new evidence, some of the jurors who convicted him later renounced their decision. Workman always said he was innocent, right up until the end. It seems there's a very good chance he was indeed an innocent man, and the officer was killed by friendly fire. Nonetheless, despite appeals and protests from the public, the day came when he was asked if he had a request for a last meal. He said he didn't actually want anything, but could a vegetarian pizza be given to a homeless person? That request was denied, so Workman said he wanted nothing. A bit of encouraging news to the sad tale is that when some members of the public heard about this, they donated thousands of dollars worth of pizza to the homeless. Workman was asked if he had any final words, to which he replied, "I've prayed to the Lord Jesus Christ not to lay charge of my death to any man." The injections were given, and just after 2 minutes he managed to get out the words, "I commend my spirit into your hands, Lord Jesus Christ." And that was it. He was out for the count forever. Now for perhaps the biggest last meal ever ordered, and as you'll see, it became something that went down in US history. The man's name was Lawrence Russell Brewer. Brewer was a white supremacist who, with 2 other men, executed an African-American man in 1998. The awful crime reminded people of the atrocities committed by the Ku Klux Klan. It seemed Brewer was not at all remorseful, saying just days before his death, "As far as any regrets, no, I have no regrets. No, I'd do it all over again to tell you the truth." His request for a final meal beggars belief. In total, he asked for a large meat lover's pizza, 2 chicken fried steaks with gravy and sliced onions, a bowl of barbecue meat, a triple cheeseburger, an omelet containing beef, peppers, onions, tomatoes, and jalapenos, 3 fajitas with plenty of filling, fried okra with ketchup, half a loaf of white bread, some Bluebell vanilla ice cream, peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts, and a load of root beer. Given that states don't usually have a large budget for last meals, it's surprising that he was granted his request. Then when it arrived, he said he wasn't hungry anymore and didn't eat one morsel of the calorie-heavy feast. When asked if he had any last words, he said, "Nope, I have no final statement." Some people were disgusted over Brewer's messing the state around with his last meal, and after that, the state of Texas didn't ever offer a last meal to death row inmates again. We wouldn't be surprised if some of the people we've talked about so far you've never heard of. So here are a few last meals of people who don't need an introduction. The serial killer Ted Bundy declined a last bite, but the state gave him something anyway. That was a plate of steak and eggs, some hash browns, and a cup of coffee. He ate none of it and left the coffee alone. The killer clown we've talked about many times at the Infographics show, John Wayne Gacy, did have a final meal request. He asked for 12 fried shrimp and a pound of strawberries. He also wanted a bucket of original recipe KFC with some French fries. If you didn't know, Gacy had once managed a KFC outlet. Eileen Wuornos, the first female on this list and the killer made even more notorious by the movie Monster, declined a last meal but did at the end have a cup of coffee. Now for another woman who makes the list just because her final meal was quite special. Kelly Gissendaner didn't actually commit a murder, but she was behind the killing of her husband in 1997. Apparently it was all over a life insurance policy. Just before she was executed with a lethal injection of drugs, She sang the song Amazing Grace and said she was sorry for what she'd done. Prior to that, she wolfed down a plate of nachos with meat filling, some cheese dip with chips, and some diet lemonade. We doubt she was watching her weight though, because the first time she was supposed to be executed, she ordered another big meal. Her execution was stayed this time, but it came so close she got to make the order. That consisted of 2 Whoppers from Burger King, 2 large fries, some cornbread, a large salad with eggs, cheese, and veg, all covered with a generous helping of Paul Newman buttermilk dressing. For dessert, she asked for popcorn and cherry vanilla ice cream. The last woman on this list is Velma Barfield. Over a period of years, folks around this woman would mysteriously fall gravely ill and later drop dead. Some of her victims included her fiancé, 2 people she cared for, and even her mother. Little did they know that when they fell sick, it was because she'd been poisoning them. So what do you think would be a fitting last meal for a woman who spiked other people's meals with rat poison? When she was asked what she wanted in 1984, she didn't go for anything fancy, but we think her selection is quite apt. Her choice couldn't be tampered with. That was a big bag of Cheetos and a Coke. Some sources say she asked for a bag of cheese doodles, but we're sure that if that was the case, they were still air-sealed. It would seem unfair to only have Americans on this list, but there aren't many countries left that execute people. As the New York Times wrote, having a choice of a last meal is a peculiarly American fascination. And it does seem that when the government makes you bite the dust in countries such as China, you don't get to choose what you eat. The article talked about a person who'd studied US-based last meals. He said the average number of calories in the meals was 2,756, although some were over 7,000. It's not that way in China, apparently, with some reports saying condemned Chinese prisoners got a measly bit of steamed bread that they ate with the men who were about to shoot them. Another guy received a large bowl of meat dumplings, according to the Washington Post. That wasn't his choice, though. Seems in Europe, back in the day, some prisoners might have had a choice. In the UK in 1879, a convicted killer got a plate of eggs and salty bacon. We imagine the German outlaw rebel Matthias Kneißl had a choice. That's because before his head was chopped off in 1902, he drank 6 glasses of beer. We can also tell you that it's a fact that in the Middle Ages in Germany, before a person was beheaded or broken on the wheel, they were offered copious amounts of booze. An executioner named Franz Schmidt kept a diary of his many executions and wrote that a drunk prisoner was often easier to handle. It's said that before Saddam Hussein was hanged in Iraq, he was offered some smokes but turned them down. He also might have turned his nose up at a plate of chicken and shawarma rice, although those are just rumors. It seems when it comes to last meals, the US is the only place really worth asking about. For the worst of the worst, death row awaits, the final living quarters for prisoners awaiting execution. But what are the crimes that can get you sent to death row? The laws have changed over the years, but these are the crimes that can get you the death penalty today. Let's start with the big one: murder. Just about every person on death row in the United States today is accused of killing a person or causing their death. But in many cases, not just any murder will do. There are a lot of murderers in prison who were never eligible for the death penalty. Third-degree murder is when someone causes the death of someone unintentionally by committing an act with indifference for human life, and is usually punished similarly to manslaughter. As for second-degree murder, it's not eligible for the death penalty in the United States either because it's considered a crime of passion. Someone who gets into a bar fight and stabs their rival to death will likely face life in prison at the most, and that leaves one degree of murder that could leave you facing the needle: first-degree murder. This is a crime where the person intended to murder the victim and planned for it. This can be any level of planning. If someone decides to kill their wife's lover and waits outside their house with a gun for several hours, a prosecutor can make the case that this is a first-degree murder because they schemed in advance. However, other first-degree murders take much more planning, such as someone who aims to get their rich aunt's insurance by making her arsenic tea with a side of cyanide scones for several weeks before she expires. But there's another big category of crimes that can bring the death penalty, and it's controversial. To get the death penalty in the United States, it doesn't have to be a first-degree murder. The category of felony murder classifies any death caused in the commission of a crime as a murder, as a deterrent to the criminal. This means that if a gun accidentally goes off in the commission of a robbery, even if the gunman didn't intend to press the trigger, it's a murder if someone dies. And it goes further. If they hit someone and kill them during the getaway drive, it also counts as a murder. Different states practice it differently, and some states require the criminal to commit a dangerous felony during the crime to trigger the rule. The others extend it to any act dangerous to human life, regardless of if it's a felony. But some felony murder cases are a little more loosely connected. The Supreme Court has given conflicting rulings on whether someone who is only a small part of a felony murder case can be given the death penalty. According to the last ruling, Tyson versus Arizona, a death penalty is allowed for a felony murderer who played a major role in the underlying felony and showed reckless disregard for human life. That was probably what spared Ryan Hawley in 2004. The Florida man discussed a plan to rob and assault a young woman with his friends, and the friends then decided to make it a reality. Hawley lent them his car, and when the woman was found dead, he was charged with felony murder and sentenced to life in prison. His sentence was eventually commuted, but likely he wouldn't have been eligible for the death penalty because the prosecutors couldn't prove he had knowledge that a murder was likely. Other cases are more thorny. The public outrage was swift when word got out that Lakeith Smith had been sentenced to 65 years in prison for the murder of his friend after his friend was killed by a police officer in Alabama. Smith, only 15 at the time, broke into two houses with his friend, Adante, and burglarized them. When a police officer caught up to them, they ran and Adante was shot and killed. Smith, as the surviving culprit, was charged with felony murder because he was a participant in the crime that led to Adante getting killed. Lakeith never faced the death penalty because of his age, but Alabama has enforced it on others accused of being accomplices to murder. And in some cases, depraved indifference can send someone straight to death row. It was 2006 when a devastating fire swept through Cabazon, California, and burned over 40,000 acres, and it tragically claimed the lives of 5 firefighters. An investigation into the cause began, and they soon discovered that Raymond Lee Euler was responsible. The mechanic seemed to have a fascination with fire and was found to have deliberately set it with a slingshot and homemade incendiary devices. He wasn't just charged with arson, he was charged with first-degree murder for the deaths of the firefighters. While there was controversy over the death penalty for a crime where there was no proof he intended to kill anyone, Euler was convicted and sits on California's death row to this day. But are there any places where non-murder crimes can still get you the death penalty? For a while, it was surprisingly easy. Back when the United States was young, crimes like horse theft could get you hung in the West. The argument was that stealing horses can deprive people of their livelihood and lead to deaths, so it was fair game. Heinous sexual offenses could also lead to a trip to death row. But most states did away with those laws fairly early, except Louisiana. Up until 2008, Louisiana had laws on their books allowing the death penalty for particularly heinous crimes involving children, even if the victim didn't die. But Patrick O'Neal Kennedy appealed his 1998 conviction, and the Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that execution for a crime that didn't result in the death of a victim was cruel and unusual punishment. That was the end of the death penalty for crimes other than murder. Or was it? The 27 states that still have the death penalty are all bound by the Supreme Court ruling, but other institutions in the United States have their own systems, and there are surprising cases that can result in the death sentence. The U.S. military has its own court system, with enlisted criminals facing court-martials. There are currently 4 inmates on the U.S. military's death row, 2 convicted for brutal murders while they were members of the military, and the other 2 convicted of murdering their fellow servicemen in attacks abroad or on U.S. military bases. But one crime isn't likely to be applied now, but it's still on the books. Those who watched Steven Spielberg's biography of Abraham Lincoln found one scene particularly memorable. The kindly president kept on commuting the sentences of soldiers convicted of desertion. Back then, abandoning your post and going AWOL in the middle of a war could get you executed, and it still can now, but it's unlikely to happen anytime soon. The last soldier executed for desertion was Private Edward Slovik in World War II. The case was highly controversial, with his defenders portraying Slovik as a scared young man who was desperate to escape the war by any means necessary. But why has no soldier who deserted faced the death penalty since? Simple. The crime only applies during wartime. And no matter how many military conflicts the military has been involved in since World War II, the United States has never formally declared war again. The military engagements since have a different class, and the crimes of desertion and disobeying an order in combat carry lesser penalties, including prison time. But the laws are still on the books, and should a major war with a formal declaration begin again, those who turn tail and run could face a firing squad. But another area of the United States carries its own laws. The federal government has its own death penalty system and currently has 46 people on death row. This is where many of the worst crimes are tried, with the assumption being that these crimes are so heinous, they're not just against the person, they're against the whole society. But all of these crimes are still aggravate murder, and the circumstances make them federal affairs. For instance, someone who goes hiking with their lover and murders them in the woods to keep their secret could face the federal death penalty if they killed the victim in a national park. Other factors can turn a state crime into a federal crime in a hurry. Federal law covers murders that take place during a hijacking, which includes a carjacking or a kidnapping, even if the crime doesn't cross state lines. The criminal is eligible for the federal death penalty. Massachusetts and New Hampshire don't have the death penalty anymore, but when Gary Lee Sampson murdered 3 people in a carjacking spree in the early 2000s, he was tried under federal law. While he briefly escaped death row due to accusations of jury misconduct, the next jury reached the exact same verdict. Sometimes it has less to do with where you do something than why you do it. Caboni Savage was a notorious drug kingpin in Philadelphia, but the feds were closing in on him. He was likely to be convicted at trial due to the testimony of a federal witness, and so he decided to do something about it. He didn't have easy access to the location of the witness, so he cast a wide net, hiring someone to firebomb the house where he was staying and killing 6 people inside. That made it a federal crime, murder in aid of racketeering and retaliating against a witness by murder, and he sits on death row at ADX Florence. And sometimes it's who the target is that makes the difference. New Orleans officer Len Davis was a notorious abuser of his authority, and when he brutally beat a suspect, a woman named Kim Groves saw him and filed a complaint. So Davis decided to silence her permanently by hiring a drug dealer to assassinate her. This led to him being convicted of conspiracy to violate her civil rights through murder, a death penalty crime. He would later be joined on death row by Dylan Roof, the notorious Charleston church shooter. While Roof was guilty of murdering parishioners in South Carolina, his racist views made him guilty of violating federal hate crime statutes, and the feds swooped in and made sure they were the first to sentence him to death. Some crimes are so large they require a federal response. Terrorism. That word itself strikes fear in people's hearts, and it refers to any sort of mass attack designed to cause casualties for political reasons. Federal death row has held some notorious homegrown terrorists, including Timothy McVeigh, the anti-government bomber of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building that killed 168 people. 2 decades later, the surviving Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev would join him for the mass casualty attack that killed 3 people, although his death sentence is pending a new trial. And one of the masterminds of the September 11, 2001 attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, still awaits trial on the murder of almost 3,000 U.S. citizens, and will no doubt head to death row if convicted. But one federal crime is thornier than any other. Treason is defined as the crime of attacking a state authority that the person owes allegiance to, which allows for a little wiggle room. And that means the government can charge people with treason for many different actions, but not all charges stick. Treason charges in the United States date back to the Whiskey Rebellion under George Washington, but the 2 men sentenced to hang were pardoned. That would become a common pattern, with the majority of treason convicts eventually being released, but some weren't so lucky. The first execution for treason in the United States was the controversial anti-slavery activist John Brown, who led a slave insurrection and a raid on Harper's Ferry. Both he and his fellow abolitionist Aaron Dwight Stevens were executed, as were William Bruce Mumford, who tore down a U.S. flag during the Civil War, and Mary Surratt for her involvement in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Of the many convictions for treason in World War II, all would be commuted to life in prison. But treason isn't the only crime against the country that can carry the death penalty. It was the height of the Cold War when Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were arrested for a shocking crime, providing top-secret intel about American weapons, including the nuclear program, to the Soviet Union. Both were charged with espionage, a capital crime, and sentenced to death in the electric chair. While there were protests that Ethel was at most a minor player in her brother's scheme, it couldn't save them from execution. The government accused her of being an active participant who recruited other spies, including her brother. While most spies before and after received lengthy prison terms, the Rosenbergs were the only civilians executed for espionage and the only people executed for the crime during peacetime. As far as killing its own citizens goes, the United States and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea see eye to eye. Both these countries still have the death penalty. Their 2 systems are vastly different, and it's no secret that North Korea and the United States don't get along. Yet it's interesting to note that the death penalty is something both these countries have in common, even though most of the world has stopped using it for human rights reasons. As we examine death row in North Korea and the United States, there are many differences. There's also some similarities that might surprise you. Whether you agree with the death penalty or not, the fact remains both the United States of America and North Korea are 2 of 54 countries in the entire world that still use the death penalty. Just so we're clear, there are 141 countries that have outlawed the practice, so the US and North Korea are not in the majority. In 2020, Amnesty International recorded 483 executions in 18 countries. This means that although 54 countries may have the death penalty, they are not actually using it all the time. 2020 was a crazy year, but statistically there was a 26% decrease in executions from the previous year. China is still the world's leader in executions, but where do the United States and North Korea fall on this list? Due to the lack of data and information coming out of the DPRK, it's hard to say just how many executions happen per year. To be fair, the number will always be much higher than we think, because the government isn't held accountable to anyone but itself, so they can pretty much do whatever they want to its citizens. This includes making people disappear or killing them without cause. In a way, everyone in North Korea is on death row at all times. The United States, on the other hand, has a judicial system that allows for a fair trial. It's not a perfect system, and mistakes have been made in the past where people who were innocent have been executed, but at least there is some accountability. The US is also one of only 2 countries in the Americas that still has the death penalty, the other being Trinidad and Tobago. Although Trinidad and Tobago has not carried out an execution since 1979. The United States executed 17 people in the year 2020. This puts the US 6th on the list of the most executions in the last few years. The 5 countries ahead of the US are China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Egypt. However, it's a pretty safe bet that if we had any data from North Korea, it would be pretty high on the list. It's currently unknown how many people there are on death row in North Korea or even how many people have been executed. These statistics are closely guarded by the North Korean government, and they refuse to release crime statistics of any kind. What we do know of death row in North Korea comes mostly from defectors, and unfortunately not many of them make it out of the country alive. The United States does release data around the number of people from death row executed each year. In 2020, the number of executions dropped from the previous year by over 20%. On October 1, 2020, there were 2,553 inmates on death row in the U.S. There seems to be a trend of less people being executed in the U.S. each year, but only time will tell if this will continue. Unlike in North Korea, the death penalty varies by state in the U.S. As of right now, there are 27 states that still use the death penalty. This means that in the remaining 23 U.S. states, the death penalty is illegal. In North Korea, 100% of the country is subject to the death penalty. You may be wondering what can send someone to death row in North Korea versus the US. The crimes that can get someone sentenced to death in the 2 countries are actually quite similar. In both North Korea and the United States, someone can be given the death penalty for treason and espionage. However, only in North Korea can you be sentenced to death for political dissidence, consumption of media that has not been approved by the government, and practicing a form of religion other than the state ideology of Juche. However, like in North Korea, someone can get the death penalty in the US for murder, rape, and large-scale drug trafficking as well. Once someone has committed a crime punishable by death, both countries have different ways of going through the trial process. In North Korea, the government says everyone gets a trial where they can defend themselves in court. But by all accounts, it's just a charade. The trial is never fair, the verdict is most likely known going into the court, and that is even if someone's lucky enough to get to court. Oftentimes, the judiciary process is bypassed altogether, and the accused is just sent immediately to death row. In the United States, offenders are allowed to remain silent during the initial arrest and have a lawyer present during all future questioning. People in North Korea receive neither of these things. The defendant in the United States then gets a fair trial with an impartial jury, and the case is based on evidence. In an ideal situation, the defendant is innocent until proven guilty in the United States. However, in North Korea, if the government thinks you're guilty, you are guilty, no matter what. After being convicted and sent to death row in the United States, a defendant can still appeal their case, or a deal might even be made for a reduced sentence. This is to say there are options for death row inmates, especially those whose punishment may not fit the crime. There are no appeals, no deals, and no hope to be had if someone finds himself on death row in North Korea. Due to lack of information coming out of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, we may never actually know how many people are executed there each year. However, from sources such as defectors and human rights organizations that are trying to make sense of the matter, we do have a few statistics. For example, Amnesty International reported there were around 105 executions between 2007 and 2012 in North Korea. From news sources such as Daily North Korea and Radio Free Asia, it's been reported that 2 men and a woman were publicly executed by firing squad in 2021 for distributing South Korean movies in the country. These statistics are just the tip of the iceberg, and many believe that hundreds of people are being sentenced to death each year by the North Korean government. There have been approximately 300 people from death row executed in the United States over the last decade. It's hard to tell whether this is more or less than North Korea, but the conditions in the prison camps where people on death row wait for executions in North Korea are something straight from a nightmare. In the United States, prisoners at least get the basics. They receive food and occasional recreational time depending on the prison and crime. Mental illness tends to run rampant on death row in the US, and the cells can be uncomfortable, but there are legal and civil rights organizations that fight for prisoners' well-being. There's no denying that the mental health of death row inmates in the US could be taken a little more seriously, especially since the UN says more than 15 days in solitary confinement is torture. It's not uncommon for a death row inmate to spend much more than 15 days in solitary in the US. When sentenced to death row in North Korea, people are tortured, starved, and even murdered in the prison camps where they're held. These facilities aren't so much prisons as they are internment camps. It's sometimes referred to as a gulag system, reminiscent of the forced labor camps Joseph Stalin implemented in the Soviet Union. One of the main differences between people on death row in the two countries is that in North Korea, most prisoners don't even know what they're being detained for. There doesn't seem to be a distinction between petty criminals and those on death row in North Korea, as they're all sent to the same prison camps where they lose their basic human rights. In the United States, a prisoner cannot be sent to death row until after they are tried and found guilty. Within the North Korean prison camps themselves, death row inmates and everyone else are engaged in forced labor and torture. Routine executions and death from the conditions in the camps are reported to be common. So regardless of who you are or what you did, if you are in a North Korean prison camp, you are pretty much already on death row. In the United States, the execution of a death row inmate is planned well ahead of time. They know when they'll be put to death and are given a last meal. This doesn't mean waiting for your execution isn't scary, but at least the prisoner knows it's coming, and even what to expect, since the only means of execution currently in the US is lethal injection. In North Korea, a prisoner may not know what they are even being detained for, let alone what their sentence is or when it will be carried out. If you're unlucky enough to be on death row in North Korea, your execution could happen at any time and at any location. The main way death row prisoners are executed in North Korea seems to be by firing squad. That is, unless they die in the prison camp first. It has been reported that there are more gruesome ways that death row prisoners in North Korea have been executed. Depending on the crime, a firing squad might not be the method used. Prisoners could be hung or decapitated in public. These forms of execution seem to be reserved for high-ranking criminals such as officials convicted of drug trafficking or embezzlement, and those suspected of defecting or treason. The death penalty in the United States is a hot-button issue. Some are vehemently against it, while others support it. There are arguments to be made on both sides, and in the United States, people can have that debate. But what about in North Korea? Do the citizens of the country support the death penalty? Like most things in North Korea, it's hard to know. If you ask the government, North Koreans support everything they do, from working people to death in their prison camps to making sure their supreme leader lives a lavish lifestyle. But we all know this is just a show put on by the propaganda department of the country. What the people of North Korea believe or want is of no importance to the government. They are the ultimate authority, and anyone who disagrees with them may find themselves on death row. In 2019, the Transitional Justice Working Group, an NGO in South Korea, released a report that mapped out 318 sites where the North Korean government carried out public executions. In the United States, executions are no longer public and are carried out only in a handful of facilities. In North Korea, executions have taken place near rivers, markets, sports stadiums, and even schools. It's been suspected that during public executions in North Korea, family members and children are forced to watch their loved ones die. What it comes down to is that in North Korea, death row is somewhat of a free-for-all. There's not really a system in place other than if someone is believed to have committed a crime, they are found guilty without a real trial, sent to a prison camp to work and starve, and then publicly executed without any warning. In the United States, there's a process that leads to someone being sent to death row, and even this is becoming less and less prevalent over recent years. An eye for an eye. So states the code of Babylonian King Hammurabi, one of the earliest and most complete set of laws. Kill and be killed. Yet today, over 2/3 of the world has abolished the death penalty, seeking to separate justice from the act of murder. Here in the United States, most states still allow the death penalty, and America remains the outlier amongst the world's democracies in enforcing the ultimate punishment. But what's the death penalty like around the world? How do different nations enforce it? Time to grab your passport and engage in a little dark tourism. United States. Starting here at home, the death penalty is legal in 30 states, with approximately 2,000 individuals awaiting their date with the Grim Reaper. Hanging and firing squad used to be the chief way to implement the death penalty, until states switched to the gas chamber and the electric chair for a more humane way to kill. Turns out both of those were far from humane, and today lethal injection remains the primary method of killing. though mounting evidence is showing that lethal injection is also itself an extremely painful way of dying, prompting some states to consider bringing back the old-school alternatives like hanging and firing squad. The guillotine was also proposed, citing the efficiency and speed of death, but it seems like for now we'll be sticking with a lethal injection or perhaps a firing squad or two. China. The US gets a lot of flack for having the death penalty, but China is believed to execute thousands of people a year. It's difficult to get a precise count because the Chinese government works hard to suppress such unflattering business, but it's known that demand for executions is so high in China that the country purchased a fleet of death vans, which could quickly move from prison to prison, carrying out fast and efficient executions at each stop, with 46 criminal offenses mandating the death penalty, ranging from embezzlement to surrender of soldiers. It's no surprise China leads the way in deaths per year. China mainly executes via lethal injections, though it's not unheard of for firing squads to be occasionally used. Iran. With crimes such as drug trafficking and producing or distributing pornography grounds for the death penalty, it's no surprise that Iran puts up big numbers every year in executions. It's perhaps surprising that when it comes to murder, the state attempts to actually prevent an execution. The Iranian state considers murder a private matter between the offender and the family of the victim, and the family is given the choice. They can forgive the murderer and force them to pay a large financial restitution, or they can opt for the death penalty. The official sum owed to the family of a murder victim is the price of 100 camels, which must be paid in cash. Officially, if the victim was female, though, the family will only receive half that sum. Methods of execution in Iran include hanging, firing squad, and stoning. Because Iran somehow finds a way to be sexist even in executions, during a stoning a man is buried to his waist and a woman to her neck. If the victim can escape the stoning pit before being killed, they're free to go. Unsurprisingly, men, who are only buried halfway, have a much greater chance of escape than women. Indonesia. Another country that brutally enforces anti-drug laws, Indonesia might be flirting with the idea of abolishing the death sentence, but it still routinely carries out executions, primarily against drug traffickers and producers. The preferred method of choice here is firing squad, though no official executioners exist. Instead, a special police unit carries out this grim task, receiving less than $100 on top of their regular pay for the job. Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a strict adherent to traditional and highly conservative Muslim law, which mandates execution by beheading for most crimes. While the firing squad will occasionally be used, nearly all executions are done by beheading. The condemned is led out to a courtyard where the crimes are read aloud. Then the executioner severs the head from the body with one quick stroke. While it might seem archaic, the truth is this is likely one of the most humane and fastest ways to bring about death. If the criminal was particularly heinous, the decapitated body is then crucified and put on public display for up to 3 days. For international reporters with a busy schedule, though, Saudi Arabia will be bringing execution to you and even spare your family the funeral expenses by shoving your body down a drain. Pakistan. Amongst the top 3 executioners in the world, alongside China and Iran, Pakistan has 27 crimes punishable by death. Perhaps unsurprisingly for such a strict religious fundamentalist nation, blasphemy is among these crimes, and is in fact considered one of the worst offenses. Defamation against the Quran will only net you life imprisonment, but defiling the sacred name of the Prophet Muhammad will almost certainly guarantee death. Homosexuality and piracy also bring the death penalty, as well as leaving the Islamic religion and joining a religion that is actively combating Islam, which is seen as treasonous. Yemen. Yemen may be a small nation, but it has one of the highest rates of execution per capita in the world. Here, the death penalty is invoked for any capital crime such as rape, murder, or terrorism. However, it can also be enforced for violations of Islamic law, such as adultery, sexual misconduct, sodomy, prostitution, and blasphemy. Though unlike Pakistan, these are very rare. While stoning, hanging, and beheading are all permitted under Yemeni law, firing squad is the only form of execution in use today. Egypt. Another prolific executioner, Egypt maintains the death penalty for a variety of instances such as murder, terrorism, and rape. The death penalty can also be mandated in cases where an offense later leads to the death or severe bodily harm to others, such as in the case of the Port Said Stadium riot. The riot occurred when victorious football fans stormed the stands of the opposite side and began to violently attack them with clubs, rocks, and other improvised weapons. 74 people were killed, though most were because of the police's refusal to open the stadium gates, resulting in many people being crushed to death by the panicking crowd. 10 defendants were condemned to death for their part in the riot, with execution being carried out by hanging. Iraq. Frequently invoked by Saddam Hussein, ironically he himself would end up facing the death penalty for his crimes against the Iraqi people. In this country, car theft can net you the death penalty, as well as sabotage of the national economy, which is a catch-all term for piracy, bootlegging, and other forms of economic crime. Try to smuggle out large amounts of ancient artifacts from the country and you too could be facing death penalty in Iraq. The preferred method of execution here is by hanging, and after his capture, Saddam Hussein found his own end this way, a mercy for a man who brutally tortured and murdered thousands. United Arab Emirates. Another country with fundamentalist roots, the UAE maintains the death penalty for capital crimes such as treason, murder, aggravated robbery, and rape. However, the UAE also considers adultery and apostasy as capital crimes which carry the death penalty. The death penalty is rarely invoked, however, as the law requires that 3 judges all agree on the application of the death penalty. Like other fundamentalist countries, the UAE also gives the family of a victim the option of receiving a cash repayment rather than the offender facing the death penalty. If repayment is agreed upon, the sum for a murder is about $54,450, and the accused still faces 2 to 3 years of prison time. Most surprising of all, though, might be that the UAE enforces the death penalty for environmental crimes as well. Those facing the death penalty will meet their end via firing squad, with the execution often attended by the victim's family. North Korea. One of the last 4 countries to still make its executions public, the others being Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Somalia, North Korea is a strict adherent to the death penalty, perhaps unsurprising given the Kim family's tyrant grip on the nation. While you'll find capital offenses familiar to you already on the list of crimes deserving the death penalty, such as drug smuggling, treason, and murder, other crimes such as consumption of foreign media or attempt to convert people to a religion and away from the Juche ideology also merit the death penalty in the Hermit Kingdom. The main methods employed in North Korea include the firing squad, hanging, and decapitation, though many criminals see themselves condemned, often along with their families, to lifelong imprisonment in camps, where they'll be worked or beaten to death and sometimes even medically experimented on. Personally offending the dear leader can also lead to the death penalty, such as when actress Woo In-hee was married but having an affair with Kim Jong-il, cheated on him by having an affair with a third man, and was publicly executed via firing squad. There's an uncomfortably tight knot in my stomach as the doors to the death chamber whisk open. I've done this a dozen times by now over my 20-year career, but I still feel the same nervousness, the same gnawing sense of sick deep down in my gut. In fact, it's only gotten stronger over time, when I expected it would get weaker. When I first took the job and became an official executioner, I thought I was doing the world a service. It costs the state ridiculous amounts of money to keep some of the worst human beings alive in a cell for decades on end. These scumbags don't deserve a cent of it. Better to just give them their well-earned death sentence and save the taxpayer millions. And they are scumbags, of course, the absolutely most villainous scum of society, getting their just rewards for the unspeakable, horrific crimes they've committed. I've been there at execution after execution, saw the tears on the faces of the family members of the victims, or heard the enraged screams, threats, and wishes that the condemned burn in hell for eternity. Who couldn't agree with the bereaved parents of a young child kidnapped from his room, then murdered in a most grisly manner? But death is a heavy thing to carry, and most of the murderers who I sent to meet their maker only had to commit the deed once to land themselves in my care. Me, I kill over and over and over again. The condemned is escorted in by 3 officers, all part of the execution detail. This one is cooperative, which is a relief. It doesn't matter how evil the condemned is, nothing gnaws at your sanity quite like watching a human being fight or plead for his life. I guess it's just normal empathy. I guess it's nice to know I'm still not a monster inside. Today the execution is by lethal injection, though I often find myself wishing for the old days of the electric chair or even the firing squad. Public outcry demanded a better, cleaner solution to the death row problem, especially after an inmate's head burst into flames in 1990 after the wrong sponge was used in his electric chair execution. I was present for that ghastly mess, and it turned my stomach for months. I still order my steaks rare. The sight of charred meat makes me lose my appetite. So, lethal injection was the clean medical alternative to the barbarity of hanging, the electric chair, or death by firing squad. Or at least it seems so on paper. Put into actual practice, well, sometimes I can still hear the screams of inmates whose lethal cocktails were improperly delivered. It all looks so simple when it goes right, but the reality is far from it. First of all, it's very much a medical procedure. But the thing is, none of us involved in the execution are actually doctors. There's almost no doctor or nurse in America that will assist in performing an execution, as it goes against the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. So it's up to us, high school graduates and GED certificate holders, to carry out the procedure instead. Sure, you can find some doctors that will assist, but these are the most unscrupulous of the bunch. One doctor lost his license when it was revealed just how gross his incompetence was, mixing up the chemicals required to humanely put an inmate to sleep first and then stop his heart. Don't worry, a few years later he was assisting executions in a different state. Yeah, like I said, no doctor or nurse worth a damn is willing to do this terrible business. The inmate is strapped down onto a gurney. Once more, I'm grateful that he doesn't resist the officers and is completely cooperative. He, like many, are resigned to their fate. A few protest or even try to fight, and nothing's harder than watching a human being beg for their life. It haunts you, no matter how evil the perpetrator, especially when you've done the job for as long as I have. 2 IVs are inserted into the prisoner, one in each arm. It's a tricky job. It requires us to find a suitable vein and insert the needle directly inside of it. Let me remind you that we are not medical professionals, with only a few weeks worth of training to do the job. It's all too common for the guards to not find a vein at all or to pierce the vein through completely. This, well, it's bad. It can get really ugly in that chamber if one or more of the drugs miss a vein or are slow to spread through the circulatory system. As Jay Chapman, the man who created the American version of lethal injection, once said, "It never occurred to me when we set this up that we'd have complete idiots administering the drugs." Maybe not idiots, but certainly not trained medical professionals. We're just prison guards after all. There's nothing special or unique about us. You don't go to school to become an executioner. It just requires that you be a prison's correction officer or a law enforcement officer, have a high school diploma or GED, and take a 9-week course. That's it. Suddenly, you're qualified to administer medical-grade drugs and ensure the humane termination of human life. It's insanity at its finest. The IV lines are run to an adjacent room where the lethal cocktail of chemicals is stored, and a saline drip is started on both arms. That might seem silly. After all, the condemned is only minutes away from death at this point, but it's important that we know that the IV lines themselves aren't blocked and the drugs can be administered successfully. Only one of the IV lines will be used ultimately, but both are tested just in case of problems with one line later during the actual execution. Next, the inmate has a heart monitor attached to their chest. The drugs will work by stopping the heart and respiration, so it's important to monitor the inmate's vitals to know that the drugs are doing their job. In the adjacent room, where the IV lines are run to, needles are inserted into each IV line. A second officer prepares the drugs for injection and ensures that they're in the proper order. This is critical and has been botched more times than I can remember. Sometimes I think it's on purpose, and while anyone might feel a sense of vengeance against a mass murderer, the end results of a botched lethal injection are something I'd wish I'd never seen. Now it's time for the final statement. Here, some men plead for their life, others ask to be led in prayer by an attending priest or a pastor. Most offer apologies for their crimes and well wishes for the families of the victims. Those are the ones that get to you the most. But considering that a death row inmate could have waited as much as 20 years for death, they've had a long time to think about and grieve over their crimes. There's always the hope of a last-minute stay of execution from the governor's office, but it rarely, if ever, comes. Today, there's no such stay, and the procedure officially begins after a last prayer from the attending priest. First, we inject a dose of sodium thiopental, a fast-acting anesthetic that can knock the condemned out in about 30 seconds. The drug alone can be fatal in the doses that we deliver, eventually depressing respiratory activity to near zero, much the same as an opioid overdose. I hear that it's even kind of a nice, warm feeling, and the inmate simply begins to gradually drift away into relaxed unconsciousness. This is how lethal injection is supposed to look. The condemned slipping away peacefully and gradually in a humane, painless manner. It rarely ever goes that way. Next is a flushing agent pushed through the IV line to make sure all of the drug has been delivered. Next is the pancuronium bromide, a powerful muscle relaxer that ensures the muscles involved in respiration are shut down long enough for the inmate to asphyxiate to death, while of course completely under the effect of the first drug and peacefully slumbering, in theory at least. Once more, a flushing agent is pushed through the veins to clear the line and ensure the delivery of a complete dosage of the drug. Next, the inmate receives a dose of potassium chloride, a drug that basically oversaturates the heart and blood with potassium or salt and ensures that the heart enters into cardiac arrest. Often the heart will beat wildly out of control before ceasing altogether, ensuring death. Well, that's the way it's supposed to work. 3 different methods to ensure death, with the first putting the prisoner to sleep so they experience no pain or panic. Yet, like I've mentioned before, it doesn't always go that way. In fact, it's terrifying how often it goes wrong. The first drug, the sodium thiopental, it's very short-acting, and if not delivered in the right dose, it means the prisoner will still be conscious by the time the second drug is delivered. The muscle relaxant that comes in next, however, will render the prisoner paralyzed, completely unable to express any pain, panic, or shock that they experience, while presenting a perfectly peaceful face to everyone in the execution chamber. And I've heard that taking the pancuronium bromide into your veins is like taking liquid fire, not unlike the feeling you get from receiving injections of certain painkillers at the hospital shortly before they take effect. Only the pain is much, much worse, and there's no narcotic high to numb any of it. More shockingly, even when it goes right, there's a lot of research out there that the first drug we administer to put the inmate to sleep doesn't actually work at all. Sure, the inmate is briefly put under, but recovers consciousness well before any of the lethal effects from the other drugs take place. As soon as the second drug enters the system, though, the very much awake and aware prisoner is now completely paralyzed and unable to express any of the horrifying agony they're currently in. Then, once the third drug is delivered, they basically suffer a heart attack on top of it all. I can't imagine a worse fate. To be trapped in your own body, fully awake as liquid fire consumes you from the inside, and then you begin to suffer a heart attack. And while everybody looks on as you seem to lay there perfectly peacefully asleep, it's even more terrifying when you realize that even when the procedure goes right, this might actually be happening every single time. Because, let's face it, the only way to be sure it isn't is to actually undergo the procedure yourself, and nobody survives it. All the pain those people have caused to others, though, surely they deserve to go out with some agony, right? Well, after 2 decades at this job, I'm not so sure of myself anymore. I think about those condemned who walk to the execution chamber, tears in their eyes. They aren't crying for their own lives. Those were lost decades ago when they were incarcerated and told they'd never be free again. They're crying for their victims and for the surviving family members of the victims. They're crying for the pain they've caused and the pain that they'll leave behind long after they themselves have found the peace of death. Time changes a person, especially hard time spent in the cell for decades on end. I think about my own life, who I am today versus who I was 20 years ago, and I know that so much about me has changed that I'd barely recognize myself if my two selves met on the street. Are you really the same person you were 20 years ago? 20 years later, are you really still punishing the same man who committed the original crime? It's best not to think about these things, I tell the young new guy on our squad. Later that day, I take him out for a drink, pushing a bottle of tequila across the table at him. Drink up, I tell him. We do a lot of drinking. Some more, turning to the same drugs that got some of those we kill into the trouble in the first place. But when your job is to take human lives over and over again for decades on end, you gotta find a way to numb your doubts. The convict slams his handcuffed fists down on a table and shouts at the 2 detectives sitting opposite. I kill kings and presidents first, and next all capitalists. He has no remorse whatsoever for the crimes he's committed. Give me 100 years, he later screams at a judge. His story involves a dead mayor, an assassination attempt on the president-to-be, and some famous last words. Push the button. Go ahead, push the button. It was this man, an avowed king killer, a wishful slayer of presidents, that changed everything. He alone was the reason why death row became a thing in the United States. There are about 2,500 people on death row in the US as you watch this. There have been 5 executions so far this year, although some people will have uttered their last words by the time the show comes out. 14 people are scheduled to die before 2021 is over. They are all male. They will all receive a lethal injection. They are mostly from the states of Texas and Oklahoma, and they are a mix of ethnicities. Gone are the days when a person could be convicted and end up on the scaffold or in the death chamber just a few days or weeks later. Combined, the 5 people executed so far in 2021 have served 96 years on death row. So, this brings us back to how death row got started and the fascinating story of Giuseppe Zangara. He was born in Italy on September 1, 1900. He served in the First World War and later emigrated to the USA. He also became the man that very nearly made sure that Franklin D. Roosevelt, often said to be one of the best presidents in U.S. history, never even became president. His parents were peasants living in an area that is the toe on that boot of Italy. His mother believed he was cursed as a kid, mainly because he was born with an ear defect and because he always was having accidents. He was badly injured after falling down some steps. He was burned in a fire. He then fell down more stairs, and he still wasn't yet 8 years old. Young Giuseppe didn't go to school for any length of time because his father made him work in the fields. Life was hard, and his ill-tempered father didn't make it any easier. He didn't really blame his father. His anger focused on the system he and his family were enmeshed in, that of capitalism. And then he arrived in the United States of America, the land of milk and honey, a country where anyone could make it regardless of their class. Well, that's what people were led to believe. Zangara arrived in this land of plenty in 1923, the beginning of the Great Depression, when millions of Americans could barely find enough food to sustain a decent life. On top of that, he had chronic stomach pains. He'd seen doctors about this back in Italy, and the pains were likely the result of his child labor and other maltreatment during his youth. A doctor once turned to his father and said, "This boy will never be any good again." Zangara was angry, in pain, and in the wrong place at the wrong time. America wasn't gonna save a wretch like him. This is what he wrote in his memoir. It sums up his mindset at the time. "The capitalists get to be the boss to my father, keep the money from my father, and my father sent me to work, and I have no school, and I have trouble with my stomach, and that way I make my idea to kill the president, kill any king." He actually tried to assassinate Victor Emmanuel III of Italy back in 1923, but he didn't even get off a shot. He later explained, "The guards got in front of me and I could not get at him because the guards were over 6 feet tall, and I could not even see the king." He discovered again that being short got in the way of being a successful assassin. It was just after his lackluster attempt on someone's life that he applied for a visa to go live in the US. As we said, he was expecting milk and honey, equality for all, vast landscapes of manicured gardens. And once he got off the boat, a pat in the back from Uncle Sam and all those nice natives. Things didn't exactly work out that way. At first he did okay, working as a bricklayer in New Jersey. His constant stomach issues ensured he didn't waste money on booze or gambling. He didn't have many friends and he never dated women. His uncle in the US later condensed his nephew's life, saying he wanted to be left alone to suffer with his stomach. Then came the Great Depression. Work dried up in New Jersey. He traveled to LA to look for another job, hoping the warmer climate might be better for his stomach problem. There was no work there either. He then moved to Miami, where he earned a meager wage as a dishwasher. He ate a meal of scraps once a day, and when he had a few cents to spare, he gambled that on dogs or horses. His American dream had turned into an American nightmare, so he did what anyone would do, sort of, and blamed the president. Sat in his squalid room holding his damn stomach, he made plans to assassinate President Herbert Hoover. Only Hoover was in Washington, D.C., and it was cold there. Then, just as soon as he lamented his delicate disposition, he heard a newsboy shout something below his window. "President-elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt to visit Miami. Read all about it." Zangara clambered out to the street and bought a newspaper. He learned that Roosevelt would arrive in Miami and later head to Bayfront Park, where he would make a speech. Perfect, he thought. If I can't get the current president, I'm going to get the next best thing. Truth be known, he actually quite liked Roosevelt. Still, in his mind, all capitalist politicians deserve to die. A few minutes later, Zangara was in Davis Pawn Shop buying a .32 caliber revolver and 10 bullets. He paid $8. That was pretty much all the money he had in the world, but he wasn't thinking about his future at this point. On February 15, 1933, he put the loaded gun into his pocket and he headed out the door. As he made his way to the park, more than 25,000 other people from all over the US were doing the same. Bands at the park were getting ready to play when Zangara's 5'1" frame tried to squeeze his way through the crowd toward a seat close to where Roosevelt would make his speech on the podium. And he would have gotten closer if it weren't for a Mr. H.L. Edmonds of Ottumwa, Iowa. As he was pushing through the crowd, Edmonds grabbed him and sternly told him that the front seats were for women and children. Zangara didn't argue, resigning himself to a third-row seat and the fact that he would now require good aim. No problem, he thought. He'd shot guns enough in the war. At around 9:30 a.m., Roosevelt made a short speech, after which a group of people shook his hand and had an informal chit-chat with him. One of them was Anton Cermak, the mayor of Chicago. At this point, Zangara was trying his best to get into position, which wasn't easy given he couldn't quite see over the heads of the people much taller than himself. He had no choice but to position himself on a bench, one that wasn't too stable. Then he got his chance, seeing the back of the head of the president-elect. Bang, 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 bang. He fired all 5 shots, each just missing Roosevelt. He did hit someone with each bullet, though, including Mayor Cermak. The bullet entered his chest under his armpit and lodged in his lung. Mrs. Joseph H. Gill took a bullet to the abdomen. 3 others, Mr. Russell Caldwell, Miss Margaret Cruis, and Mr. William J. Sinnott, were also shot, but they all survived. It was nothing short of a miracle that Roosevelt wasn't hit. Later, Lillian Cross and Thomas Armour said they had seen what was happening and managed to push Zangara enough so he couldn't aim directly at Roosevelt. This is debatable, however. Zangara told detectives that the bench he was standing on moved and that's why he'd missed. Had that bench not have wobbled, he was certain he would have found Roosevelt's head. With Roosevelt now under a mass of people trying to protect him, Zangara was wrestled to the ground and arrested. Cops didn't waste much time, thinking the guy would have likely been lynched by the angry crowd. They tied him to the trunk rack of one of the limousines from the motorcade and sped off. The furious crowd ran after it, screaming for the blood of the would-be assassin. From his jail cell, Zangara said his only regret was that he had missed. He told cops that he didn't so much hate Roosevelt, but the fact that he was to become president of the capitalist nation. All the time he was being interviewed, he was clutching his stomach. After 2 psychiatrists visited him, they wrote a report. It stated, his intelligence is not necessarily inferior, his distorted judgment and temperament is incapable of adjustment to the average social standards. He is inherently suspicious and antisocial. Such ill-balanced erratic types are classified as a psychopathic personality. He might not have been psychopathic. These days, an assessment would more likely have said he had a severe personality disorder, partly a consequence of his traumatic upbringing, made worse by a very painful stomach ailment. Not having work was the final straw, but Zangara was always going to explode at some point. On February 20th, 1933, he pled guilty to 4 counts of assault and an assassination attempt. Judge E.C. Collins handed Zangara 80 years, to which he responded, 4 times 20 is 80. Oh, Judge, don't be stingy, give me 100 years. But then Cermak died from his injuries, so now the sentence was murder under something called transferred intent. He might not have intended to kill Cermak, but under this doctrine, he should have known he might kill someone else while trying to kill his target. This meant his intent was transferred, and so in legal terms, he meant to kill Cermak. Circuit Court Judge Uli Thompson then passed down the death sentence. Zangara didn't seem fazed at all, telling the judge, "You give me electric chair. I no afraid of that chair. You're one of the capitalists. You is crook man too. Put me in electric chair. I no care." Thing was, under Florida law, murderers could not share a cell. This was a problem, because there was already a guy in the death cell waiting execution. The prison had no choice but to build another cell next to it. Hence, the death cell was now death row. Just before Zangara went to the chair, he passed a bunch of notes to prison officials. These were part of his biography. The chaplain then came to calm him down. But Zangara got angry and chased him out of the room, shouting, "Get to hell out of here, you son of a, I go sit down all by myself." We think you can fill in that missing word by yourself. It seems Zangara despised all authority. He sat in the electric chair smiling, but became incensed when he discovered his final moments wouldn't be photographed or filmed. That's when he said, "Viva l'Italia! Goodbye to all poor peoples everywhere. Push the button. Go ahead, push the button." No one claimed the body, so he was buried in the prison grounds. What's perhaps surprising is the pathologist said Zangara's brain showed no sign of disease or injury, and neither did his stomach. By this time, Roosevelt was already sworn in as president. He would be reelected for 3 more terms. The U.S. and even the world might have been a different place today if little Giuseppe Zangara had been just a few inches taller. Now you need to watch Insane But True Story of a Real-Life Assassin, or have a look at America's Deadliest Hitman, the Iceman Killer.